Chapter 243. This old man was the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Staring at Yin Zhaoge like a tiger watching its prey, the corners of his mouth revealed a savage smile. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master stepped within the air, just standing before the door, blocking Yin Zhaoge and Ahu's path back to the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, the space in the foreign dimension was shaking without end, and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth even started to warp and deform. It was a scene of the end of the world collapsing and the world splitting apart. The sky collapsed, revealing black cracks in the void. The earth was also in a similar state, fragmented and shattered. Yin Zhaoge rose into the air, avoiding a streak of fiery light that swept towards him as he arrived above the spatial door. Looking down, the void door was surrounded by a sea of flames. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master laughed coldly as he raised his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Although Yin Zhaoge was looking down from above, the gaze with which the Crimson Spirit Flag Master currently looked at Yin Zhaoge was filled with the feeling of looking down on him. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He just wanted to firmly occupy the position of the void door. Because of Lin Zhou, there was more than one entrance to this foreign dimension. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master had entered through the entrance that Lin Zhou had opened. However, now that the foreign dimension was on the verge of collapse, there was no longer enough time at all for Yin Zhaoge to change his mind. Turning back and traversing through space once more, going to another door to leave the foreign dimension. The same principle also applied to the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. For both sides, they could either leave through the door before them or be buried along with this foreign dimension and be destroyed in the void along with it. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master smiled coldly as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Little brat surnamed Yin, do you decide to perish together with this foreign dimension? Or do you choose to die beneath this old man's fist? He raised a hand, stretched it forward, and clenched it into a fist. As he clenched his fist, boundless raging flames surged and spread in all directions. Looking at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master blocking the door below, a smile suddenly appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Old worm, you're wrong. It's your position that can more or less be considered fixed. He grabbed Ahu with one hand. Yin Zhaoge's other hand suddenly pulled out a short rod that was around a foot long. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master looked at the short stone rod and his heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous premonition. Yin Zhaoge smiled, then shook the immortal crane wings. He took the initiative to rush toward the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Following Yin Zhaoge's will, the short rod in his hand instantly grew alongside the wind, instantly transforming into a thick, massive stone pillar. As the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was stunned, Yin Zhaoge directly stepped onto the stone pillar. Then it fell from the sky and smashed down. What a thief! The Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out an enraged roar, not evading. If he did so, it would be equivalent to opening up the spatial door to Yin Zhaoge. The old man stood where he was. His red hair fluttered like a raging fire. He struck his palm above his head and stopped the huge stone pillar that was falling from the sky. Just as his palm came into contact with the stone pillar, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master felt his hand sink, and he almost couldn't hold it. He had been standing steadily in the void. His footing was also unstable, and he could not help but sink down. So heavy! The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's eyes widened. His cultivation was much higher than that of Ahu, who had been in the heavenly arrival state, and his strength was also much stronger, but he still felt great pressure. Whether it was the weight or the sturdiness of the stone pillars, they had completely exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that he would be able to directly shatter the stone pillar with a single palm, and also send Yin Zhaoge flying. However, in the end, he was instead pressed down by the stone pillar. Also, that stone pillar contained a unique suppressive force. Even if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to dodge to the side now, he didn't have the strength to do so. In the void below the stone pillar, time and space both seemed to have been locked, condensing into a single piece, locking the Crimson Spirit Flag Master securely down below. He could only forcibly resist it. I heard that this thief excavated some ancient remains from the Great Western Desert. Could it be this stone pillar? The Crimson Spirit Flag Master suddenly thought of some of the rumors he had heard before, and couldn't help but feel even more hatred in his heart. Crafty little bastard. He roared loudly, activating his entire body's true essence, a powerful force erupting outwards. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster's body had only descended by less than a meter in midair before he stabilized himself once more, stepping on the air. It was no different from stepping on the sturdiest ground. At this moment, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster resembled a giant god that supported the heavens, forcibly supporting the descending stone pillar, causing it to be unable to descend any further. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster exhaled, his other palm also striking upwards, mightily striking the stone pillar. His figure actually began slowly rising once more. Laughing coldly, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster exerted force with both his arms, wanting to throw Yin Zhaoge and the stone pillar together. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, instead smiling. Standing on the top of the stone pillar, he raised a foot neither hurriedly nor slowly, before heavily stomping it. The patterns on the surface of the stone pillar abruptly lit up, the entire stone pillar seeming to have transformed into a glowing pillar of light. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster below immediately felt the pressure on him increase greatly. Not only did the weight of the stone pillar rise abruptly, even that strange, suppressive force also abruptly grew stronger. At this moment, let alone throwing the stone pillar away, he couldn't even continue standing in midair, as his figure was directly pressured downwards. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster wanted to divert the force, then increase his descent in order to avoid the stone pillar, before dodging to the side. At this time he could no longer care about guarding the door to the void. However, because of the suppressive force, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster discovered to his dismay that not only had his surroundings been sealed, unable to dodge, even the space below him seemed to have solidified. His entire person seemed to have been contained within a formless container, with only the top opening. However, there was a heavy cover there, making it hard for him to open, as it sunk unceasingly, further compressing the space around him. Just what the hell is this thing? Such a miraculous treasure was actually refined by a martial scholar? The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was enraged, his figure being suppressed downwards by the pillar of the divine palace. The roiling waves of fire in the surroundings were also greatly extinguished at this moment, dissipating in all directions. Accompanied by the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster being smashed downwards, he naturally no longer had the strength to continue blocking in front of the door. The door of light reappeared in front of Yin Zhaoge. Not saying a word, Yin Zhaoge directly threw Ahu into the door of light. At this time, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster below let out an enraged roar. On his body, a cloak of dark light suddenly appeared, lighting up with a radiance. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster's own spirit artifact had long since been destroyed during his years of fleeing. His current low-grade spirit artifact was something that he had snatched from the hands of others. It wasn't easy to use, but it was still better than nothing. Bolstered by the power of the spirit artifact, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster stopped his body's descent once more, the two sides falling into a stalemate for a time. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster could vaguely feel that the suppressive force of the stone pillar was weakening. Wielding the pillar of the divine palace, Yin Zhaoge was also not without exhaustion. Suppressing the enemy with the pillar of the divine palace, there was a limit to how long it could last. Grasping this chance, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster's face abruptly turned red as he stimulated his body with a forbidden technique, his strength rising yet again as he actually lifted the stone pillar up. However, the calamity of this foreign dimension was already at its final juncture. The crevices between the heavens and the earth were ripped apart unceasingly, a great amount of the existences within space being devoured by the darkness of space. Soundlessly, the sky suddenly broke apart completely, space collapsing into two halves. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster panicked. At this moment, the collapse of the foreign dimension was already right before his eyes. If he didn't leave, he would be buried along with this place. The terror of the collapse of space was something that even he was powerless to resist, as he would be extinguished in an instant. Just at this time, the top of his head suddenly lightened as the stone pillar rapidly shrunk, returning to its short rod form as it returned to Yin Zhaoge's hands. Raising his head, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster saw Yin Zhaoge standing at the edge of the door of light, raising his hand and making a strange gesture towards him. Yin Zhaoge extended his right hand, raising his thumb and pointing his index finger towards the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. His other three fingers curled up, as though he was firing a gun. "Goodbye, old worm," Above Yin Zhaoge's head, the terrifying Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment erupted with the light of thunder. Chapter 244. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. The fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had taken the form of a purple orb, flickering with a dazzling purple-green lightning. Yin Zhaoge stood at the edge of the Door of Light, one hand retracting the stone rod, the other making a shooting motion towards the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. His right thumb suddenly pressed down, and his index finger, which was like the muzzle of a gun, was lifted slightly, as if to withstand the recoil of a shot. Accompanied by this action of Yin Zhaoge's, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment above his head also abruptly flickered. In that instant, it was as if the Emperor of Thunder and Lightning had gently blinked. Then, in the foreign dimension that looked like it was the end of the world, a bolt of lightning filled with the aura of destruction suddenly lit up. The perfectly straight bolt of lightning pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of the Scarlet Spirit Flagmaster. The foreign space was about to collapse. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster didn't care about anything else at this moment. He was wholeheartedly rushing towards the Gate of Light. He temporarily couldn't be bothered with Yin Zhaoge, as he only hoped to first leave this foreign dimension through the spatial door before slowly taking care of Yin Zhaoge. Even if it didn't work this time, there would always be a next time. He was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. If he wanted to kill a Grandmaster martial artist, he would always be able to find a chance. However, just as the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was speeding towards the Door of Light, Yin Zhaoge controlled the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, just in time to send an instant's thunder chopping downwards. In an instant he ignited all of his strength and concentrated it into a single strike, bringing with it an extremely berserk power that surpassed the peak. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster widened his eyes and roared. True essence surged as he punched out with both of his fists. Lightning and raging fire interweaved and collided, instantly setting off a huge explosion. At any other time, Yin Zhaoge's instant's thunder would not be able to withstand it. Whether or not he could deal with the Scarlet Spirit Flagmaster was another matter. But at this critical juncture, regardless of whether the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster's strength could withstand it or not, this attack would take his life. The momentum of rushing towards the Door of Light. He was directly interrupted, and his entire body was sent flying. The world, which had already been shattered to begin with, rumbled and then completely shattered. The foreign dimension itself. Everything in it was annihilated in the void. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster let out a roar of despair and unwillingness. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his flesh and blood slowly disintegrated bit by bit. Although it seemed slow, it was actually rapidly disintegrating. Powerless to struggle, difficult to reverse. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster angrily stared into the distance. There, the flashing void door was also slowly disappearing. Within the Door of Light, Yin Zhaoge kept the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within the pillar of the Divine Palace, the cloak of crane feathers also falling gently from his shoulders. Although he was a little dispirited. However, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge's hair was not messy and his clothes were neat and tidy, resembling an elegant young master. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he looked at the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. Following the destruction of the foreign dimension, he leisurely waved his hands towards him. Let me make a correction. It should be never to see you again. Farewell forever. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster wanted to roar, but he could no longer make a sound. Even at the moment of his death, he still found it hard to believe. He was a dignified early-stage Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. He actually died at the hands of a Grandmaster martial artist. While he was being suppressed by the Pillar of the Divine Palace, as long as he was given a bit more time, Yin Zhaoge himself would not be able to keep up, and he would be able to break through the suppression. While Yin Zhaoge possessed the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. However, the only thing that could truly pose a huge threat to him was the power of a single blow. If he dealt with it carefully, he might not be struck. While Yin Zhaoge possessed the immortal crane wings before him, he could only use them to flee. Given a bit more time, he would still be able to block Yin Zhaoge's path, leaving him unable to escape. His cultivation base was clearly so much higher. Even if Yin Zhaoge possessed many rare treasures, it was still not that he had no chance. It had clearly been him who had first seized the position of the spatial door. Yin Zhaoge had clearly not possessed the power or treasures to kill him, however. The final result was that he had perished within this destroyed foreign dimension, being extinguished along with this world. Looking at the vanishing spatial door in Yin Zhaoge, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's heart was filled with unwillingness. Knowing oneself but not knowing one's enemy. While Yin Zhaoge's fame had already virtually spread throughout the entire world, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster now suddenly discovered that his understanding of this youth was still very limited. Could it be that risking entering this destroyed foreign dimension in pursuit of Yin Zhaoge had been a mistake right from the start? With that final thought in his mind, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster perished completely amidst space. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster had died soundlessly and soundlessly. Passing through the door of light, Yin Zhaoge felt the pain of his body ripping apart. It was even more obvious than when he had first passed through and entered that foreign dimension. Exiting the door of light, returning to the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge turned back to look at the gradually vanishing door of light, smacking his lips. This trip really was. Consecutively wielding the Pillar of the Divine Palace and the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had left Yin Zhaoge extremely weak, even weaker than during the battle at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake previously. However, he was still in a rather good mood. Having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner this time, he had returned with great rewards, having gained quite a lot. As Yin Zhaoge landed, he saw that jade coin which had activated the spirit formation completely shatter, directly turning into powder. Waiting by the side, there was also Xue Fei, who had remained in the Eight Extremities world to watch over the jade coin spirit formation. They all came up to him. "Are you all right?" Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers, smiling. "From today onwards, we probably won't be able to see someone like the Crimson Spirit Flag Master again." Ahu sucked in a breath of cold air, opening his mouth wide as he laughed foolishly, not knowing what he should say. Xue Fei also revealed a rare look of shock as he regained his wits. "Right? I'll first hurry and find junior apprentice Sister Feng." After Ahu had returned to the Eight Extremities world through the door of light, briefly explaining the situation, Xue Fei had sent Feng Yunsheng to immediately seek out the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, who was closest to Suzhou City, for reinforcements. He himself had remained by the door of light, preparing to receive Yin Zhaoge together with Ahu. In the end, he had seen Yin Zhaoge leisurely stroll out from within. Now, even if the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was still alive, with the foreign dimension having completely shattered and the door of light having disappeared, there would naturally be no need to worry about him chasing them over. There would also naturally be no need to seek out other martial grandmaster experts here in Suzhou City, lying about military intelligence for nothing. Having been brought back by Xue Fei and understood the situation, Feng Yunsheng also had an inconceivable look on her face. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, already having nurtured his own true martial soul, a martial grandmaster who had refined aura into essence. While they were both martial grandmasters, Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters and Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were two completely different things. Yin Zhaoge sat down in the meditative position, adjusting his breathing and recovering his vitality as he smiled. It was by chance. At the end of the day, it was actually that foreign dimension that killed the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. If not for the collapse of the foreign dimension, it would have been hard for me to claim his life with my current methods. After he withstood a few of my attacks, the one who would have been in trouble would have been me. Xue Fei looked at Yin Zhaoge. "I heard Hu Ting say that from the start. Were you already planning to use the collapse of the space to kill him, even intentionally delaying for some time before rushing back to the door of light?" Yin Zhaoge laughed. "I'm ashamed, but there was still a slight deviation in my calculations. The collapse of the space was just that little bit later than I had predicted. Under those circumstances, in the blink of an eye, the situation could have changed. Therefore, I almost messed things up. Luckily, I still succeeded in the end." Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Xue Fei held their foreheads in unison. "You really did calculate it. Can that kind of thing be calculated so accurately?" Chapter 245. Continue requesting subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoge with a look of worship on his face. "Young master, you are really too powerful. This is not like that old ghost Yen Su who was heavily injured back then. Just now, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was at his peak. Whatever methods were used, A late Xiantian martial scholar killing an early Essence Spirit martial grandmaster. This should be the first time in history, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. Just like how Yan Su was beaten half to death by eldest apprentice uncle back then, this actually cannot be counted as well. Just like if it was father who captured that Crimson Spirit Flagmaster and sealed his cultivation base before I slew him, that would still be me killing an early Essence Spirit martial grandmaster. However, would that be something worth boasting about? Clearly not. Feng Yunsheng glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Continue acting. Who knows how pleased you are with yourself inside. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Xuefei also smiled, after which he still patted Yan Zhaoge's shoulder. If you can avoid taking risks, it's best to avoid them as much as possible. If anything happens to you, little apprentice uncle will be very sad. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile as he nodded. Senior apprentice brother Su is right. This senior apprentice brother Su himself, facing a perilous situation where death was near at hand, was still able to talk cheerfully and without fear. However, he did not wish to see his fellow disciples face danger. A dim look flashed past his face as he clearly thought of his master Shi Tai, the grief of a white-haired man sending off his black-haired son. Su Fei and Shi Tai were like father and son, having similarly viewed Shi Songtao as his own elder brother that year. That year's matter was Shi Tai's lifelong regret. To Xuefei, it was similarly hard on his heart. Looking at Xuefei's expression, Yan Zhaoge knew that he was thinking of Shi Tai and his father again. Looking at Xuefei, Yan Zhaoge sighed, similarly remaining silent. While Ahu and Feng Yunsheng did not understand Xuefei as well as Yan Zhaoge did, they were no longer joking around at this moment. Xuefei's spirits rose as he clapped his hands, smiling. Speaking of which, the Scarlet Spirit Flagmaster should be the strongest member of the 5 spirit flags. If he dies to you, Zhaoge, while the 5 spirit flags won't completely disappear, it will be difficult for them to cause any more waves. To my Broad Creed Mountain, you have performed a great merit, Zhaoge. It's just a pity that this is your personal matter. There's no proof. It might be a little difficult. However, if the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster does not appear for several years or even more than a decade, it can be considered as proof. Su Fei smiled as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Still, speaking of this, while the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster is not small, it cannot compare to those great merits of yours earlier. The sect is almost out of rewards for you now. In a few years or even a dozen years, the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster will be nothing to you. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. However small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? Su Fei pointed at Yan Zhaoge before looking at Feng Yunsheng. Laughing, he said, listen to what he's saying. A lofty Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster is like a mosquito in his mouth. How arrogant must he be? As expected, junior sister Feng understands him better. He's pretending to be humble in front of us. Who knows how pleased he is in his heart? Feng Yunsheng and Ahu both laughed uproariously. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, smiling but not speaking. Killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Whether the clan would reward him or not. Actually, it wasn't much, but it was still a comfortable thing at the end of the day. With Yan Zhaoge's current rate of improvement, there would definitely be a day when the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster would no longer be a threat. But before that, having an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster constantly thinking about seeking vengeance was not a happy thing. Moreover, this Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster was rather pragmatic. The person he hated the most was Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. However, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster would definitely not be able to beat Yan Di. If he dared to appear before Yan Di, he would directly be slapped to death by Yan Di with a single palm. Unable to beat the old, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster had set his sights on the young, on Yan Zhaoge. When Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base rose unceasingly, to the point where the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was unable to beat even Yan Zhaoge, he would naturally not come looking for Yan Zhaoge. Instead, he would most likely cast his gaze downwards, aiming at the younger, weaker disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. At that time, Yan Zhaoge would naturally not have to worry. However, there would eventually be others who would face the threat of the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days. How could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Being able to cleanly deal with the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster, eliminating any future problems, Yin Zhaoge was extremely satisfied. It could be said to be an unexpected gain. Also, while he had been somewhat lucky, having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner he this time, Yin Zhaoge had also gained quite a lot. After taking his leave, Yin Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, beginning to inspect the many treasures he had obtained this time. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Yin Zhaoge's original target this time, the life-illuminating immortal stone. Yin Zhaoge had only known that loose practitioner he possessed this thing. However, whether or not it had been stored within that foreign dimension was something that could not be confirmed beforehand. Looks like my luck is still not too bad. Fiddling with the life-illuminating immortal stone, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. With the life-illuminating immortal stone, there was no longer a need for him to think of a substitute. After stepping into the heavenly connection stage with just a bit of accumulation, he would be able to begin attempting to break through into the martial grandmaster realm. Of course, with his lofty ambitions and his feet on the ground, he would first seek to break through into the heavenly connection stage. However, with Yin Zhaoge's current accumulation, it was not difficult at all. Besides the immortal illumination stone, there was another pleasant surprise, and it was naturally the extraordinary treasure, the immortal crane wings. After the entanglement with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, the spiritual chi of the immortal crane wings had been greatly depleted. Like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, it was unable to be used within a short period of time. However, after being nourished by its owner Yin Zhaoge, when the immortal crane wings regained its vitality, it would be able to display its flair once more. Yin Zhaoge had brought along a few other items that had been placed on the short table, along with the life-illuminating immortal stone back then. Amongst them was a medicinal bottle containing the pills that loose practitioner he had concocted in the past. However, too much time had passed from the era before the Great Calamity till now. Some of the pills still had medicinal effects, while others had their spiritual chi gradually dissipating. Yin Zhaoge didn't really care about this. His attention was currently drawn by something else. It was a scroll made from the hide of an unknown beast. As Yin Zhaoge unfurled the scroll, he saw that it was completely empty, with only a squarish diagram at its center. This pattern seemed to be left behind by some kind of seal. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that that diagram resembled a sun. The pattern appeared very ancient, but as Yin Zhaoge gazed at it, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes, as though he was gazing at an actual sun. This beast hide scroll was something of loose practitioner he's, having been left behind in a foreign dimension. Before Yin Zhaoge and Lin Zhou had entered today, it had always been there. Being an ancient artifact from before the Great Calamity, it naturally wasn't related to the current Sacred Sun clan. However, as Yin Zhaoge knew, the Sacred Sun clan that had similarly unearthed the remnants of the martial civilization of their predecessors after the Great Calamity, combining their own comprehensions to develop, could similarly be traced back to before the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This seal might be related to the legacy of that legendary extreme yang scripture. I don't know how a copy of it ended up in loose practitioner he's hands. Chapter 246. Please subscribe. Seeking monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Yin Zhaoge stroked that beast skin scroll, pondering for a moment before keeping it once more. Then, Yin Zhaoge began inspecting those medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were planted in the medicinal field behind the thatched cottage in loose practitioner he's foreign space. Nobody had taken care of them for a long time, and some of them had gradually withered. However, to be able to survive until now, these were all precious spirit herbs and medicines with powerful medicinal effects that had been around for a long time. What made Yin Zhaoge especially happy was the fact that many of these medicinal herbs had already gone extinct in the Eight Extremities world following the Great Calamity. Usually, Yin Zhaoge would often lament about how even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Now that he had obtained so many precious spirit medicines from loose practitioner he's old residence, he instantly felt like he had much more money on hand. Yin Zhaoge carefully recalled and thought about it. Many ideas that he had previously been unable to achieve now had the possibility of being implemented. This made Yin Zhaoge especially happy. Having sorted out the various spirit grasses and spirit medicines, Yin Zhaoge stretched lazily, his mood joyful. However, very quickly, The smile on Yin Zhaoge's face gradually disappeared as his expression became somewhat startled. Taking out a black metal piece from within his bosom, Yin Zhaoge gazed at it, his gaze gradually turning deep and distant. This piece of metal had a slight curve that seemed to faintly fit the contours of a person's face. It was shockingly the mask fragment of that masked martial grandmaster in that foreign dimension back then. Having his mask sliced off by Yin Zhaoge with a single sword, had fallen to the ground. Looking at the fragment of the mask, Yin Zhaoge's expression was rather complex as the scenes from back then replayed unceasingly within his mind. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had only felt that he looked familiar. Now, however, the other party's face gradually overlapped with the face of a person in his memories. How I wish that I had recognized the wrong person. Yin Zhaoge sighed, keeping the mask fragment once more. He sat cross-legged in the quiet room for a period of time. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes. Ahu reported from outside. Young master, Elder Jun of the Howling Windsword sect is here. Oh. Yin Zhaoge stood up, pushing open the door and walking out. In the reception hall, a middle-aged man was sitting there. Behind him were a few young men and women, with Jun Luo in the lead. Yin Zhaoge went up and greeted that middle-aged man. Uncle Jun, you've returned to the Sand region? I happen to be out as well and have just returned. I didn't know you were back. Otherwise, I should be the one paying you a visit. The middle-aged man before them was precisely Jun Luo's father, Yin Zhaoge's father Yendi's old friend, the Howling Windsword sect's elder Junzun. Like the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom Zhao Shicheng, Junxiang was also an old friend of Yendi. The Yin family and the Jun family were also on good terms. What Yin Zhaoge found interesting was that his father's old friends were all older than him. As a result, Yin Zhaoge had many uncles but no uncles. Junxiang smiled. I'm here to thank Zhaoge for taking care of my little girl. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see her. At this time Jun Luo stood behind Junxiang. She looked down and behaved completely different from how she behaved in private. Yin Zhaoge said, Uncle Jun's words are too serious. That youth of the Lian family fortress, the matter of Lianing, originated from the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain wanting to use him as a chess piece. Perfect your plan to assassinate me. Luo is completely innocent, yet she was dragged into this. Naturally, I have to do my best to protect her. Although it was a close shave, I still feel very guilty. Junxiang heard this. Shaking his head, he said, that was also because you saved that child Luoluo's life. Moreover, if not for you and the others of Broad Creed Mountain acting to save them earlier, the three of them would have been trapped within the Black Nightmare Storm and would have most likely died. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Let alone the fact that our two clans are old friends, the Howling Windsword sect has always been on good terms with my Broad Creed Mountain. It's only right for me to lend a hand when I see danger. While he said this, Junxiang still got Jun Luo to solemnly thank Yin Zhaoge once more. Yin Zhaoge hurriedly stopped them. Yin Zhaoge looked at the others behind Junxiang and beside Jun Luo. These are all your disciples, Uncle Jun? Junxiang said, that's right. This time I brought them along to broaden their horizons. On the way back, before we had even reached the clan, I heard about Luo's matter. Therefore I brought them along with Luo. Those youngsters bowed towards Yin Zhaoge together. Although they were considered to be of the same generation in terms of seniority, Yin Zhaoge treated Junxiang as a senior, while Jun Luo was also like a little sister in front of Yin Zhaoge. They could not be too careless. Even though they all addressed him as senior apprentice brother Yin, their etiquette was that of a full junior. Junxiang also had a matter-of-fact attitude towards this. If not for the fact that their two clans were old friends, he would also have to treat Yin Zhaoge as an equal, just like Elder Hong, Elder Bai and the others of the Howling Windsword sect. Even though the current Yin Zhaoge was only in his 20s, even though he was still a martial scholar while they were all martial grandmasters, looking at the youngsters before him, Yin Zhaoge also felt a little emotional. Actually, if one really counted their ages, these youths were already 16 or 17. While they could not be considered to be of the same age as him, they were definitely of the same generation. However, in terms of cultivation base, just looking at them, the gap between a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain and the other powers could be clearly seen. The Howling Windsword sect was already a first-rate power, its legacy also having a long history. When Black Nightmare Mountain had still ruled over the Wind Domain, The Howling Wind Sword sect had already been established in the Sand region, having been passed down all the way till now. Junzion was the person with the highest cultivation base aside from the current chief of the Howling Wind Sword sect, and had always been famous for being good at teaching disciples. The disciples of his clan, his daughter Junluo included, were basically also the elites of the Howling Wind Sword sect's younger generation. In the entire Sand region, amongst the descendants of the various first-rate powers, they were all outstanding figures. However, compared to disciples of the same age at sacred ground powers like Broadcreed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, in terms of average standards they were clearly lacking. At the same age, the most outstanding genius disciples of the Howling Wind Sword sect, placed in Broadcreed Mountain, would immediately become mediocre, with the halo of a genius completely gone. It would already be very difficult for them to not be at the bottom. Of course, this was also related to Broadcreed Mountain absorbing a large number of outstanding talents from the various regions. The Sand region was under Broadcreed Mountain's rule, and the seedlings with the most potential would definitely be harvested by Broadcreed Mountain first. Powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect could only select generals from among the dwarves. Broadcreed Mountain would not be able to completely capture them all in one fell swoop, but as people walked towards higher places, water flowed towards lower places, and the most outstanding talents would definitely be drawn to Broadcreed Mountain the most. Occasionally there would be those who did not know much about Broadcreed Mountain, and who just happened to have been overlooked by Broadcreed Mountain, who would be taken in by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, just like picking up a treasure. Very naturally, Broadcreed Mountain would first pick their people, followed by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, and then second-rate powers like the Lian family fortress and the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor. While the martial civilization was still in a stage of development, the Pyramid of the Eight Extremities world had already taken shape. Chapter 247. Coming from a second-rate force, Liancheng, Lianing, and the others were naturally weaker than Junzion's disciples. As for them, they did not hope to be able to enter Broadcreed Mountain. Instead, their goal was to be able to enter the Howling Wind Sword sect. Factions like the Lian family fortress, in addition to the direct descendants who inherited the family business, also hoped that more people from their own families or sects could walk out and enter the first-rate factions. Only in this way could they be called upon for help. The intricacies of the local powers were far more complicated than most people could imagine. However, this was also an understandable and normal choice. It was just like how first-rate powers like the Eastern Tang Kingdom and the Scarlet Rainbow sect similarly chose their core, most outstanding direct descendants with pure martial talent, hoping that they could enter Broadcreed Mountain. The grandson of the Howling Wind Sword sect's old chief was similarly a disciple of Broadcreed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge had even met him a few times before, having been asked by Elder Jun to take care of him. Broadcreed Mountain similarly used this method to strengthen their control over the various territories under them. The Sacred Sun clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the other 5 sacred grounds also did the same. Below the Lian family fort, Yellow Wind Villa, and other second-rate forces, there were naturally other weaker forces. In terms of quantity, there were even more such forces. The people of the Eight Extremities world revered martial prowess. If one continued looking downwards, martial arts halls, guilds and small sects were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Below the second-rate forces, if the cultivators from these forces could not climb higher step by step and enter a wider world, then they could only vanish into the crowd. Practicing martial arts was no longer about practicing martial arts. It was more about protecting oneself and making a living. Uncle, I believe you have also heard of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. Yin Zhaoge said softly, the 9 underworld's evil devils, like the flame devils of the flame devil world, are the common enemies of our human race. The people of the decimating abyss are deranged, attempting to draw the descent of the 9 underworlds. The entire Eight Extremities world has to be on guard against it. Junzion nodded. That's only natural. Ever since the news of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake spread, our sect has been paying close attention to this issue, guarding against the infiltration of the decimating abyss. Yin Zhaoge said, that really couldn't be better. I'll have to trouble Uncle Jun. The evil spirits were good at magnifying the evil thoughts, desires, and obsessions in people's hearts. Compared to the 6 great holy lands, Lone cultivators like the Ghost Hatchet Elder and Han Shang were dissatisfied with the high and mighty status of the 6 great holy lands. It was easier for them to be roped in by the decimating abyss. Heaven and earth changed. In fact, from a certain point of view, the first-rate and second-rate forces under the 6 sacred lands also had the same problem. They wanted to replace the 6 great holy lands, wanted to become the new holy land, wanted to have absolute power and authority, and so on and so forth. Whether it was ambition or stubbornness, there was a possibility that the decimating abyss would take advantage of them. Of course, there were similar thoughts. It didn't mean that the decimating abyss would definitely take advantage of them, and it didn't mean that they would definitely develop demonic thoughts in their hearts. It all depended on a person's willpower, rationality, and willpower. However, the possibility could not be eliminated just because of this. Some pessimists even believed that the first and second-rate forces might instead be the disaster areas of the decimating abyss's corrosion. To Yan Zhaoge, he had actually always felt that it was a very normal thing for those first and second-rate powers to have such thoughts. Martial artists were usually more spirited and arrogant than ordinary people. Weirdos like Lu Shengfeng back then were, after all, extremely rare. Of the martial practitioners who had achieved a certain level of success, how many of them would be willing to be beneath others? When their own strength was insufficient, they would acknowledge reality and submit. This didn't mean that they would be willing to live like this for the rest of their lives. If it was really hard to resist with their own strength, seeking external help was something that could not be faulted. However, what kind of external help they sought was something that needed to be paid attention to. Existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils were absolute taboos. Most people, even if they had ambitions and thoughts of improving themselves, they would also reject existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils. After all, eating humans and drinking blood, completely losing their humanity, completely turning their backs on their own race, and also going over to the common enemy of the human race who had an ocean of blood enmity with them. Most people would reject such a thing. However, there would always be a small portion of people who would not be able to resist such temptation. A considerable portion of the decimating abyss's members were like this. As compared to the violent, bloodthirsty flame devils who directly ate human flesh, the 9 underworld's evil devils were more deceptive and deceptive, causing people to be unable to guard against them. While Yan Zhaoge and Jun Xian were just chatting idly, they still had to discuss this matter. The remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain who had joined the decimating abyss had returned to the Wind Domain in large numbers. From the various signs, a storm was brewing here. Uncle Jun still does not intend to take over the position of clan chief? As Junxian and his daughter stood up to take their leave, Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Junxian with his Orochi without batting an eyelid. With the current situation being rather chaotic, a strong leader would be more beneficial to your clan in facing the storm. Hearing his words, Junxian knit his brows slightly, falling into deep thought. He had no desire to fight for power, but he was naturally concerned about the Howling Wind Sword sect that he had come from. After sending Junxian off, Yan Zhaoge placed his hands behind his back, his gaze distant. Junxian fell into hesitation, reconsidering his earlier decision. Yan Zhaoge instead felt reassured. If Junxian had still straightforwardly insisted on his original decision, Yan Zhaoge would have been worried. As for Elder Hong and Elder Bai losing their balance due to Junxian changing his mind and rejoining the competition for the position of clan chief, Yan Zhaoge actually didn't have to worry much. Other than receiving Junxian, Yan Zhaoge didn't see any other guests. Other than Yan Zhaoge's side, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain, Su Fei included, seemed calm at this moment, but they were actually all paying close attention to the slightest disturbance in the sand region. After sending Junxian's group off, Yan Zhaoge began yet another round of secluded cultivation. His goal this time was to break through from the late Xiantian martial scholar realm to the heavenly connection realm. Refining the body to the point of refinement, martial scholars to the heavens, martial grandmasters to the transcending mortality realm. These 3 realms were respectively the peak of the body refinement realm, the martial scholar realm and the martial grandmaster realm. It was the peak as well as the starting point. Stepping into this realm signified that a martial practitioner was beginning to break through to an even higher realm, in preparation for crossing that incomparably difficult heavenly chasm. Yan Zhaoge now also wanted to first step onto this first peak, before going to view the scenery even higher up. Time flowed like water, amidst the clamor of the outside world and the tranquility of the room. One night, Yin Zhaoge was still sitting peacefully as usual, his eyes closed as though he was sleeping. Above his head, an illusory spiritual light rose upwards, and at a certain moment it suddenly solidified. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, and as he did so, the dark, lightless room instantly became bright, as though it was daytime. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the heavenly connection realm. Revealing a slight smile on his face, Yin Zhaoge stood up, pushed open the door and walked out. Coincidentally, who also just happened to walk into the courtyard at this time. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, he was first taken aback, before he grinned widely. "Young master, double happiness has arrived." Chapter 248. Yin Zhaoge did not retract the spiritual light above his head. With a single look, Ahu knew that the spiritual light above Yin Zhaoge's head that connected the heavens and the earth had already turned from illusory to real, signifying that Yin Zhaoge had officially stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial scholar realm, the heavenly connection stage. Double happiness? Yin Zhaoge looked at Ahu. One of them was that he had stepped into the heavenly connection stage, but he did not know what the other one was. Ahu was all smiles. "Young master, news has come from Broad Creed Mountain that the heaven-returning divine pill you unearthed has been successfully concocted by the family head." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge also felt pleasantly surprised. Oh? So fast. It was not easy to refine the heaven-reversing elixir. It had to be melted down 9 times, and each time required a lot of time. If there was a single mistake, the result was that the herbs would be wasted, and they would have to start all over again. While Yin Zhaoge was very confident in Yindi's cultivation base and attainments in alchemy, he had also mentally prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Yin Zhaoge was also rather taken aback by the good news that had arrived so quickly. After silently calculating the time in his heart, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "Good fella. Did he succeed on the first try?" Ahu smiled innocently. "I'm not sure about that, but the patriarch did send good news. He said that, young master, you can rest easy now." Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly, looking at the dark night sky as he muttered to himself, "That's right, I can indeed put my heart at ease." With the heaven-returning divine pill successfully concocted, Yin Zhaoge was at least 90% certain that his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng, would be able to recover from his old injuries that had always been plaguing him. In this way, with Yuan Zhengfeng's strong foundation and outstanding talent, it was almost certain that he would be able to take the last half-step that he had been stuck in for a long time to transcend mortality and become a martial saint. Yuan Zhengfeng had been waiting for this day for who knew how many years. Although nothing is absolute in this world. However, with the strength and potential that Yuan Zhengfeng had displayed, he would have ascended to the saint state long ago if not for his old injuries. For Broad Creed Mountain, which originally already had the clear Qi robe, if Yuan Zhengfeng successfully ascended to the realm of the martial saint, Broad Creed Mountain's strength would directly skyrocket. Even if the Sacred Sun Clan's east-coming martial Saint Huang Guanglia had successfully advanced a step further, while Broad Creed Mountain would still be under pressure, the situation would at most be the same as before, unable to worsen. Because of Yin Zhaoge having pulled Infinite Boundless Mountain into their alliance with Jade Sea City, the situation was even better than it had been a few years ago. The reason why he said that he could only relax half of his heart, while the other half was still hanging in suspense, was because there were still some variables. If Yuan Zhengfeng were to recover from his old injuries because of the heaven-returning elixir, he would certainly be able to break through to the martial saint realm. However, he would still need some time before he could truly ascend to the martial saint realm. During this period of time, Yuan Zhengfeng's secluded cultivation was a great test for Broad Creed Mountain. If the current situation remained unchanged, it would be fine. At most, Broad Creed Mountain would just temporarily withdraw their defenses, guarding their headquarters. However, if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia happened to leave seclusion during this period of time, the situation would be disadvantageous to Broad Creed Mountain. Especially if Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion this time and successfully advanced a step further, the situation for Broad Creed Mountain would not be something that could only be described as disadvantageous. This time, there were still risks and opportunities. However, the successful concoction of the heaven-returning divine pill had given Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng an even higher chance of success. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge just wanted to give his father a big thumbs up. The heaven-returning divine pill having been concocted in one go, saving a great deal of time. This time was equivalent to saving Yuan Zhengfeng's breakthrough. Such a saving undoubtedly had strategic significance, not just saving time in the concoction itself. Yin Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, not bad, not bad. It is indeed a double blessing. In comparison, my own happiness doesn't even count for much. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu. Speaking of which, how is Pan Pan? Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. That fellow has been raised by young master to be fat and healthy. Now he will be advancing once more very soon. If he can successfully balance the power of fire and water, I believe that he will improve greatly. Yin Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. Keep an eye on him. This fatty is good in everything, just that he has two problems. Other than gluttony, he's lazy. If we don't urge him, he'll definitely slack off. Although he was somewhat different from the giant pandas in Yin Zhaoge's impression, Pan Pan was also one who wouldn't stand if he could sit, and wouldn't sit if he could lie down, his laziness reaching a certain level. Ordinary giant pandas appeared lazy and didn't like to move. That was because they mainly ate bamboo, their intake of energy being low. In order to conserve their strength, they didn't like to move. And for Pan Pan, while he also liked to eat bamboo, that was just a hobby. In truth, most of the things he ate were gold and iron that were rich in spiritual qi. Therefore, the problem of him conserving his strength did not exist. However, he was still a lazy fellow, causing Yin Zhaoge to be very speechless. Not mentioning Pan Pan, after having successfully stepped into the heavenly connection stage, Yin Zhaoge did not relax as he instead began preparing to advance towards a higher level. Earlier, he had been searching for the life-illuminating immortal stone in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm. However, before truly taking that final step, Yin Zhaoge still had to do some more accumulation, solidifying his foundation. Outsiders only saw Yin Zhaoge's triumphant progress, his cultivation speed shocking the entire world. However, they mostly overlooked that Yin Zhaoge's every step was actually very stable, not advancing impatiently at all. A minute on stage was 10 years of work off stage. Behind the countless moments of glory and the show of divinity, Yin Zhaoge's diligence in his cultivation surpassed that of most people. Of those whom Yin Zhaoge currently came into contact with, even cultivation maniacs like Shirtai and Feng Yunsheng might not be more hardworking than him. Amidst Yin Zhaoge's cultivation, time passed day by day. One day, Xue Fei suddenly appeared at Yin Zhaoge's lodgings. Yin Zhaoge opened the door and went out to welcome him. Seeing Xue Fei standing there calmly, his first words being, "The decimating abyss is about to make a move." Where? Yin Zhaoge didn't waste any time, getting straight to the point. The two didn't waste any time as they walked out side by side. Xue Fei sang as they walked, "Yunwu Wang family." Yin Zhaoge nodded, sighing. His worries back then had not been unfounded. The Yunwu Wang family of the Sand region was a long-established family of the Wind domain. Their history even longer than that of the Howling Wind Sword sect. Like the Howling Wind Sword sect, the Yunwu Wang family was a first-rate power of the Wind domain's Sand region, controlling a large amount of territory. Beneath them, there were also quite a few second-rate powers as well as smaller families and sections. While the Wang family was also a vassal of Broad Creed Mountain, from the looks of it now, a considerable number of Wang family disciples were dissatisfied with the current situation. With the 6 great sacred grounds at the top, the space and opportunities for a first-rate power like the Wang family to continue advancing became limited. This actually couldn't be said about who was right or wrong. Everyone wanted to climb high and see far, but there was only so much space at the peak. Those below wanted to go up while those above wanted to go even higher. Their foundation was to not be pushed down by others. It was just that this gave the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss some opportunities. That day, in Yunwu County of the Wind Domain's Sand region, winds and clouds surged. Chapter 249. League. Please support the monthly votes and subscription. Thank you. Yunwu County was the Wang clan's ancestral land. Other than Yunwu County, the Wang clan also controlled the surrounding vast territories. The area controlled by the Wang clan and the Howling Wind Sword sect were adjacent to each other. They also shared a border with the Great Western Desert and were relatively close to Suzhou City. Su Fei sent Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu to the gates of Suzhou City, saying, I am now an acting elder of Suzhou City, and have responsibilities on me. This time I will not be able to accompany you. Be careful. Yan Zhaoge raised his fist and lightly punched Su Fei's shoulder. Senior apprentice brother Su can rest easy. We will pay attention to it. You just have to be careful of the other party's diversion. The party left Suzhou City and rushed towards the area controlled by the Wang clan. This time, Feng Yunsheng had specially come to sharpen her saber. Sitting on Pan's body, she asked Yan Zhaoge, if a fallen practitioner appears, there's naturally no need to say anything. But what if it's someone who harbors devilish intent, but has yet to fall to the dark side? Ah Hu's gaze also instantly turned towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's figure jolted slightly along with Pan's rapid strides. He said indifferently, if the decimating abyss wants to cause trouble, it will most likely be the same as that time at Clear Concealed Lake. Their goal is to construct the devilish domain grand formation, guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds. Regardless of whether they have completely fallen to the devil or not, anyone who leads the way for the 9 underworlds can be killed. If the door to the 9 underworlds is open because of our leniency, the evil devils will definitely not be lenient in killing people. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The infiltration ability of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss to corrode one's heart is too great. If one does not fall to the dark side and is proficient in concealing their emotions and thoughts, it would be very hard for them to be exposed. It is really like the old saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not their heart. Although there have been constant investigations and purges these days, and there have been some results, no one can guarantee that everything has been cleaned up, especially the high-level experts. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. His gaze was somewhat dark and gloomy. Although it is very displeasing, I have to say that the higher a cultivator's cultivation is, the more demonic thoughts will appear in their hearts. The more difficult it is to be detected by the outside world, because most of them have relatively strong control over themselves. It is very difficult for others to see through them. Such a person has a firm will. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for him to become a demon. That's why it's even more deep-rooted and stubborn. Ah Hu and Feng Yunsheng both nodded, and Feng Yunsheng said softly, the worst-case scenario would be that it would be like the previous time at Clear Concealed Lake. Our arrangements and preparations have already been made known to the other party. The Wang clan before us could very well be a feint or a trap. Yan Zhaoge said, that's right. Therefore we have to be vigilant. Once you realize that something is amiss, you'll have to adapt to the situation. Ah Hu shook his big head. The 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss are really too annoying. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can grasp every single hair and beard, suspecting and monitoring every single person. That way, not only would everyone be in danger, there might also be countless false cases, false accusations being made against others. At that time, the decimating abyss would definitely be overjoyed. I can only stabilize my footing and plan slowly. After all, the vast majority of people were repelled by the demons of the netherworld. They were tempted by the demons. In the end, they are still the minority. Yan Zhaoge said, the crux is that there needs to be an absolutely reliable expert who can suppress the situation. Ah Hu grinned. Elder sure is such a person. In this time's incident in the Wind Domain, the bigwig who Broad Creed Mountain had specially rushed over to the Wind Domain to oversee the situation was precisely Yan Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle, the Iron Lion King Shi Tai. Yan Zhaoge nodded, sighing, that's right. Proceeding forward, they quickly neared Yunwu County. Following the directions, Yan Zhaoge arrived at a barren mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a tall figure, resembling a mountain. It was precisely Shi Tai. Zhaoge's here? Shi Tai did not turn his head as he gazed into the distance. There was an oasis, precisely the ancestral ground of the Wang family. The Wang family had a foundation in Yunwu County, but its most fundamental place was still this oasis. Gazing over now, black smoke could already be seen shooting into the skies, gradually dyeing the sky above the oasis black. Amidst the roiling black clouds, blood-red lightning flickered, mournful and terrifying. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the black clouds gradually extending over his head, as well as the blood-red lightning amidst the cloud layer. as though he had returned to that time at clear concealed lake. Sure Tai gazed at the oasis in the distance. Looking at his back, Yin Zhaoga's gaze was a little complicated. "Zhaoga, you have something to say to me?" Sure Tai did not turn as he suddenly sent a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga hesitated slightly for a moment before saying candidly, "Currently, it is still only my personal guess, still awaiting confirmation. Now that a great battle is upon us, I don't want to say it, lest I disturb eldest apprentice uncle's state of mind for nothing." Sure Tai's voice paused for a moment before resounding once more. "There are not many things that can disturb my state of mind. Either it concerns the safety of Broad Creed Mountain or it is—" Yin Zhaoga sighed lightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "I still can't be sure, but senior apprentice brother Sure Songtao may still be alive." Sure Tai's breathing halted slightly as he was silent for a moment before he asked, "Did you see him somewhere?" Yin Zhaoga answered softly, "I made a report earlier that someone launched a sneak attack on me and senior apprentice brother Su in Clear Concealed Lake's Devilish Domain Grand Formation. The last time I entered that foreign dimension left behind by Senior Loose Practitioner He before the Great Calamity, I was once again attacked by the same person. In the process of clashing, I sliced off a corner of his mask, revealing a small portion of his face. I can't be completely sure, but—" Sure Tai was silent for a moment before he asked, "Is there any other evidence?" Yin Zhaoga answered, "The martial art that person cultivates in is the dark light killing art. However, it can be seen that it was not a martial art that he had always been proficient in, instead having been learnt later on. His dark light killing art has already reached a rather high level of attainment, but according to my estimates, he should have only been cultivating in it for a few years. Estimating the time, it should be a little shorter than the time that senior apprentice brother Sure disappeared." Sure Tai asked, "I remember you saying that he was an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster?" Yin Zhaoga answered, "Yes, senior apprentice brother Sure was in the heavenly connection stage when he disappeared. With his talent and potential, if he had not been stuck in the heavenly connection stage for too long, he should have been a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Therefore I also have my doubts." Sure Tai said slowly, "Counting the time spent recuperating and switching to other martial arts, the early spirit vessel stage should be more likely." Hearing these words, Yin Zhaoga could only keep his mouth shut, not saying anything. After a long time, Yin Zhaoga answered in a low voice, "I'm sorry, eldest apprentice uncle." Sure Tai closed his eyes, saying slowly, "No, you did the right thing. Letting me be mentally prepared beforehand is a little better. I naturally also hope that you, Zhaoga, have recognized the wrong person, but if he really is Song Tao, that is also something that I have to bear. At the end of the day, I am not a qualified father." Chapter 250. League. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Looking at the silent Sure Tai, Yin Zhaoga himself fell into silence, sighing soundlessly. The two had communicated via sound transmission, with it being hard for others to know of their contents. Standing behind Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yunxing did not quite understand what was going on. Her eldest apprentice uncle Sure Tai, who had always been like a mountain, seemingly able to prop up the heavens, was now in a rare state of depression. Even she could see it. It was as though a towering mountain had been dyed in a layer of twilight by the setting sun. However, very quickly, Sure Tai's closed eyes opened once more. As he opened his eyes, it was as though a sleeping lion had awoken, his earlier depression completely disappearing. What appeared before them was still that mighty, unyielding Iron Lion King. Seeing this scene, Feng Yunxing even thought that what she had just seen had all been an illusion. Gazing at the Wang family ancestral ground in the distance, Sure Tai said calmly, "Don't let the Devilish Domain Grand Formation established directly destroy it. I'll do a sudden attack. You guys just need to surround and clear it from the surroundings. Leave some people to guard the outskirts. Raise your vigilance and prepare for any unexpected situations." His voice was not all that loud, also not spreading far away, but it was clearly heard by all the nearby Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. From that deep, heavy voice they could feel a firm will. Yin Zhaoga and the others loudly agreed. Saying thus, Sure Tai's figure rose from the top of the barren mountain. From within his body, a clear, bright radiance was emitted. his entire body seeming to have transformed into a divinity forged from Vajra. The next moment, Shurtai strode forward, the heavens and the earth emitting great light as the expansion of the black devilish chi was instantly obstructed. Accompanied by Shurtai's stride, his foot landing on the ground, he had already arrived in the air above the Wang family ancestral ground. Sturdy and condensed, pressuring down with an extremely vigorous force, the Wang family ancestral ground instantly lit up with numerous spirit patterns. A massive defensive formation was formed in mid-air, attempting to resist the pressure brought about by Shurtai. However, it was like porcelain meeting a hard rock. Virtually without the slightest delay, the grand formation began mightily shattering. Shurtai's body did not move quickly, but he descended resolutely, as though there was nothing that could obstruct his footsteps at the very least. The grand formation of the Wang family's ancestral land would not be able to withstand it. No matter what kind of power it was, as long as their nest was carefully managed and laid out for generations, it would be extremely powerful, forming a home field advantage that belonged to them. The experts of the Wang family, relying on the grand formation of their ancestral ground that they had operated for many years, would be able to resist even if Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder of the Sand region arrived. Even though it would still be breached, it wouldn't be to the extent where it would be completely defenseless. Unfortunately, a grand formation that could obstruct the early Essence Talisman first seat elder of the Sand region was no different from paper in front of the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Shurtai. At this moment, a sinister voice came from within the surging black mist. Iron Lion. Countless spirit glyphs flashing with black light rose from the Wang family's ancestral grounds. Then they quickly formed a mysterious glyph formation in the sky that exuded a terrifying aura. One talisman array after another. In an instant they formed a tower that looked like an altar. In the altar, a figure could be vaguely seen, holding a black spear and thrusting it towards Shurtai. Shockingly, he was also a late Essence Talisman cultivator, a peak martial grandmaster expert who had already established the Essence Talisman heavenly altar. Shurtai's face was expressionless, resembling a tough, unchanging rock. Scaly Dragon King Sima Chue. You've joined the 9 underworlds as well? The other party stabbed out with the black spear, resembling a scaly dragon soaring into the heavens as it emitted a deafening roar, black light flickering. It was as though a black wound had been slashed between the heavens and the earth. Shurtai's expression did not change in the slightest, his body also being enveloped by an altar that was clear as glass and exuded an aura of indestructibility. A ferocious punch smashed downwards, directly forcibly clashing with the tip of his opponent's spear. As the two sides collided intensely, Yin Zhaoge and the others who were spectating from afar, not nearing, all felt the heavens and earth that they stood in tremble. A strange light shone in Feng Yunxing's eyes. I've heard of the reputation of the Scaly Dragon King Sima Chue before. He is one of the peak experts amongst solitary practitioners, at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. He is also one of the rare few Essence Talisman solitary practitioners who possesses a high-grade spirit artifact. That black spear is his high-grade spirit artifact? Eldest apprentice uncle actually forcibly clashed with an expert of the same cultivation level bare-handedly, wielding the attack of a high-grade spirit artifact. The higher one's cultivation base, not only were there fewer instances of surpassing levels to defeat an opponent, the gap in strength between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level would also generally be smaller. Of those who were able to walk to such a high level, how many of them were simple? In a battle between Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts of the same cultivation level, the addition of a high-grade spirit artifact would often be sufficient to decide the outcome of the battle. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Otherwise, why would he be called the Iron Lion King? Attack and defense as one. Shurtai gazed coldly at his opponent, the belt at his waist lit up with radiance. His high-grade spirit artifact, the Profound Light Divine Armor, was activated, instantly transforming into an armor of black light, enveloping Shurtai's body. The power of the spirit artifact merged with Shurtai's martial will, causing his strength to instantly skyrocket. As he punched downwards, he directly sent the Scaly Dragon King, Sima Chue, into retreat. After that punch, Shurtai did not rush to pursue him, instead stomping heavily downwards. With a mighty boom, the Wang family ancestral ground's defensive grand formation completely collapsed. Sima Chui's expression was dark as his spear changed, transforming into numerous streaks of black light that circulated between the heavens and the earth. He no longer clashed head-on with Shurtai, instead adopting a roaming combat style. While Sima Chui was not Shurtai's match, at least he did not allow Shurtai to continue approaching the Wang family ancestral ground down below. The oasis where the Wang family ancestral ground was located was enveloped by black fog once more, streaks of red lightning lighting up amidst the black fog. In the depths of the black fog, a massive spirit formation could vaguely be seen. Yin Zhaoge could once again feel the terrifying aura of the Great Nine Underworld's door preparing to descend back then at clear concealed lake. "Let's go." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge shot forward like lightning towards the Wang family ancestral ground, Feng Yunsheng and Panpan following closely behind him. From all directions, Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners appeared, led by martial grandmaster experts, surrounding the Wang family ancestral ground together. Yin Zhaoge expanded his immortal crane wings, his speed swift as he very quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. The defensive grand formation of the Wang family ancestral ground had already been destroyed by Shurtai. Facing the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, the people within could only defend against them in close combat. As Yin Zhaoge and the others neared, countless dark streaks of light instantly surged over from within the black fog, resembling a torrential storm. They all displayed various methods defending against them. Yin Zhaoge's footsteps did not cease at all, the wings on his shoulders unfurling, their tips aimed forward, numerous crane feathers resembling a downpour of light shooting directly towards the enemy. The faint golden feathers of light and that dark light clashed unceasingly within the air. The numerous feathers of light shattered, transforming into streaks of light as they dissipated, the numerous iron arrows of dark light distorting and deforming, resembling rain as they fell to the ground. The few that escaped the net, the lofty mountain armor lit up, directly resisting them head-on. Yin Zhaoge strode forward, coming to the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. With a kick, the walls of the manor collapsed mightily, a large hole appearing. Chapter 251. Tipping 10-9 for the "Are People Who Ask About Gender Retarded" Alliance. Don't stop updating. Don't stop asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Yin Zhaoge kicked out a hole in the outer wall of the Wang family ancestral manor. Amidst the flying dust, a saber light suddenly flickered, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge. The saber light resembled a mountain, seeming as precipitous as a wondrous peak, also resembling a continuous chain of mountain ranges. Numerous layers of saber light instantly surrounded Yin Zhaoge. Not even looking, Yin Zhaoge punched out, passing through the saber light and directly sending his opponent flying backwards. As one person flew out, the saber light before him instead grew even more intense, with even more enemies executing the Wang family's ancestral mountain-linking saber art, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they shot towards Yin Zhaoge. At the same time, amidst this saber light that resembled a lofty mountain, a dark, piercingly cold wind was mixed within as it also assaulted towards Yin Zhaoge. Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage ultimate technique, wind-chasing sword style. The sword's name was Chasing Wind, faster than the wind, one of the few swift swords under the heavens, comparable to the Heavenly Thunderhall's direct lineage lightning character 72 swords. A wisp of faint sword light arrived first despite being launched later. Under the cover of the saber light, it was impossible to guard against it. Yin Zhaoge extended a hand, his index finger and thumb coming together as he pinched the tip of his opponent's sword. In an instant, the sword light was extinguished, the sword wind halted. The sword that was pinched by Yin Zhaoge's two fingers was unable to move at all. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge's entire body surged with aura qi. Standing unmoving where he was, his vigorous aura qi transformed into a storm, scattering the saber light that obscured the heavens and covered the earth. The Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner before him reacted extremely quickly, as he immediately let go of his sword as it was caught by Yin Zhaoge. But regardless of whether he changed his attack or immediately retreated, before he could make his next move, he was shocked to find that the hilt of the longsword was heading back towards him, its original owner. With a chi sound, the sword hilt that had no edge seemed to be as sharp as the edge of a sword. It broke through this Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner's protective stellar energy and pierced straight into his chest. The surrounding people looked at Yin Zhaoge in shock as he pinched the tip of his sword with 2 fingers, before nimbly sending it forward. Using the sword hilt as the blade, he stabbed that Black Nightmare Mountain martial artist to death. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he retracted his arm, the hilt of his sword emerging from his opponent's chest. Not changing his hand, Yin Zhaoge just pinched the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. It was as if he wanted to commit suicide. Using the hilt as the edge of the sword, he casually swung it, but it was already better than most of the swords of the grandmasters in the world. He killed all the martial artists surrounding him. A portion of the perimeter wall was broken through. Yin Zhaoge entered the courtyard, instantly slaying many people as he cleared out the surrounding area. Other than him, there was no one else alive. Yin Zhaoge's gaze did not change in the slightest. He abruptly threw the sword in his hand to the side, and it instantly turned into a lightning-like sword light. In the black fog, a martial artist was trying to use the darkness to hide his figure and quietly approach, but he was directly nailed to the ground by this sword. The other side's martial scholar expert was also rapidly approaching, preparing to seal off the opening created by Yin Zhaoge. Directly slapping a late Xiantian martial scholar to death with a single palm, Yin Zhaoge shook his head. If you're not a martial grandmaster, don't come to die. As he spoke, he turned around and raised his palm, blocking the incoming fist of a person. This person had a long horse-like face. His entire body's aura chi surged, and like Yin Zhaoge's, a spiritual light shot straight into the horizon above his head. It was not illusory. Instead, it was real radiance. Shockingly, he was also a peak martial scholar expert who had stepped into the heavenly connection stage. The newcomer didn't look very old, only being in his early 30s. His aura chi transformed into numerous black winds, clearly being of Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage. His eyes were yellow, emitting a blood-red light. He had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Those who come from Broad Creed Mountain, all deserve to die. This horse-faced man roared loudly, his entire body's aura chi surging madly, condensing into an illusory heaven and earth. The heavens and earth filled with black hurricanes. The terrifying black hurricanes compressed and condensed unceasingly, finally transforming into numerous seemingly material black spears. Their tips pointed straight at Yin Zhaoge. However, as the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, streams of clear chi emanated, majestic as the heavens. As the opponent's black hurricanes that resembled long spears fell within, they directly disappeared. At the same time, grabbing his opponent's fist, Yin Zhaoge abruptly exhaled a terrifying aura chi from his palm. That horse-faced man could only feel numerous streams of aura chi that resembled fire dragons instantly flowing through the meridians of his arm, causing a painful feeling of being sliced apart and incinerated. The numerous fire dragons rushed madly into his body's aura chi completely unable to withstand them. In that instant, the horse-faced man's internal organs were all incinerated. His flesh, blood, tendons, bones, internal organs and meridians that had been tempered countless times by his aura chi beginning to explode one after another. The horse-faced man stood stiffly where he was. His head, face, arms and other parts of his body revealed a strange red color. It was like a shrimp or crab being cooked thoroughly. Yin Zhaoge released his hand, the horse-faced man's body collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mud. At this age, having cultivated to the heavenly connection stage, even in a sacred ground, he would still be at the level of a core, direct disciple. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. With Black Nightmare Mountain's current dire state, it is really rare that they could still recruit such a genius disciple. Sadly, he has joined the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge shot forward with the immortal crane wings at an extremely fast speed. Only now did Ahu and the others catch up. As soon as Ahu entered, his 5 fingers pierced through the top of an opponent's skull. In other areas of the manor, a group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were also unceasingly breaking into the manor, killing their way into its depths. Broad Creed Mountain had long since been prepared for this operation, mobilizing their elite forces, their attacks hard for their opponents to withstand. Let alone the martial practitioners of the Wang family, Even the other decimating abyss martial practitioners, led by the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain, would also be hard-pressed to stop Broad Creed Mountain's momentum. As opposed to the opponents before them, it was instead the aftershocks of the battle between Shurtai and Sima Chue up above that caused Yan Zhaoge and the others to be more vigilant, lest they were swept away by the tail of the typhoon, dying mysteriously. However, on one hand, Shurtai held the upper hand, beating Sima Chue into constant retreat, hard-pressed to parry. Shurtai was able to control the changes in the battle situation, leaving some space for Yan Zhaoge and the others. Secondly, the demonic Chi's aura was getting denser and denser. While it was dangerous, it also blocked the shockwaves from the battle between Shur and Tai. This allowed Yan Zhaoge and the others to feel at ease and boldness as they directly charged towards the core of the manor's devilish domain grand formation. Having experienced the previous battle at Clear Concealed Lake, Yan Zhaoge was now even more familiar with the devilish domain grand formation. Currently, the grand formation had still yet to be completely formed, the domain of devilish Qi also yet to be established. While Yan Zhaoge and the others were affected, their movements were still smooth. There was only that terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart, gradually growing stronger, affecting one's mind. Yan Zhaoge felt as he charged forward. The killing intent within his heart seemed to be growing stronger unceasingly, as though there was a voice within his heart telling him to kill all living beings before him, no matter who they were. Heh! Yan Zhaoge's gaze sunk as he stabilized his mind once more. Raising his head and gazing over, he saw a familiar golden pagoda not far away, a red door of light currently projecting downwards from the top of the pagoda. Yan Zhaoge leapt, shooting towards the golden pagoda. Spreading his arms wide, resembling a great rock spreading its wings, his sword aura slashing past, bringing along a few heads as they soared into the skies. Chapter 252. League. Requesting monthly votes, requesting subscriptions. Thank you everyone. In terms of cultivation base, Yan Zhaoge was not the highest amongst the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had attacked the Wang family ancestral manor this time. However, in terms of understanding of the devilish domain grand formation before them, there was no one who could match him. Advancing, Yan Zhaoge was instead the fastest to approach the golden tower at the center of the devilish domain grand formation. On the golden tower, red light currently flickered, condensing to form a door of light, projecting downwards. Lines of runes wrapped around the golden tower like black chains. The runes extended towards the devil Qi in all directions. However, as Shurtai had said, not waiting for the devilish domain grand formation to completely form, they would destroy it. Yan Zhaoge and the others arrived extremely quickly. At this moment, the devilish domain grand formation had only just been established, yet to truly circulate. The golden tower, as well as the numerous spirit patterns entangled on it, also appeared illusory and ethereal, not completely condensed yet. Even that door of light formed of red light appeared extremely weak. While it was projecting downwards, it was only in its embryonic form. However, as time passed, that terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that bewitched one's heart grew stronger and stronger. Yan Zhaoge rushed towards the tall tower, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Pan Pan and a portion of the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners following him. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng had already dismounted from Pan Pan's body. A black saber that did not emit light was grasped stably within her hands. As her saber rose and fell, a fallen practitioner had already fallen beneath her saber. In the distance, an opponent held a massive wheel in his hands, close to 2 meters in diameter. The edges of the wheel were all curved sharp blades, resembling the teeth of a saw. The opponent roared loudly, his aura-chi shaking as he raised this wheel and threw it towards Feng Yunsheng and the others. As that wheel rotated, the sharp blades disappeared. Only golden light could be seen flickering at its edges, the wheel's diameter seemingly having suddenly expanded several times over. Even more ferocious and terrifying, the massive wheel spun over with a shocking momentum, wanting to hack Feng Yunsheng and the other 10 odd people into 2 in one go. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners hurriedly evaded. A Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner with a higher cultivation base than Feng Yunsheng. He leaped into the air and accurately tapped the center of the wheel with the tip of his foot. His eyesight, judgment, and speed were all extremely exquisite. He successfully dodged the roulette and rushed toward the man who threw the roulette. Evading the enemy and attacking the enemy was completed in a single move. People couldn't help but cheer when they saw it. Feng Yunsheng, on the other hand, seemed to be in a daze as she stood rooted to the spot. Just as someone was about to cry out in alarm, they saw Feng Yunsheng suddenly raise the black long saber in her hand. The next moment the saber fell. A sharp and ear-piercing sound of friction rang out, and then the roulette suddenly split into two, brushing past both sides of Feng Yunsheng's body, flying far away, and then smashing onto the ground. After Feng Yunsheng swung her saber, she pushed off the ground lightly and soared into the air. Then it fell like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of an opponent. The violent and sharp blade was like a hot knife through butter, chopping down from the top of the opponent's head, and then going all the way down, directly splitting the opponent vertically in half. Such a brazen momentum coming from the hands of a beautiful woman. The strong contrast caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. However, after Feng Yunsheng's blade fell and killed this enemy, she did not care in the slightest. It was as though she was used to it. She turned, not hesitating in the slightest as she rushed towards another opponent. Pan Pan followed closely behind Feng Yunsheng, even though his current strength was actually greater than Feng Yunsheng's. However, seeing this scene, his two big eyes blinked as he unconsciously shrunk his fleshy neck. The others followed closely behind. Being able to keep up with his footsteps, Yin Zhaoge acted as a sharp blade, advancing unceasingly at the front, responsible for opening the path. As someone advanced, the immortal crane wings on Yin Zhaoge's shoulders instantly flipped, transforming into two wings, the crane feathers at the tips like blades as they shot out over a large area, riddling the enemies before him with thousands of holes. Gradually approaching the tall tower at the center of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, this place was already gradually about to form an independent space, red light spreading everywhere, turning the surrounding area into a red independent world. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the numerous black spirit patterns that resembled chains above his head, before leaping up. A short stone rod appeared within his hands, growing with the wind as it instantly transformed into a massive pillar of the Divine Palace. Yin Zhaoge brought the pillar of the Divine Palace above the intersecting spirit patterns, releasing his hand as the pillar of the Divine Palace smashed downwards. The numerous spirit patterns down below instantly broke apart one after another. As the spirit patterns broke apart, the originally already unstable golden tower was shaken as well, shaking. The red light between the heavens and the earth instantly vanished, even the devilish chi dissipating greatly. The power of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation suddenly weakened. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were still fighting within the Grand Formation instantly sped up, killing over in a straight line. This was especially so in the direction of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, instantly killing their way to the core region of the Grand Formation like a hot knife through butter. Standing on the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yin Zhaoge smashed apart the numerous spirit patterns. Before the pillar had even landed on the ground, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, the light dimming. Raising his head, he saw an old man brandishing a saber in an attack towards him, the saber descending, resembling the collapse of an unending chain of mountains. His majestic true essence turned illusory into real, actually truly forming countless mountain rocks, descending towards Yin Zhaoge with the momentum of mountains collapsing. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, the head of the Wang family. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as the light of thunder surged within his right eye, the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor in the form of a purple orb appearing. A massive rumble resounded, the purplish-green light of thunder surging madly, shattering the mountain rocks before him. The Wang family patriarch was still about to attack when a strong wind resounded by his ear. A terrifying saber light that seemed like it wanted to break through space itself appeared, chopping towards him. Of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, one of the 8 extreme arts, chaotic elements uniting saber. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain had already arrived. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. This time, he had not come to the core of the Grand Formation alone. Reaching out to pick up the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yin Zhaoge changed his position, smashing apart a few more spirit patterns. The Devilish Domain Grand Formation weakened further, that golden tower beginning to look like it was on the verge of collapse. The Red Door of Light also close to being destroyed. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners here were gaining the upper hand. Victory already in sight. In the air above the Wang family ancestral ground, the scaly dragon king Sima Chue was forced to the point of not touching the ground, only barely able to drag things out. After smashing another spirit pattern, Yin Zhaoge stopped, leaping onto the top of the pillar of the divine palace, gazing at that tall golden tower. Standing by the side of the thick stone pillar, Ahu raised his head and looked upwards. Young master, what is it? Something's not right. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. It went too smoothly. Ahu scratched his head. Perhaps because Broad Creed Mountain no longer has any decimating abyss spies, the other side not knowing of our plans, thus being defeated in a single blow. Yin Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. The decimating abyss martial practitioners here at the core of the Grand Formation are mostly of the Wang family, with no martial grandmasters of Black Nightmare Mountain to be seen. Black Nightmare Mountain's elites are actually only that Heavenly Connection martial grandmaster, who died at my hands at the outskirts of the Grand Formation. Ahu was shocked. There's an ambush wanting to surround us instead? Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Our clan has experts in charge of guarding the outskirts, with the first seat elder of the Sand region keeping a close eye on them. It won't be so easy to surround us instead. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on that tall golden tower once more. Chapter 253. The monthly votes of the gurus are increasing so fast. Please protect them with monthly votes. Thank you everyone. In this battle, the enemy experts are also few. Other than the scaly dragon king Sima Chue, there are no other essence talisman martial grandmasters. Gazing at that golden tower, Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Ahu grinned and said, even if there is an ambush, it won't be wrong to destroy this devilish domain formation first. We can't let the 9 serenities descend here, right? Furthermore, by destroying the demonic domain Great Formation, the enemy will also lose their geographical advantage. Yin Zhaoge did not answer as he surveyed his surroundings, looking at those intersecting spirit patterns, as he began unceasingly deducing and analyzing them. After the incident of Clear Concealed Lake, having learnt his lesson, Yin Zhaoge grit his teeth and put in more effort in the Tao of formations. Although due to time constraints, it was impossible to have earth-shattering changes in a short period of time, there was still considerable progress. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal of this devilish domain Grand Formation is to allow the 9 underworlds to descend. It is a formation that can break through the boundaries of space and time. Yin Zhaoge pondered, then if they want to hide something, could it also be in the area of spatial distortions? Opening the door in reverse, sending us from the 8 extremities world into the 9 underworlds? It doesn't feel like. Yin Zhaoge unceasingly deduced the principles of the formation, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. While he and Ahu had stopped here, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain did not cease their attacks. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster chopped out with an 8 sceneries spirit saber, his true essence transforming into 8 screens of light, enveloping that tall golden tower within. In the next moment, the 8 light screens shattered together. Even the golden pagoda, which was already on the verge of collapse, began to completely collapse. Yin Zhaoge carefully felt the collapse of the golden tower, as well as the changes in the devilish domain Grand Formation. Suddenly, Yin Zhaoge detected a problem. The devilish domain Grand Formation before him, compared to the one he had destroyed at Clear Concealed Lake, was much more powerful when it was in operation. There was no difference, it was exactly the same. But when the formation began to reverse and collapse, there was a slight difference. The golden tower was collapsing, and the red door of light was completely obliterated. The chain-like black runes broke one after another. The dense black demon chi in the air began to pour into the bodies of the fallen evils, causing them unbearable pain. Everything was so similar, as if the scene of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake had been replayed. There was only one difference. Accompanied by the collapse of the tall golden tower, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel it. The power of this infernal domain grand array seemed to be secretly being directed to other places. Yin Zhaoge abruptly raised his head, not bothering to speak any further as he leapt off the pillar of the divine palace. Next, he picked it up and shot swiftly towards the collapsing golden tower. seeing Yin Zhaoge carrying the massive stone pillar as he rushed towards the Golden Tower. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. The core of the formation is already about to be destroyed. What is he doing, greedy for merit? But if we're talking about greed, there are so many of us watching. What's more, you took the lead in breaking through the formation and helped everyone break through. You should have a share in the credit. The Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster closest to that Golden Tower also looked at Yin Zhaoge in shock, frowning slightly. No need to worry, Zhaoge. That saber of mine can guarantee the destruction of this Golden Tower. Not waiting for him to finish, Yin Zhaoge hurriedly cut him off. Elder Tsong, first protect this tower. Don't let it collapse. As his words left his mouth, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners and fallen evils present. They were all stunned on the spot, unable to recover as they looked at Yin Zhaoge. Never in his wildest dreams would Elder Tsong have thought that Yin Zhaoge would suddenly say something like this. He looked shockingly at Yin Zhaoge. What exactly? Halfway through his words, a wary look suddenly flashed through Elder Tsong's eyes. He appraised Yin Zhaoge with a scrutinizing gaze. He thought of a possibility. While he felt that this possibility was very absurd, however absurd it was, it could not compare to Yin Zhaoge's current actions, which were like two completely different people. Fallen to the dark side. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all looked rather hesitantly at Yin Zhaoge. If it was said that Yin Zhaoge had fallen to the dark side, they would also not believe it. First, not mentioning the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. The descent of the 9 underworlds had been stopped by Yin Zhaoge. In the descent of the Wang ancestral ground this time, in breaking through the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, Yin Zhaoge had also played an important role. If one had to find a martial scholar of the 8 extremities world whom the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds wanted to kill the most, if Yin Zhaoge claimed to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. For such a person to fall to the dark side, it was really hard to believe. However, Yin Zhaoge's current abnormal actions were really hard to understand. Could it be that in breaking through the formation earlier, he had been temporarily aroused by the devilish intent within his heart? The 9 underworlds specialized in digging holes in people's hearts. No one knew when they would suddenly fall for it, only able to remain vigilant at all times. The tall Golden Tower had already completely shattered, collapsing downwards as it was about to be reduced to rubble. Yin Zhaoge could not be bothered to explain as he leapt into the air, descending the pillar of the Divine Palace, forcibly suppressing the shattered Golden Tower. Luckily, his usual reputation and performance had left too deep an impression in everyone's hearts. While they were suspicious, they did not stop him in the end. Suppressing the collapsed Golden Tower, Yin Zhaoge's expression was still grave as he concentrated on analyzing the changes in the formation. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge was completely unable to spare any attention to speak, Ahu hurriedly said, Elder Tsong, young master feels that our trip this time has gone too smoothly, and that the other side has probably set up a trap. Hearing his words, Elder Tsong nodded slightly. Yes, I also feel this way. However, whether it is an ambush or something else, we can't just watch as the 9 underworlds descend. First, destroying the Devilish Domain Grand Formation would definitely not be wrong. No matter what the other side plans, their target is still the 9 underworlds' descent. And once the Great 9 underworlds door opens, the consequences will undoubtedly be unimaginable. However bad the result, it can't be worse than this. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster experts all nodded. Now finally understanding the sudden changes in the formation, Yin Zhaoge said, the 9 underworlds descending here is indeed an extremely bad result, but it is still not the worst. Elder Tsong and the others were slightly taken aback. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising his head to look into the distance. With the 9 underworlds descending here, at least we are prepared for battle, especially with eldest apprentice uncle here. Even if the door to the 9 underworlds truly opens, we can still fight to the death to obstruct the evil devils, buying time for the clan's other experts to arrive and for the nearby civilians to evacuate. However, what if another gate is suddenly opened in another place that we are not prepared for without any sign, leading to the arrival of the 9 serenities? All the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present were shocked. Be it Clear Concealed Lake or the Wang family's ancestral ground, The reason why they could obstruct the descent of the 9 underworlds was because the formation of the devilish domain grand formation and the opening of the 9 underworlds door required a certain amount of time. At the same time, setting up a great formation required time and treasures. It was not impossible to find it. It was possible that it would be detected before the formation was properly set up. This gave the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world a chance to wreak havoc. But what if a door to the 9 underworlds was instantly opened at a certain place without any signs and without any process? Just the thought of it sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 254. Everyone, please support the genuine subscription rate. Thank you everyone. Yin Zhaoge's words caused a chill to run down the backs of all the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present. That Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster who was clashing with the head of the Wang family stared at his opponent, asking in a loud voice, "Is it really so?" The head of the Wang family was a little confused, but when he came back to his senses, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. They had all been used, becoming bait and cannon fodder to draw Broad Creed Mountain over. However, the old man quickly reined in his emotions and still had a blank look on his face. He snorted in exasperation. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Although his reactions were also fast, the slight changes in his gaze were all seen by the Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster, who was currently attentively observing him. This Broad Creed Mountain elder's heart instantly grew cold. After repelling his opponent with a single saber strike, he turned and shook his head towards Elder Tsong and the others. "I'm afraid it's true." Elder Tsong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the shattered golden tower. Yin Zhaoge had already leapt down from the pillar of the divine palace, standing on the ruins of the collapsed golden tower. He extended his palm, pressing it against the golden tower as he carefully analyzed the changes in the flow of devilish qi within. After a while, Yin Zhaoge said with a rather solemn expression on his face, "It's a little too late. The grand formation's reversal has already begun, a great amount of devilish qi being sent into the distance. What I am doing now is only temporarily delaying this process." Elder Tsong's expression turned gloomy. He wished he could slap himself. In the distance, another Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster shouted in a low tone, "Senior apprentice brother Tsong, stabilize your mind. Regret is also an obsession, and can easily be exploited by devils." Saying thus, he looked at Yin Zhaoge. "Can you confirm where the newly opened Great 9 Underworlds door will be?" Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, opening them after a while as he said in a heavy tone, "South Heaven region." All the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners felt even more bitter within their hearts. The South Heaven region was directly opposite the Fire Domain's Sacred Sun clan. Instead, there were many elite Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners stationed there. Other than the Central Heaven region where Broad Creed Mountain was located, of the first seat elders of the South, North, West, East, Sand region and Gan region, the first seat elder of the South region was the strongest. However, it was also precisely in order to guard against the Sacred Sun clan standing against them. Therefore, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain, the South Heaven region's first seat elder included, were all stationed at the border of the South Heaven region, where it intersected with the Fire Domain. Broad Creed Mountain's arrangements in the South Heaven region were towards the south and not the north, with the north precisely being the Central Heaven region. This resulted in the Southern Heaven continent, except for the southern border. The defense of the inner regions was very weak. If a spatial rift suddenly opened in the central region of the South Heaven region, the descent of the 9 underworlds would definitely result in massive destruction, and it would be very hard for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage to react in time, especially when they still had to consider what the Sacred Sun clan would do. Time was tight to send reinforcements from Central Heaven State, and it was hard to make it in time. Harboring a final hope, someone asked Yin Zhaoge, if the other party had made such arrangements, why would they have waited for us to fall into their trap? They couldn't have taken the initiative to destroy the devilish formation core here. To achieve the goal of changing the location of the demon gates opening? I also hope that I'm wrong, but sadly that's not the case. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Whether it is fallen practitioners or those with devilish intent, they are all unable to destroy the core of the devilish domain grand formation. Therefore, they can only set up a deceptive formation, borrowing our hands to help them complete their plan. Yin Zhaoge laughed. At this critical moment, it is indeed the one and only method that can accurately determine whether or not a person harbors devilish intent. It works every time. At this time, Yin Zhaoge could still talk and laugh casually. Everyone here, regardless of their cultivation base, admired his temperament and bearing. It was just that most people were unable to laugh like Yin Zhaoge. Elder Tsong shook his head forcefully. Forcing himself to calm down, he chopped down an enemy with an 8 scenery spirit saber. Immediately inform Elder Shur, as well as our clan and the South Heaven region. We will purge the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners here. Seeing this, the Wang family had finally laughed madly. Even if I die here, being able to see your broad Creed Mountain in such a sorry state, this old man can already be considered not to have died in vain. Ha 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 ha. The faces of Elder Tsong and the others were all very ugly. The other party had dug a huge pit for them, but they had no choice but to jump into it. Destroying the devilish domain grand formation here, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds in Yunwu County, would instead cause another great 9 underworlds door to instantly open elsewhere. If they did not destroy the devilish domain grand formation here, could it be that they would just sit and watch as the 9 underworlds descended before their very eyes? While the former was more dangerous, the latter was indisputably not a good result either. After working so hard for so long, having to choose between the worst and the worst, no one would be in a good mood. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face. Young master. Still pressing his palm on that golden wreckage, Yin Zhaoge muttered, the decimating abyss has an expert making such intricate improvements to the devilish domain grand formation that opens the great 9 underworlds door within such a short period of time. I just don't know if it can accurately pinpoint the exact location where the great 9 underworlds door will reopen. It would be fine if it opened randomly, but if it can pinpoint the exact location, that would really be hard to come by. Yin Zhaoge's mind sunk into the devilish formation, the scenes before him turning illusory as an ear-piercing howl that resembled the mournful wailing of the deep abyss resounded by his ears. Finally, the scene before him was that of a plain in the South Heaven region. On the flat ground there were farmlands everywhere, even a number of large cities densely populated. A large river flowed past, nourishing the farmlands on both sides, creating a scene of bountiful fertility. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge was speechless. He could virtually see what would happen after the descent of the 9 underworlds, this place transforming into hell on earth. Within the air, the black devilish chi suddenly dissipated. A figure descending from the heavens, resembling a descending divinity, light illuminating the great earth. It was precisely the Iron Lion King Shi Tai. Having originally already held the absolute advantage, almost about to slay Sima Chui, after hearing the news from his fellow disciple, he had no choice but to let go of his opponent this time, first rushing over to where Yin Zhaoge and the others were. I've already tried to inform the clan and the South Heaven region as quickly as possible, Shi Tai asked. Roughly how much time do we have? Yin Zhaoge answered. Roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Shi Tai silently calculated. Even if Master hurries over with the help of the clear chi robe, he might not make it in time. The others all shut their eyes painfully. If even the combination of Broad Creed Mountain's #1 expert and the clear chi robe could not make it in time, then Broad Creed Mountain would really have no way at all. Here they could only be anxious, unable to do anything at all. This feeling was just as unbearable as closing their eyes and waiting for death. Of everyone here, only Yin Zhaoge stared fixedly at the ruins of the golden tower before him, his gaze flickering unceasingly as he seemed to be thinking about something. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Shi Tai asked in a heavy tone, "Do you have a way?" After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge met Shi Tai's gaze. "There is a certain degree of risk, and I will need eldest apprentice uncle's help." Everyone's spirits rose greatly, Shi Tai's expression not changing. "No need to hold back. Just speak your mind." Chapter 255. I've already run out of chapters, and I'm now posting as many chapters as I can. I've been working hard, and I hope that everyone can support me with subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. For a time, everyone's gazes fell on Yin Zhaoge. His expression calm, Yin Zhaoge said earnestly, I want to re-establish the devilish domain grand formation here. As these words left his mouth, Yin Zhaoge saw everyone exchanging looks. Shi Tai's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "You just said there's a risk. What do you mean by risk? What do you need my help for?" Yin Zhaoge speedily answered, "Rebuilding the devilish domain grand formation here, using it to guide the devilish qi that was previously sent to the South Heaven region back here." Hearing his words, Shi Tai did not interrupt as he looked quietly at Yin Zhaoge, waiting for him to continue. "In that case, first solve the crisis in the Southern Heaven continent, and then deal with the one in front of us." Yin Zhaoge continued, "I will be controlling it. At the same time, I will need an expert on the level of eldest apprentice uncle to make a move, using your fist intent to reseal the Great Nine Underworlds door that has been opened here. The risk lies in the fact that we cannot destroy the core of the demonic domain Great Formation in advance. The door of the Nine Underworlds will truly open for an instant. If we do not seal it in time, there is a possibility that the Nine Underworlds will truly descend." Yin Zhaoge said, "That way it would be equivalent to us choosing the former between the worst and the worst. We would have to fight a bloody battle here to block the Nine Underworlds' evil devils who have invaded the Eight Extremities world, buying time for the other experts of our clan to arrive and reinforce us." Shi Tai glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge. "The key does not lie with me. Any late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster would be able to do it. The key lies with you." Yin Zhaoge nodded, saying quietly, 70% certainty? 70%? Shi Tai repeated and said, "If it's really 70%, then that's enough. Let's go." Yin Zhaoge looked at the people beside him. "Elders, please arrange according to my instructions. We will rebuild the formation as soon as possible. Time is very tight." The group of Broad Creed Mountain Martial Grandmasters exchanged glances, looking first at Yin Zhaoge, then at Shi Tai before agreeing emotionally, although they had doubts and worries in their hearts. However, time was of the essence and no one dared to hesitate. If there was even a slight delay, the Nine Underworlds would descend on the unguarded Southern Heaven region's fertile land. Very quickly, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's low roar, "Rise!" Numerous black spirit patterns instantly surfaced on the great earth. Countless runes circulated. The black light soared into the sky and turned into clouds of black mist that covered the sky. Blood-red lightning kept striking down from the black mist. The black formation patterns flickered with a gloomy brilliance, giving off an extremely filthy feeling. A terrifying aura emerged once again. It did not give off an evil feeling, but it caused one's mind to waver, making it difficult for them to stabilize their minds. The strange power seemed to be inciting the deepest desires, evil thoughts and obsessions in the hearts of everyone present. He continued to magnify it. In the center of the black light array, a golden tower rose from the ground. As the golden light surged, it seemed to have a life of its own as it continued to grow. Under the guidance of the radiance, black runes shuttled through the air like black chains, wrapping around the golden tower. Then, as if they were enduring a huge force, all the chains became taut, as straight as a ramrod. The top of the golden pagoda radiated a blood-red light, which gradually condensed into the shape of a door. This red door of light rippled like water. The light gradually projected onto the ground in front of the golden pagoda, reflecting another large door. Within the area enveloped by the devilish domain grand formation, the black mist instantly became denser and denser. Afterwards it became viscous like mud. The devilish qi had already begun to form a terrifying devilish domain. It enveloped the surrounding area. Outside the devilish domain, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain Sand region and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts all looked worriedly at the terrifying devilish domain that enveloped the vast land. They had already received Shi Tai's notice and knew that the devilish domain grand formation was currently being rebuilt under their control. However, such an action that was akin to playing with fire still made everyone feel uneasy. However, in comparison, this was already a slightly better result. At least it was much better than the 9 underworlds directly descending on the defenseless South Heaven region. It was just that if Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai failed, the 9 underworlds would descend on Yunwu County beneath their feet. At that time, everyone would have to be on the front lines, blocking the initial invasion of the evil devils. Previously, before they had broken through the devilish domain grand formation for the first time, Upon learning that Yunwu's Wang family was about to cause trouble, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had rushed over at the first possible moment. In order to guard against any unexpected situations, they had already begun arranging for the ordinary citizens and low-level martial practitioners of Yunwu County and the surrounding area to evacuate. Now they would not be flustered, able to fight freely in Yunwu County. This was an important reason why the Sand region had to bear the risk and prevent the South Heaven region from being ambushed. The Sand region moved urgently, and the news was also transmitted to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region, as well as the South Heaven region at the fastest speed possible. The location of the Great Nine Underworld's door could change. The other North Heaven region and the other regions also had to be informed just in case. The Sand region's first seat elder gazed into the distance at the Devilish Domain Grand Formation that had already completely engulfed the Wang family ancestral ground, muttering to himself, "Yen Zhaoga, you must succeed." Within the Devilish Domain Grand Formation in the core region, the black mist had disappeared. In its place was a strange space enveloped by a red light. Within this space, the Golden Tower stood erect, the reflection of the red door of light becoming clearer and clearer on the ground. The crevice between the two doors on the ground distorted and shook unceasingly, causing the ground to distort intensely as well. It was as though something was about to bore out from the ground, ripping a massive deep chasm in the ground. As this chasm split open, it was the path that led to the legendary 9 underworlds. The terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart surged to the extreme at this moment, causing one's mind to waver. Yen Zhaoga's expression was heavy as he stood beneath the Golden Tower, pressing his hands on its surface, at the same time swiveling his head and looking calmly at the Great 9 Underworld's door that was gradually about to truly open. "Half succeeded," Yen Zhaoga said. "The devilish qi that leads to the South Heaven region has been drawn back." Hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, everyone also let out a sigh of relief. If the Great 9 Underworld's door opened here while the South Heaven region was not affected, also opening a door to the 9 underworlds, then everyone's feelings would really not be something that could be described with depression and fury. Everyone's attention was focused on the Golden Tower. The Golden Tower suddenly shook. Yen Zhaoga's expression changed slightly. "Someone wants to interrupt my movements? Dragging the devilish qi back?" On that door of red light at the top of the Golden Tower, a strange image suddenly surfaced. Raising their heads, everyone suddenly let out a shocked cry, "Elder Lu!" Raising his head as high as he could, Yen Zhaoga saw a figure reflected on that door of red light. It was a white-haired old man. He also recognized the other party. It was, shockingly, a longtime elder of Broad Creed Mountain. That Elder Lu's expression was currently gloomy, also carrying hints of madness, as he held a black jade talisman within his hand, currently crazily infusing his fist-intent true essence within. Shirtai's face was sunken as water, while Yen Zhaoga's gaze was cold. An illusory scene of red light also appeared before Elder Lu, from which he could clearly see Yen Zhaoga and the others. Slightly taken aback, knowing that his identity had already been exposed, he could not help but let out a strange laugh. "The good son of Yen Di, it's you again." Chapter 256. Everyone, please support the monthly tickets and official subscriptions. Thank you everyone. Looking at Elder Lu, Yen Zhaoga smiled but did not speak, focusing on controlling the devilish domain grand formation. Looking at Elder Lu, Shirtai said slowly, "After Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Lu, is it the same for you?" Elder Lu snorted. "For someone like you who has already stepped into the late essence talisman stage before reaching middle age, how could you possibly understand us?" He said coldly, "Words are useless. Let's see who's the real deal." Yen Zhaoga nodded. "I very much agree with these words." As he said this, Yen Zhaoga's left hand remained pressed on the Golden Tower, his right hand drawing one rune after another in midair. As the runes landed on the Golden Tower, it instantly stabilized once more, the blood-red light at the top of the tower growing even stronger. The door projected on the ground grew clearer and more real, gradually condensing into a complete form. The great earth began to split apart. Beneath the split ground it was not soil and stone, but a world of red light. The distorted space did not lead to the underground of the Eight Extremities world, instead leading to the legendary 9 underworlds. The abnormal bewitching aura reached an unprecedented peak at this moment, causing one to almost go mad. Within the environment of the red light, Elder Lu seemed to have suffered the backlash of the formation as an abnormal blood-red color first surfaced on his face, before it turned completely pale. The black jade talisman in his hand shattered with a bang, the flying fragments of black jade hitting his body and face, actually piercing deeply into his flesh and blood, causing his entire face to blossom. Yin Zhaoge. Elder Lu howled like a wounded wild beast. The silhouette of the red door of light shook, Elder Lu's figure gradually disappearing. Inform the clan of this matter in time as well, Shi Tai said without even looking back, Elder Tsong beside him bowing in acknowledgement. Yin Zhaoge said, "Eldest apprentice uncle, it is still a fake door now. This is the final moment before it becomes real." Looking at the terrifying crevice on the ground, feeling the aura of the 9 underworlds that surged to the heavens within, Shi Tai walked forward, countless spirit talismans beginning to appear around his body. The spirit talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays. Numerous talisman arrays converged, forming a light projection that resembled an altar and a pagoda, enveloping Shi Tai's body. The altar shrank, becoming more and more condensed, merging with Shi Tai's entire body. From the inside out, it was clear and translucent, emanating boundless radiance. At this moment, Shi Tai seemed to have transformed into the indestructible sea stabilizing divine needle, a cornerstone. He took a step forward and arrived above the crimson abyss, his whole body stepping on the abyss crack. The abyss trembled visibly. Shi Tai then punched out. His punches were slow, heavy, and condensed to the extreme. They looked unbearably slow. However, it was filled with a sense of immortality and immortality. It was as if this punch could stop the vicissitudes of the world, the alternation of the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, the crimson abyssal crack seemed to be frozen. Time and space stopped. Only the ferocious aura of the 9 underworlds continued to rise, as if it had been infuriated by Shi Tai. An incomparably terrifying existence was about to rush out from the crack. The profound light divine armor on Shi Tai's body flickered with black light. His punch was as heavy as 1,000 mountains, causing the edges of the spatial rift to distort. The power of suppressing the ocean and supporting the heavens forcibly suppressed that crimson deep abyss crack. The crimson crack resembled a wound of the 8 extremities world. At this moment it twisted intensely, wanting to struggle and expand. However, it was locked in place by Shi Tai's fist intent, unable to expand any further. There seemed to be a ferocious beast trapped within the crack, wanting to break free of its cage and descend into this world, rampaging rampantly. The Great 9 Underworld's door was successfully locked in place by Shi Tai. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others still could not let down their guard. Above the golden tower, that door condensed of blood-red light had already begun to dissipate like smoke into the wind. The radiance of the tower itself also gradually dimmed, as it seemed to have turned into an ordinary stone tower. The numerous black spirit patterns entangling the golden tower similarly broke apart and dissipated. The domain of devilish qi that enveloped the Wang family ancestral ground did not dissipate at all, instead gradually beginning to change. The black domain of devilish qi was currently gradually turning blood-red. Currently, the source of the devilish domain's power had already become that terrifying Great 9 Underworld's door. The original formation, having exhausted its power and having completed its mission, began to dissipate completely. However, only now did an even more terrifying devilish domain descend into this world. The true devilish domain, enveloped by the majestic blood-red devilish qi, Yin Zhaoge and the others all felt the various negative emotions within their hearts being magnified many times over. As compared to when they had been within the black devilish domain earlier, it was even more difficult to stabilize their minds now. This was especially so with the descent of the 9 underworlds bringing them extremely great pressure. At this moment, uneasiness and even wariness and fear were all growing unceasingly. The impulses to destroy and slaughter that accompanied it were also increasing unceasingly. Everyone, Shi Tai included, had to restrain the various evil thoughts within their hearts, ensuring that they would not be corroded by the 9 underworlds. This way, with their attention diverted, their strength would all be reduced. Shi Tai, suppressing the Great 9 Underworld's door, faced the greatest pressure. The crimson deep abyss down below distorted even more intensely. Vaguely, there seemed to be dark red blood about to surge out from within the crimson deep abyss. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, picking up the pillar of the divine palace and expanding the immortal crane wings on his back. He rapidly glided towards the crimson deep abyss. Having arrived above the deep abyss, Yin Zhaoge patted the pillar of the divine palace. There were numerous patterns of light on the pillar, flickering with a dazzling light as it smashed down towards the crimson deep abyss down below. Suppressed by the pillar of the divine palace, the crimson deep abyss that was currently locked in a contest of strength with Shi Tai instantly plummeted. Shi Tai exhaled and roared, his fist intent unleashing to the maximum as the bloodied water that was surging out of the crimson deep abyss was instantly suppressed back within. The aura of the 9 underworlds skyrocketed violently, seemingly unable to contain its rage, unwilling to retreat. The blood-red devilish chi was broken apart, a group of people rushing in. It was the first seat elder of the Sand region and the others. Seeing the changes occurring in the devilish domain, knowing that Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai's plan had most likely succeeded, they hurried over to reinforce them. While the first seat elder of the Sand region was far inferior to Shi Tai, he was still an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert, also a powerful force. With his addition, the Great 9 Underworld's door instantly fell into a complete disadvantage, beginning to close up. The aura of the 9 Underworlds skyrocketed, a final feeling of madness emanating from within. Now from the red light of the deep abyss, numerous streaks of black light suddenly shot into the skies, striking towards Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai. Elder Tsong and the other Broad Creed Mountain Martial Grandmaster experts all came forward, blocking for Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai. But that black light was incomparably violent and brutal. Even with the cultivation bases of Elder Tsong and the other Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were all sent flying backwards one after another. As the black light exploded, a Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, in a moment of carelessness, had his right hand directly blown off. 9 Underworlds in thunder. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Seeing that Shi Tai and the Sand region's first seat elder had already stabilized the crevice, Yin Zhaoge controlled the pillar of the divine palace, suppressing those incoming 9 underworlds in thunder. After being suppressed by the pillar of the divine palace, the remaining netherworld in thunders turned into jet black lightning beads. But it was still enough to shake the pillars of the divine palace. Yin Zhaoge and the pillar of the divine palace fell together onto the ground. Then, he saw a jet-black orb of thunder roll to a place just inches away from him. Right at this moment, an enormous figure suddenly charged out from beside him. It lowered its head and picked up the lightning pearl with its mouth before swiftly running off into the distance. Yin Zhaoge stared wide-eyed. Pan Pan. Chapter 257. Pan Pan suddenly rushed out. His usually fat and clumsy frame was now as fast as lightning as he lowered his head and picked up the orb of thunder before Yin Zhaoge before speeding off into the distance. In the next instant, a loud boom resounded, and the jet-black lightning exploded with a loud bang, soaring into the sky. Yin Zhaoge stared wide-eyed at the dense smoke roiling in that direction, a massive deep crater having been blasted out where he had been. The 9 underworlds in thunder exploded, a brutal chi overflowing in all directions, affecting Yin Zhaoge's senses as he could only worry helplessly. Consecutively wielding the Eye of the Thunder Emperor and the Pillar of the Divine Palace had been extremely taxing on Yin Zhaoge, as a feeling of weakness assaulted him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu cheered in unison. Then, he saw a fat figure emerge from the thick smoke with some nimbleness. Pan Pan returned to Yin Zhaoge's side in a charmingly naive manner, extending his tongue to lightly lick him. From the looks of it, it had thrown away the Yin lightning in time and was not injured by it. It was only grazed by the aftershock. Yin Zhaoge instantly heaved a sigh of relief as the feeling of fatigue and weakness surged even more madly, virtually wanting to drown him within. Back then, Yin Zhaoge had forcibly raised his spirits and turned to look in another direction. There, Shi Tai and the first seat elder of the Sand Continent worked together, and finally completely suppressed the Crimson Abyss. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, forcibly standing up. Retracting his left hand, he exhaled, punching out with his right hand. Under the stimulation of the martial Dao fist intent, the demonic domain Great Array, which had already been extinguished, suddenly lit up again, and its power was extremely strong, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Eldest apprentice uncle, make your preparations, Yin Zhaoge said in a heavy tone. Shi Tai nodded his head. Then numerous black runes wrapped around Shi Tai's body like chains. The black spirit patterns converged with Shi Tai as their center. Yin Zhaoge abruptly squatted down, one knee on the ground as he punched the ground with his right fist. The demonic domain Great Formation suddenly reversed, and the black formation patterns all began to reverse with Shi Tai as the center, drawing in the seemingly endless blood-red devil qi in the surroundings. They surged towards Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression was firm and unwavering. His entire body seemed to have transformed into Vajra, eternally sturdy and unmoving. He was like a rock by the sea. No matter how the storm raged or how the waves crashed against it, it remained motionless. When the black runes drew the blood-colored demonic qi to his body, Shi Tai's hand suddenly formed a ring and slapped down towards the crimson abyss below. Large amounts of blood-colored demonic qi. Through his body, it was continuously poured into the crimson abyss. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath before inhaling deeply, resembling a whale inhaling water. He stood up again and strode forward. With a single leap, he arrived behind Shi Tai. Yin Zhaoge's left fist, retracted by his waist, mightily punched out, landing squarely on Shi Tai's back. Shi Tai received Yin Zhaoge's fist calmly. The devilish domain grand formation circulated in reverse, all the spirit pattern chains coiling together behind Shi Tai's back, forming a devilish, complicated pattern with Yin Zhaoge's left fist as the center, inscribed within the air. Below, the crimson abyss emitted an unwilling will, but with an unstoppable momentum, it finally closed. The shattered earth mended once again. The distorted space and time. Everything returned to normal. The 9 underworlds, which was about to descend, was forcibly blocked back. Yin Zhaoge let out a long roar. That strange rune hovering between his left fist and Shi Tai's back beginning to change. The rune transformed into a streak of light. It split into 2, one in front and one behind, respectively landing on Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai. One portion transformed into a mark that resembled a brand, landing on the back of Yin Zhaoge's left hand. The other portion entered Shi Tai's clothes, disappearing without a trace, but also transformed into a similar pattern. It remained on Shi Tai's back. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's heart could finally be at ease. Surveying their surroundings, the domain of devilish qi had already dissipated, no traces of it left to be seen. That bewitching, terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble in fear had also disappeared. Above their heads, the sky was clear. Seeing the light of day once more, it was as bright and clear as before. The Sand Region's first seat elder came forward, asking, Elder Shi, Zhaoge, how do you feel? Shi Tai shook his head. I'm fine. I'm fine too. Yin Zhaoge answered. However, after this, eldest apprentice uncle and I both need to cultivate, slowly dissolving the devilish mark. When it has completely disappeared, there will no longer be any future problems. Now it was equivalent to Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai sharing the pressure of the opening of the Great 9 Underworld's door. Before the devilish mark disappeared, if one of them died, the other would have to bear even more pressure. If the 2 of them both died, and the devilish mark had still not completely disappeared, there would be a possibility of the Great 9 Underworld's door here in Yunwu County of the Sand Region reopening. The Sand Region's first seat elder said, We will escort you back to the clan as soon as possible. Leave the aftermath here to this old man. Yin Zhaoge said, In that battle just now I expended quite a bit of my vitality. It'll be fine as long as I recuperate and recover. After recovering with the devilish mark on my back, I won't be affected too much when fighting with others. As long as I don't die, the devilish mark will not reopen. Being able to successfully resolve this massive crisis, everyone here now revealed heartfelt smiles on their faces. Turning, Shi Tai gazed at Yin Zhaoge, a rare warm smile appearing on his usually cold, stern face. Zhaoge, it's all thanks to you this time. This simple sentence caused everyone to jump in fright. Shi Tai praising someone was already an extremely rare thing to see. Praising someone like this was even rarer. especially when the other party was still a young man, a martial scholar. When the news spread, it was simply too shocking, hard to believe. However, looking at Yin Zhaoge opposite Shurtai, everyone, the Sand Region's first seat elder included, felt at ease within their hearts, instead feeling that it was only natural that it should be like this. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Eldest apprentice uncle speaks too seriously. It's all thanks to you, all thanks to every single fellow disciple of Broad Creed Mountain here. All thanks to everyone. This battle was incomparably dangerous. If we were not careful, we would have to seal the Great Nine Underworld's door, engaging in a battle to the death with the Nine Underworld's evil devils, buying time for the other experts of our clan to come to our aid, forcefully shouldering the risk borne by the South Heaven region, taking the initiative to charge into battle. This isn't something that just anyone can do. Yin Zhaoge cupped his fists, bowing towards the surrounding people. It's all thanks to everyone here. Elder Tsong sighed emotionally. No, it's all thanks to you, Zhaoge. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the chance to choose, only able to watch as the worst-case scenario came true. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he sighed within his heart. This young man had actually borne an extremely great amount of pressure. No matter what the situation was over in the South Heaven region, with the Devilish Domain Grand Formation having been reactivated here, if the plan failed and the Nine Underworlds really descended here, Yin Zhaoge would definitely be blamed quite a bit. Even if he had saved the completely unprepared South Heaven region, reducing the overall losses, people would often unconsciously overlook the possibility of it not coming true, instead remembering more that Yin Zhaoge had restored the Devilish Domain Grand Formation that had originally already been destroyed, causing the Nine Underworlds to descend here in the Sand region. The more one did, the more mistakes one made. The less one did, the less one made. Not doing anything was not bad. Daring to step forward at a critical moment required both responsibility and courage in the first place. The group of Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmasters all solemnly cupped their fists towards Yin Zhaoge. This time it was all thanks to you, Zhaoge, that we were able to turn the tides. Chapter 258. With the descent of the Nine Underworlds having been stopped, the Battle of the Sand Region's Yunwu County's Wang family ancestral ground also finally came to an end. In this battle, Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had similarly suffered losses, but fortunately, it was only a few. Supporting each other, temporarily treating their wounds, under the arrangements of the Sand Region's first seat elder, they began to deal with the aftermath, cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the Wang family of Yunwu County had been virtually exterminated, with only a small number of them having been captured and interrogated afterwards. Other than that, a portion of the decimating abyss martial practitioners, the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain included, had also been captured alive. What awaited them was similarly cruel interrogation, even death. Following behind Shurtai, Yin Zhaoge left the Wang family ancestral ground. In the distance there was still a large amount of desert, but having left Yunwu County, signs of human habitation could be seen. Because of the natural environment, the population of the Sand region was less than that of the Heaven Domain's South Heaven region. However, there were also quite a few densely populated areas, where many ordinary commoners lived. Looking at these people, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Feeling something, he swiveled his head, seeing Shurtai gazing at the distant town, a hint of a smile also appearing on his usually cold, stern face. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, raising his left hand. On the back of his left hand, there was a pattern that resembled a brand. This mark was crimson like blood, as though it was not just engraved on the flesh and blood of Yin Zhaoge's hand, but instead seemed to have penetrated deep into his very soul. Looking at this from the side, Ahu scratched his big head. Young master, you have performed a great merit this time. However, having such a thing imprinted on your hand is also very troublesome. According to what you said, before this devilish mark is dispelled, if something happens to you and Elder Shur, the Great Nine Underworld's door here in the Sand region may descend once more. Will the remnants of the decimating abyss specifically come to kill the two of you? Yin Zhaoge nodded. This is a very possible thing. Therefore we have to be careful of this problem from now on. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. This really is a headache. Yin Zhaoge looked at the devilish mark on the back of his left hand. It's also not completely a bad thing. Other than some risks, other than the clan's reward, There were also some additional gains this time. Ahu was somewhat at a loss. He also looked at the back of Yin Zhaoga's hand. What other gains were there? Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin with his right hand, looking at his left hand as he said, "Through this operation as well as this mark which is now left on my hand, I have gained a much deeper understanding of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could one win 100 battles." The reason why the situation in Yunwu County was so dangerous was that no one expected the decimating abyss to change the operation of the demonic domain Grand Array to produce such a change. I was caught unprepared and could only adapt to the situation. Yin Zhaoga put down his left hand. While adapting to the changing circumstances is a word of praise, isn't it also a kind of helplessness? If everything goes according to plan, the risk will be much lower. Feng Yunxing was also observing the devilish mark on Yin Zhaoga's body from the side. Noticing her gaze, Yin Zhaoga raised his brows. "How is it? I told you before. Last time at Clear Concealed Lake, I wasn't familiar with this formation. Afterwards I carefully put in some effort. Only now have I truly displayed my skills." Seeing that he was purposely acting as if he was asking for praise, Feng Yunxing couldn't help but laugh involuntarily, and her mind became much more relaxed. She gave him a thumbs up and said, yes, it's because I was inexperienced last time. Please don't take it to heart." Yin Zhaoga nodded satisfactorily. "Very good. This child is worth teaching." Because of the devilish mark, Yin Zhaoga and Shi Tai did not intend to continue staying in the Sand region, instead returning to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region. Before leaving, the two of them arrived at Suzhou City. Xue Fei had been specially transferred to Suzhou to temporarily fill the vacancy of Suzhou's deacon, because of the chaos in the Sand Continent. This time, the trouble did not occur in Suzhou but in the neighboring Yunwu County. This made Xue Fei somewhat useless. But he did his duty faithfully. They firmly guarded Suzhou to prevent the enemy from creating a diversion, allowing the situation in Suzhou to be abnormally stable. Now that the incident in Yunwu County was over, there was no longer a need for Xu Fei to remain in office. After all, when he first came to Suzhou it was a special case. However, he had no way of returning to Broad Creed Mountain together with Yin Zhaoga, Shi Tai and the others. He still had to wait until the situation had completely stabilized and the next acting elder of Suzhou had arrived. Only then could he return to Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing Yin Zhaoga and Shi Tai, after paying his respects to Shi Tai, Xue Fei looked at Yin Zhaoga, lightly punching him on the shoulder. "I've heard everything that happened. Good job." Without re-establishing the devilish formation, the location of the Great 9 Underworld's door had changed. The Sand region had been preserved, while the South Heaven region had suffered. To Yin Zhaoga and the other martial practitioners who had participated in the attack on the Wang family ancestral ground, there would naturally be some responsibility. However, it would be shouldered by everyone. Even Elder Tsong, who had personally destroyed the Golden Tower, would not be singled out as a scapegoat. The decimating abyss's heaven and earth great shift this time had surpassed everyone's predictions. If they really had to be held accountable, Broad Creed Mountain's entire strategy had been schemed against by the enemy. It was not their fault. And with the re-establishment of the devilish formation, while the South Heaven region had been preserved, if they had not been able to block the 9 underworlds back, causing it to descend in the Sand region, Yin Zhaoga, who had proposed this solution, would have to bear at least half the blame. Even if Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts all knew that Yin Zhaoga's plan had actually avoided the worst possible outcome, reducing their losses with no fault being meritorious. However, in the eyes of the middle and lower echelon martial practitioners, especially those of the Sand region, they might not be able to understand this point. At that time, innumerable blame would come crushing down on Yin Zhaoga like a landslide. Maintaining silence, one would be safe for a short period of time. At the same time, it would be hard to punish the masses. Even if punishment was meted out, it would be everyone being punished together, the punishment not being too heavy. Stepping forward bravely, one's life would be at great risk. Even if one was lucky enough to survive, there was also the possibility of being singled out by the masses, being cursed by everyone. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Xue Fei sighed lightly. "Good job, Zhaoga." Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. "If it were you, eldest apprentice uncle, they would also have made the same choice. Shuefei also smiled, patting Yan Zhaoga's shoulder. Retracting the smile on Yan Zhaoga's face, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is something that I feel that you should know." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoga glanced at the nearby Shi Tai. Eldest apprentice uncle already knows. Hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, Shuefei froze where he was. His will was firm and steady. After a moment of shock, he regained his wits, falling into deep thought. Looking at the uncontrollable grief that surfaced within Shuefei's eyes, Yan Zhaoga also let out a great sigh. Currently, it is still impossible to verify. It is only my personal guess. Saying this, it is just in case, and I mean in case it is true. I want you to be mentally prepared. Within the devilish domain grand formation at the bottom of clear concealed lake, Shuefei had also clashed with that masked martial grandmaster. Carefully thinking back to that scene, he knit his brows tightly. Shaking his head, Shuefei took off the wineskin at his waist, fiercely gulping down a mouthful before wiping his mouth, saying emotionally, "Relax, I'm fine." After taking their leave of Shuefei, Yan Zhaoga, Shi Tai and the others immediately returned to Broad Creed Mountain. While it was a long and arduous journey, with Shi Tai bringing them along, they still very quickly returned to the clan. Someone was already waiting there bringing good news. The escaping Elder Lu has already been captured by Elder Yan. Chapter 259. The previous wave of attacks completely emptied my health bar. Everyone, please allow me to recover some health. As long as I have extra manuscripts, I will definitely do my best to add more to everyone. Please support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you. Elder Lu was the person who had previously hidden behind the scenes and directed the Devil Chi from the Sand region to the South Heaven region. An Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert, another higher echelon expert of Broad Creed Mountain, who had been corroded by the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss after Elder Wang. After his identity had been exposed, he had immediately attempted to flee. However, in the end, he had still not been able to escape the clutches of Yan Zhaoga's father, Yan Di, as he had been captured and brought back. When Yan Zhaoga saw him once more, while this old man's spirit was dispirited and listless, his gaze was arrogant and fearless as he just smiled coldly at Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. This included the old sect Yuan Zhengfeng as well as Feng Zhuan and Shi Tai. All of them frowned as they looked at Elder Lu. Senior Martial Brother Wang's problem is his lifespan, Yuan Zhengfeng said slowly. What about you, Junior Martial Brother Lu? What caused you to end up like this? Elder Lu turned to look at Yuan Zhengfeng and sized him up with a strange gaze. After a while, Elder Lu said, "Senior Brother Yan, I haven't called you that in a long time. Ever since you became the sect leader, I've been calling you sect leader." Yuan Zhengfeng's expression did not change, but there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. In the outside world, every single descendant of Broad Creed Mountain was a heaven's favored son. For example, while Elder Lu was not a peak expert within Broad Creed Mountain, leaving Broad Creed Mountain, he would immediately be a hegemon-level figure. Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters outside of the 6 great sacred grounds were few and far between. Being able to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, Elder Lu was already an achievement that surpassed countless people. However, there would always be a higher mountain. Even if they were all geniuses, there would always be a higher mountain. There were also differences in strength between them. For example, Yuan Zhengfeng and Xian Dongping were the most outstanding figures of their generation. As for Elder Wang and Elder Lu, they were geniuses among geniuses. However, compared to Yuan Zhengfeng, he paled in comparison. Elder Wang had joined earlier than Yuan Zhengfeng, while Elder Lu had joined later. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Yuan Zhengfeng seemed to see the image of the elegant young man who had asked him for advice on a difficult problem in martial arts. However, Elder Lu continued to speak in a strange tone. "Senior Brother Yan, I've always found it strange. Aren't you worried at all?" Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze hardened as he gazed at Elder Lu, while Elder Lu was also looking at him. After becoming a martial saint, the power and position that will be brought about will not be mentioned for now. Dealing with the pressure of the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglei will also not be mentioned for now. Most importantly, Senior Brother Yuan, your lifespan is about to run out because of your old injuries, right? Elder Lu chuckled and said, although you are a transcendent martial grandmaster, your lifespan is shorter than other transcendent martial grandmasters. How much lifespan do you have left? How about 10 years? If it's 10 years, what about 20? Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze turned calm as he looked calmly at Elder Lu, saying candidly, if I were to estimate it myself, if I don't step into the martial saint realm, it should be around 10 to 15 years. Elder Lu's expression was a little sorrowful. Right, I also only have around 10 years left at most. A few years ago, chatting with senior brother Wang, he mentioned that his lifespan might already be less than 10 years. It is true that his cultivation base is higher than mine, but he is also much older than me. Now, he doesn't have many years left. Elder Lu looked at Yuan Zhengfeng, senior brother Yuan, watching yourself step by step towards the end of your lifespan just like this. How do you feel in your heart? Yuan Zhengfeng asked mildly, is this the reason? Elder Lu said, let me face sabers and swords. Let me battle with other martial practitioners. I will not fear it. Even if the enemy is stronger than me, even if the chances are small, I will still have the chance to struggle. While it is rare for the weak to defeat the strong, it is not impossible. Until the final moment, victory and defeat are still unknown. Elder Lu's expression turned cold. However, my current opponent is the heavens. Having worked so hard till now, I can already see clearly that under normal circumstances, there is already no hope for me to advance any further in my cultivation base. In this battle for longevity against the heavens, I am unable to win. I have already lost, with no chance of victory at all. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder Lu laughed bitterly. Senior brother Yuan, your old injuries prevent you from having sufficient confidence in breaking through into the martial saint realm. However, that is because you are our clan's chief, Broad Creed Mountain's current strongest expert. Surrounded by powerful enemies in the outside world, you do not dare to take the risk lightly, because if any mishap occurs, Broad Creed Mountain might collapse. However, you at least have hope. You can go all out, have the possibility of winning. Just like in battle with a powerful enemy, you can be killed by the enemy, but you can also defeat the enemy. What about me and senior brother Wang? We can only quietly wait for death. Elder Lu said hoarsely, death originally wasn't scary, but having no hope at all, watching it approach bit by bit, yet everything I do is futile. Things that originally weren't scary also gradually became boundless terror, enveloping one's heart. Yuan Zhengfeng looked straight at him. Therefore, joining the 9 underworlds resolved your problem? Elder Lu chuckled strangely. Even martial saints have a limit to their longevity, while true 9 underworlds evil devils are undying and inextinguishable existences. Yan Di said mildly, in the earth domain, I once killed 9 underworlds evil devils that had occasionally appeared. The smile on Elder Lu's face was very mocking. I don't know if those you killed were truly pure 9 underworlds evil devils, but if they were, do you think you really killed them? True 9 underworlds evil devils, even if they are destroyed, will be reborn in the depths of the 9 underworlds, because devils are undying and inextinguishable. Elder Lu pointed at his heart, smiling strangely. As long as the obsessions, evil thoughts and desires of the human heart are not extinguished, devils will never perish. Not just humans, as long as there are living beings that still have their desires and obsessions in this world, even if devils are destroyed for a time, they will still be able to be reborn in the end. Yin Zhaoge had always been listening quietly by the side, not interrupting. Now he suddenly laughed. Then do you know that when devils are destroyed and reborn, it is actually equivalent to a completely new existence? If you place your hopes on this obtaining eternal life, do you think that would still be you? Glancing at Yin Zhaoge rather hatefully, Elder Lu snorted coldly. You are not an evil devil, also not having been to the 9 underworlds before. What are you boasting about? Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Alright, let's not discuss such a complicated issue for now. Let's talk about something simple and crude. Elder Lu, since you know about devils being reborn after being destroyed, you should also know that not all devils can be reborn. The so-called true 9 underworlds evil devils are related to their level of power. Looking at Elder Lu, Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, with your current cultivation base, having fallen to the dark side, it still does not reach the standard for rebirth. Flames of fury arose within Elder Lu's eyes as he glared hatefully at Yin Zhaoge, panting heavily. The increase in strength brought about by falling to the dark side will allow me to break through the bottleneck that I have always been stuck at, successfully ascending to the next level, obtaining even more longevity, advancing towards a higher level. Very soon, I will obtain the chance to attain eternal life. As for you, even if you become martial saints, so what? Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Oh, that's a pity. You no longer have that chance now." Chapter 260. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's casual manner, Elder Lu felt his heart burn with rage. It was precisely this youth before him who had spoiled his and the decimating abyss's plans, also extinguishing his final hope. Once, if he had praised this youth, saying that a tiger father would not beget a dog son, it would have been a great honor for him. Now, however, this youth had decided his fate. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, "You want to use the lives of countless lifeforms as the price in exchange for your own advancement. Whether this is right or wrong, I won't judge it here. After all, in your eyes, the lives of millions of people may not be comparable to your life alone. You are free to think this way. But on the other hand, if your plan fails, you will naturally have to bear the corresponding price. Elder Lu, you should have long since been mentally prepared for this, right? No matter how much you emphasize your pain and helplessness, your unwillingness and struggles, it won't change this." Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. "It can't be that you want to tell us that you feel that it is only natural for you to obtain what you want after you succeed, while nothing will happen to you if you fail, right?" Elder Lu panted heavily, staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge met his gaze calmly, his expression not changing at all, filled with playfulness. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hands lightly. "Zhaoge." Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, nodding towards Yuan Zhengfeng before taking a step back, no longer speaking. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge, his gaze sweeping across the devilish mark on the back of Yin Zhaoge's left hand, Elder Lu was slightly taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he generally understood the situation. He was no longer agitated, but his gaze was even colder as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. "Little thief, don't be happy too early." Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, the corners of his mouth revealing an expression that resembled a smile whilst also not a smile as he looked at Elder Lu, not speaking. Yuan Zhengfeng sighed, looking at Elder Lu, saying, "Junior apprentice brother Lu, at this point, there is no point in saying more. Like senior apprentice brother Wang, what do you know regarding the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss? Speak. If Shurtai makes a move, it won't look good on everyone's faces." Elder Lu let out a muffled groan. From Elder Lu's interrogation, he had gained some information regarding the decimating abyss. He had gained a greater understanding of Broad Creed Mountain. However, the question that all of Broad Creed Mountain paid the most attention to was whether any of the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain had also been corroded by the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, Elder Lu did not give him an answer to this question. Just like Elder Wang back then, experts at their level were all roped in and corroded by the decimating abyss alone. Unless there was a huge incident like the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, which required many experts to work together. It was also difficult for them to determine whether the other was from the decimating abyss. Instead, because of Elder Lu's exposure, it was like pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. Among the middle and lower ranked martial artists, those who had been corrupted by him were also exposed. Exiting the disciplinary hall, Yin Zhaoge followed behind Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, the atmosphere in the group somewhat heavy. Feng Zhuan said softly, "It was my mistake. Elder Lu's recent departure from the mountain and transfer of some resources were all approved by me. I'm still not vigilant enough." Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand. "None of us knew what was needed to set up the demonic domain formation. You can't be blamed for this. The resources that you approved were all within Junior Brother Lu's authority." He walked a few steps in front of them. Swiveling his head to look at Yin Zhaoge and Shurtai, he smiled. "You did very well this time. It was all thanks to you. Otherwise, with the great 9 underworlds door opening unguarded in the heart of the South Heaven region, the results would have been too horrible to contemplate." Shurtai said, "It was Zhaoge's idea." Yuan Zhengfeng nodded, smiling. "That's right, Zhaoge has performed a great merit again. But my Broad Creed Mountain's resources have long since been emptied in order to reward you. Now what should I reward you with? Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Grandmaster, you just have to think about it a little. They didn't feel offended, instead all laughing. After entering the clan's main hall, Yuan Zhengfeng sat down on the main seat, saying, other than the problem of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, another major matter has occurred recently. The old man's expression turned somewhat solemn. There is definite news that during this period of time, while our clan was dealing with the decimating abyss, the Sacred Sun clan obtained a purple essence containing jade in the southern wilderness. Currently, Yin Di and Feng Zhuan were already aware of it, but this was the first time Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai had heard of it. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. The purple essence containing jade was an extremely rare treasure, even rarer than the imitation-killing jade. Similarly, it was already a thing of legend, not having appeared in this world for many years, generally believed to have already been completely extinct. In terms of preciousness, this thing was much more important than the imitation-killing jade, because it was of great benefit to the cultivation of martial saints. The Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade held great significance, signifying that the possibility of the east-coming martial Saint Huang Guanglia advancing a step further was even greater. A pity that the Extreme crown is currently not in our hands, and the decimating abyss is constantly drawing in our attention. Yin Zhaoge shook his head rather regretfully. After Infinite Boundless Mountain had formed an alliance with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, if any of the 3 had the Extreme crown, they would be able to suppress the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak even as they restrained the Heavenly Thunder Hall, forcing Huang Guanglia to leave seclusion early no matter what. However, now that the Extreme crown was in the hands of Turbid Wave Pavilion, and the Sacred Sun clan had retracted their defenses at their world-illuminating peak, their hopes were very low. Yuan Zhengfeng said, while we have been working hard on our plans, our opponents have similarly not been idle. Everyone nodded in unison. Now Yuan Zhengfeng's sound transmission suddenly resounded by Yin Zhaoge's ear. Speaking of this, you still have a great merit. Yin Di mentioned to this old man that you also contributed to that heaven-returning divine pill. Yin Zhaoge controlled himself not to look at Yuan Zhengfeng, maintaining a nonchalant look on his face. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, there were only a scant few who clearly knew the secret of the heaven-returning divine pill. Even among Yin Zhaoge's side, only who knew about it. Currently, the people in the Great Hall, Shi Tai and Feng Zhuan, also did not know about the matter of the heaven-returning divine pill. This could be said to be Broad Creed Mountain's current top secret. Other than those who had handled it, only the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng knew about it. Glancing at Yin Di, warmth arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart. According to the results of their initial discussion, the main credit should be given to Yin Di alone as much as possible. But from the looks of it now, his father was still very concerned about him. Yin Di's expression was similarly as per usual. Like Yin Zhaoge, neither father nor son revealed anything at all. Now an old man and an old woman walked in. They were precisely the 2 grand elders of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than them, there was also another old man, shockingly the Xian Dongping, who had never once left the martial repository. For a time, all of Broad Creed Mountain's core decision-makers here, other than a long-time elder who guarded over the heaven-sealing gorge, were all present. Looking at them, Yuan Zhengfeng said slowly, you all already know about the matter of the Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade. To us, time is already of the utmost urgency. Therefore, this old man has decided to formally enter secluded cultivation in the next few days, attempting to break through into the martial saint realm. Chapter 261. Hearing that Yuan Zhengfeng had decided to go into seclusion to break through to the martial sacred realm, most of the people present had heavy hearts. Broad Creed Mountain's current #1 female expert, the Grand Elder of Broad Creed Mountain of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder He, looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and said in a heavy tone, Chief, your old injury. Yuan Zhengfeng's expression was tranquil. We've already dragged it out for a long time. If we don't fight now, we might not be able to in the future. For a long time now, the external situation has been too grim. This old man has wanted to risk it all, but I didn't dare to leave and go into seclusion. The current situation is the best we've seen in years. If you don't dare to make a move now, then there's no need to make a move. Of course, the more crucial reason is that if this old man does not succeed, and the Sacred Sun Clan's old man Huang succeeds, the situation that had just taken a turn for the better with great difficulty will instantly reverse, and will also be unprecedentedly grim. We can only hope that Turbid Wave Pavilion will also stand on our side. Otherwise, whether you and I can even talk peacefully here will become a question. Yuan Zhengfeng sighed softly. Now we don't have master to shelter us from the wind and rain. Yin Zhaoge was the only young disciple here as he quietly listened to the conversation of Yuan Zhengfeng and the others. Yuan Zhengfeng's master, Yandi's grandmaster, Yin Zhaoge's great-grandmaster, was precisely the chief of Broad Creed Mountain after the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge, the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo. In terms of seniority, Zhan Dongge was Yin Zhaoge's grand senior apprentice granduncle, as well as Yin Di, Shi Tai, and the others. Still, due to the unique influence of these two legendary figures, ever since Yin Di and Shi Tai's generation, it had become customary to address them as Ancestor Han Tian and Ancestor Heaven Diviner. This form of address was extended to even younger Broad Creed Mountain disciples. The Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo was also Broad Creed Mountain's final martial saint up until now. Ever since his death, Broad Creed Mountain had not produced another martial saint. Yuan Zhengfeng and Xian Dongping, who had originally been favored to step into the martial saint realm, were both stuck at the bottleneck of transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Beside Elder He, Broad Creed Mountain's other grand elder, Elder Zhang, gazed at Xian Dongping. Where is senior apprentice brother Xian? Xian Dongping sat there quietly, simply replying, "The heat is not there yet." Elder He and Elder Zhang both sighed. This old man has decided to go into seclusion. It's hard to predict whether this seclusion will be good or bad. And I don't know how long it will take, so I need someone to be there while I'm in seclusion. Temporarily take up this old man's burden. This way, this old man can go all out and attack the martial saint realm with all my strength. His gaze swept across Xian Dongping, Elder He and Elder Zhang. During this period of seclusion, I hope that you three junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sister can assist this person. Help our sect move forward steadily. Xian Dongping nodded quietly, all right. Elder Zhang and Elder He pondered for a moment before nodding. Since sect head senior brother has made up his mind, we will do as you say. Yuan Zhengfeng had long intended to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to martial sage. However, due to various reasons he had not been able to do so. Everyone was already mentally prepared for this. Currently, the external situation was relatively safe, and with the purple essence containing jade, the Sacred Sun Clan's latent threat was becoming more and more pressing. Everyone knew this. Yuan Zhengfeng's seclusion this time was already imperative. Although it was a temporary responsibility, it was already close to deciding the candidate for the future sect leader. If Yuan Zhengfeng failed and perished, needless to say, the position of sect head would automatically be taken over. Yuan Zhengfeng's current arrangements were virtually his last words. If Yuan Zhengfeng successfully advanced a step further, he would most likely pass on his position like the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia after emerging from seclusion, spending more of his time in secluded cultivation, seeking to break through a step further, rather than continuing to manage the clan's affairs. The more crucial thing here was the sacred artifact that suppressed Broad Creed Mountain, the Clear Chi Robe. It was generally agreed that the Clear Chi Robe was controlled by the clan's #1 expert. With the strong joining forces, it would be easy to compete with other peak experts. If the #1 expert was in seclusion or away, it would generally be controlled by the chief. The person temporarily taking over the position of chief would also mean that he would obtain the sacred artifact, the Clear Chi Robe. Other than that, the main control over Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation, it would also be taken over by this person. Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze now fell on Yin Di, Feng Zhuan and Shi Tai. Shi Tai's gaze was heavy, not rippling in the slightest. He had long since said that he would not take over the position of chief. Feng Zhuan's gaze was as deep as the abyss, resembling the deep sea as no ripples could be seen at all. Yin Di's gaze was calm, resembling the vast blue sky, grand and lofty, exuberant. Beside Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge similarly had a calm expression on his face, as he silently awaited the arrival of the final moment. Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze only swept past the three of them, not hesitating as he said mildly and simply, "Yan Di, while you are Master's youngest, final disciple, Master has decided to place this burden on your shoulders. Are you willing to bear it?" Yan Di's expression did not change as he stood up from his seat, then slowly knelt down before Yuan Zhengfeng. This disciple will strive to the utmost, not letting down Master and the clan's trust. By the side, Feng Zhuan's expression was as per usual. Xian Dongping's gaze was quietly focused on Yan Di before Yuan Zhengfeng. Looking at Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng said, "While you are only temporarily taking over the position of chief, everyone will know that Master is about to enter secluded cultivation in an attempt to break through into the martial saint realm. What the Sacred Sun clan thinks is not important. Whether it is us or them, we all know that we are fighting against time. However, as the news spreads, it is hard to predict what Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City will think." Yuan Zhengfeng encouraged, "During this period of time, the situation is delicate. How you grasp it will depend on you." Yan Di said calmly, "Rest easy, Master. This disciple and the various senior apprentice uncles and senior apprentice brothers will all act carefully." Yuan Zhengfeng suddenly smiled, glancing at Yin Zhaoge. Zhaoge has performed a great merit this time. With his cultivation base, there is already virtually nothing left to reward him with. Let the outside world think that this reward was received by a father on behalf of his son. Everyone present laughed. Perhaps some outsiders would indeed think that Yin Zhaoge was helping Yan Di gain face, but deciding on Yan Di to temporarily take over the position of chief naturally wouldn't be just for this reason alone. However, thinking about it carefully, everyone could also feel that from a certain perspective, Yin Zhaoge was really Yan Di's lucky star. More importantly, Yin Zhaoge's current performance was something that no one of the entire Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation could compare to. Before the incident of Yunwu County in the Sand region, Yin Zhaoge had already been groomed as the successor of the next generation. If no major accidents occurred, he was very likely to become the next chief of Broad Creed Mountain in the future. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at Yan Di, "Follow Master." He rose and walked towards the back of the Great Hall, Yan Di following behind him. Yin Zhaoge and the others watched Yuan Zhengfeng and his disciple leave, knowing that they were going to complete the handover of the clear Qi robe and Broad Creed Grand Formation. The Great Hall fell silent, no one speaking any longer. Elder He and Elder Zhang's gazes swept past Shi Tai and Feng Zhuan, finally coming to rest on Feng Zhuan. Chapter 262. Everyone's gazes all rested on Feng Zhuan. Feng Zhuan's expression was calm and without ripples, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him at all. Seeing Feng Zhuan like this, it wasn't good for the others to continue staring at him as they all retracted their gazes. At this time it seemed that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate. Yin Zhaoge's eyes were focused on his nose on his heart as he waited there quietly. Yin Zhaoge felt rather emotional as he had finally achieved what he had been planning for from the very beginning. However, it was indeed unexpected that the external environment would turn into the current situation. The 9 underworlds, the decimating abyss, the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was a little distant as he pondered, not speaking. That day, Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, announced that due to his old age and lack of energy, his disciple, the former first-seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's Martial Inheritance Hall, Yan Di, would be assisting him in handling the clan's affairs. Yan Di relinquished his position as the first-seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall, someone else taking over his position. After all of Broad Creed Mountain had learnt of the news, they all had differing thoughts. The comparatively older longtime elders all felt vaguely worried. In recent years, Feng Zhuan's style of doing things had also become tougher. In comparison, however, Yan Di's style was undoubtedly tougher and more radical. Meanwhile, the attitude of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation experts was the exact opposite as they felt invigorated by this. The martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who had always been close to Yan Di's faction celebrated even more, running about as though the clouds had been dispelled to reveal the sun. As for the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who were close to Feng Zhuan's faction, while it couldn't be said that they were mourning everywhere, their morale was also low. Yandi's style was domineering and tough, but he wasn't narrow-minded. Everyone here was also of Broad Creed Mountain, so Fang Zhuan's group naturally wouldn't be worried that Yandi would settle scores with them later on, as long as he didn't cross the line like Eastern Tang's principal elder Yan Su. However, it would be more difficult for them to rise in the sect in the future. He needed more solid results and more outstanding talents. Yandi was magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones while also changing his perspective. He began to consider problems from the perspective of the sect leader, from the perspective of the entire sect. Only talent mattered, ensuring the unity and stability of the entire sect. However, under the premise that both sides were equally talented and capable, it did not need to be said whether he would choose his faction or Fang Zhuan's. This was only to be expected. If it were Fang Zhuan or anyone else in his position, the situation would be the same. As the sect leader, he was the chief of all of Broad Creed Mountain, but beneath the chief there would definitely be hardcore supporters. As it turned out, if the people on Fang Zhuan's side wanted to rise, they had to be truly stronger than their competitors. As Yandi's control over the clan grew stronger and stronger, with everyone being closely united by his side, truly being of one mind, such a situation would gradually disappear. At that time there would no longer be any distinction between direct and non-direct descendants. However, this will take some transition time. From a certain perspective, the length of the transition period was also a reflection of Yandi's capabilities. However, on the whole, it did not affect the overall situation at all. While Yandi was only temporarily acting as chief, he could immediately guarantee a relatively complete control over Broad Creed Mountain. Having been the chief of Broad Creed Mountain for many years, Yuan Zhengfeng's prestige and authority were unquestionable. Within the sect there were actually more neutral factions. They would support whoever Yuan Zhengfeng decided to be the sect leader. The only difference was how much support they had. As for Yandi, with his own ability and prestige, he could ensure that these neutral Broad Creed Mountain higher echelon experts would give him strong support after he took over. Therefore, on the whole, while some people felt disappointed and worried the internal change of Broad Creed Mountain's chief position, there were no ripples. On the way back to his lodgings, Yin Zhaoge met with his fellow disciples, all of whom were congratulating him. However, this was not because Yandi's position had risen, but because Yin Zhaoge had risen along with him. The current Yin Zhaoge had reappeared in the internal crystal furnace, had made important contributions in the War of the Eastern Tang, had found a maiden of extreme mean for the clan, had ingeniously schemed at Cloud Portent Mountain to pull Infinite Boundless Mountain into their camp, had illuminated the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, had forcibly broken through Clear Concealed Lake's Devilish Domain Grand Formation, not long ago, in the incident of Yunwu County in the Wind Domain's Sand region. He had once again turned the tides. All these things had already long since confirmed Yin Zhaoge's current position. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if something happened to his father Yandi now, it would not affect Yin Zhaoge's current situation at all. No matter who succeeded the position of chief, Yin Zhaoge's position and treatment in Broad Creed Mountain were already as stable as Mount Tai. His current prestige and position stemmed more from himself, rather than from others. In everyone's hearts, the current concept of him being the Broad Creed young master Yin Zhaoge was deeply ingrained, and not the son of Broad Creed Mountain's newly appointed temporary chief, Yandi. It was even to the extent that in many people's hearts, the title of Broad Creed young master was already gradually no longer suitable for Yin Zhaoge. Under the heavens, there were few who still viewed him as an ordinary youngster. His numerous achievements had already caused people to begin overlooking Yin Zhaoge's age. Therefore, everyone congratulating Yin Zhaoge at this moment was purely out of congratulating his father for successfully advancing a step further. It was more like a normal exchange of human relations. Yin Zhaoge could more or less feel this. He smiled in return, also appearing unfazed by honor or disgrace as per usual. Walking on the mountain path, Yin Zhaoge suddenly halted, his gaze piercing through the dense forest as he looked in the direction outside the mountain. With the news of my father's temporary chief having spread, others will also be able to guess that Grandmaster is in secluded cultivation, attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm. Stroking his lower chin, Yin Zhaoge pondered. As the news spread outside of Broad Creed Mountain, The entire Eight Extremities world was indeed shaken by it. The competition between Yendi and Feng Zhuan of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage was not a secret. The other 5 sacred grounds, as well as first and second-rate powers, had similarly been paying close attention to it. Now that it vaguely felt like the dust had settled, everyone sighed, at the same time adjusting their own plans based on the results. At the same time, those of the other sacred grounds also judged that this meant that Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, was finally going to attempt that final step, attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm. The news that the Sacred Sun clan had obtained the purple essence containing jade, and that the Great Sun comes east, Huang Guanglia might very likely advance to a higher level also spread under the heavens. Receiving the news, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain both maintained their silence. If Yuan Zhengfeng successfully advanced a step further, Broad Creed Mountain's leading position in the alliance of the 3 clans would be completely established, and Broad Creed Mountain would also become a massive power that was completely not inferior to the current Sacred Sun clan. This was rather important as to what Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain should do next. However, the pressure of Huang Guanglia possibly advancing a step further was also real. Turbid Wave Pavilion still did not express any stance, while the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall appeared normal on the surface, great waves were surging within. At the peak of the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak, the current chief Huang Su gazed in the direction of the northern heaven domain, asking quietly, "How are the preparations?" Chapter 263. Behind Huang Su stood a middle-aged man, precisely the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. The Twilight Lord replied, "Everything is ready, only waiting for the old sect master to come out of seclusion." His voice paused for a moment before he continued, "If the situation is right, then we don't have to wait for the old sect master to come out of seclusion." Huang Su nodded and turned to the side. There stood a quiet young man like a shadow under the sunlight. It was his son, the world-illuminating young master, Huang Jia. Huang Jia exchanged a glance with his father, Huang Su, and softly said, "It would be best if we can wait for grandfather to come out of seclusion." Huang Su and Twilight Lord didn't ask any more questions. They nodded and withdrew their gazes from Huang Jia. Gazing in the direction of the northern heaven domain, Huang Su muttered to himself, "Broad Creed Mountain, so many years, you have been an eyesore for long enough." It was not just the Sacred Sun clan. To the northeast of the 8 Extremities world, in the U region of the Thunder Domain's 6 regions, lay the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the current world's 6 great sacred grounds. The sky above where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located was filled densely with thunderclouds all year round, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. The massive palace complex was constructed entirely of greenish-purple metal. It looked like the palace of the Thunder Emperor. In the core of the main hall, a bald old man sat on the main seat, looking at the people in front of him. The old man was bald and had a purple goatee on his chin. As he sat there, he did not exude any powerful aura and appeared very calm. But when others faced him, they would involuntarily feel their hearts palpitate, as if they were facing the most violent lightning. The bald old man was precisely the current lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint known as Shocking Thunder all round, Shun Li. This lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's gaze swept across the higher echelon experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present, saying slowly, "The Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia and Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Zhengfeng are both seeking to advance further in their cultivation. The situation is delicate. Even though I just suffered a defeat in the Sand region, if this old man was the leader of the Decimating Abyss, I would do it once more on Broad Creed Mountain's territory." Although he spoke slowly, his voice was deep and powerful. It was as if thunder was rolling down, full of pressure. On Shun Li's left and right sat the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Behind one of the middle-aged men with a formidable appearance stood a young man with a calm expression and sharp eyes. It was the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou. He was also the only grandmaster martial artist and the only junior disciple who was allowed to participate. The middle-aged man before Lin Zhou was naturally his father, the first seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Lin Tianfeng. If the Decimating Abyss has infiltrated even deeper into the higher echelons of Broad Creed Mountain, this time would indeed be their chance, Lin Tianfeng said, but it would also depend on how much strength they possess. Before the heaven equaling Yuan Zhengfeng enters secluded cultivation, he would definitely have made appropriate arrangements. Having Yan Di act as the chief is one of them. With the clear Qi robe and Broad Creed Mountain's guardian grand formation present, ordinary people can't cause trouble. Lin Tianfeng said slowly. However, speaking of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, there is someone in Broad Creed Mountain who is worth paying attention to. A grand elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall opposite him nodded. The one who was defeated in the competition for Broad Creed Mountain's chief this time. Hidden Dragon Fang Zhuan. Lin Tianfeng said, that's right. Losing the competition with Yan Di virtually caused the name of Hidden Dragon to become a joke. Fang Zhuan can only be a hidden dragon in this life, not soaring into the 9 heavens and transforming into a true dragon. The true dragon is someone else, his junior apprentice brother of the same clan, Yan Di. The reason why Fang Zhuan had the name of Hidden Dragon was that year he was the most outstanding amongst those of the same generation in Broad Creed Mountain. Amongst those of the same generation, there was no one who could surpass him. Whether it was within Broad Creed Mountain or outside of Broad Creed Mountain, everyone in the 8 extremities world thought highly of him as Yuan Zhengfeng's successor, Broad Creed Mountain's new chief. In that era, amongst those of the same generation in the entire 8 extremities world, only the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, and a few others, could be mentioned in the same breath as Fang Zhuan. The Lin Tianfeng who was here now compared to Fang Zhuan that year was also a bit weaker. When Fang Zhuan's fame had risen that year, Yan Di had not even entered Broad Creed Mountain yet. However, in the end, Yan Di had caught up, causing the hidden dragon to be trapped within the deep abyss, unable to ascend to the heavens. Under such circumstances, whether or not Fang Zhuan would lose his mind, whether or not he would be tempted by the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, was actually something that the entire 8 extremities world was concerned about. Hearing Lin Tianfeng mention this matter, those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall all nodded slightly. However, their gazes also inadvertently swept past the person seated beside Lin Tianfeng. That person looked similar to Lin Tianfeng in appearance, currently expressionless, yet was another first seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He was also Yan Shan's master, the person who had previously competed with Lin Tianfeng for the position of the next lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall after Shan Li. Once upon a time, his advantage had been immense, pressuring Lin Tianfeng to the point where he was virtually unable to withstand it. However, in the past year or so, Lin Tianfeng had consecutively performed great feats, not only reversing his disadvantage, he had even reversed the situation completely, instead gaining the upper hand in the battle. While the competition over at the Heavenly Thunder Hall was not as settled as at Broad Creed Mountains, Lin Tianfeng's current advantage was already exceptionally great. As long as he did not commit a fatal mistake, the other party would definitely be hard-pressed to make a comeback. Yan Shan's master was currently expressionless as he said, with the Sacred Sun clan having obtained the purple essence containing jade, Huang Guanglia having advanced a step further, virtually becoming a permanent fixture. Whether or not Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Zhengfeng can succeed is still another matter. How should our Heavenly Thunder Hall proceed from here on out? Lin Tianfeng no longer mentioned the matter of Fang Zhuan, instead saying, Yuan Zhengfeng's secluded cultivation this time will definitely not be peaceful. If the Sacred Sun clan's strength rises a step further, our clan should also make more plans for ourselves. Strength is the foundation of everything, whether it is in confrontation or cooperation. On the master's seat, Shen Li now spoke calmly, let's wait and see, waiting for a chance to act. Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi robe is a good thing. If the decimating abyss wants to cause trouble this time, it will definitely be a major move, possibly allying with the Flame Devils of the East Sea once more. At that time, Jade Sea City will not have the time to interfere with us. As Shen Li said this, his gaze swept across all the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present. Our clan's internal cleansing cannot be neglected. If the decimating abyss messes up our own, that would really be a joke. Everyone present nodded in unison, a long-time elder saying, the decimating abyss will also not go to the extent of making enemies everywhere. If they want to succeed, they will also have to concentrate their strength. Even so, we still have to dig out all the nails of our clan, Shen Li said mildly. How can we let sand be in our eyes? Everyone replied in unison, Yes, Hall Lord. In Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, Ahu beside him beaming with joy as he was incomparably happy for Yen Di. Right, Ahu, how is the thing that I asked you to find earlier? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as he asked. Awakening, Ahu answered, Young master, it's already gathered. I'll go get it for you. Saying thus, he brought over a few things. Other than a bow, there were also quite a few materials. Chapter 264. Everyone, please support the official subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. After returning from the sand region, Yin Zhaoge had asked Ahu to search for some things. Currently, the manpower and resources that Yin Zhaoge could mobilize had long since been no longer limited to the Yin family. The resources of the entire Broad Creed Mountain could also be mobilized by Yin Zhaoge in large amounts. Now, Yin Zhaoge's work could also be considered to be the center of attention, with quite a few people staring at him. Not mentioning the numerous major matters that he had previously accomplished, just the fact that Yin Zhaoge was a martial scholar and a disciple of the younger generation, being able to freely use most of the resources of Broad Creed Mountain, such authority was enough to draw the attention of the outside world, wanting to see what exactly he could do. After all, in all under the heavens, how many youngsters could possess such authority? It was not without reason that others were increasingly disregarding Yin Zhaoge's age and seniority. His many great deeds and the authority he possessed had long since been incomparable to those of the same age and generation. Many people were staring at his every move, trying to analyze it. Yin Zhaoge was well aware of this. Therefore, he had instructed Ahu to search for more than 10 times the number and variety of things that he truly needed. This was all for the purpose of confusing and concealing himself. The few things that Ahu had handed over were what he truly wanted. The other things might not be useless, but they were not urgently needed, and could only be temporarily kept in reserve. Holding that longbow, Yin Zhaoge lightly pulled the bowstring, drawing it back, able to feel the abundant spiritual qi and power within. However, wanting to wield this treasure as he pleased, Yin Zhaoge currently still lacked the strength to wield its power, because this was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Wanting to completely wield the power of a mid-grade spirit artifact, one had to be an essence spirit martial grandmaster. Spirit vessel martial grandmasters could only wield a portion of its power, while martial scholars could not. Yin Zhaoge plucked at the bowstring, pondering as he asked, unable to find a high-grade spirit artifact bow? Ahu scratched his head, young master. Currently, the only high-grade spirit artifact bows that we know of are the Sacred Sun Clan's Shooting Sun, and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Heaven Shocker. Even if Jade Sea City, Turbid Wave Pavilion and Infinite Boundless Mountain have them, we can also try to borrow them. If Shooting Sun and Heaven Shocker, I really can't think of anything else. If you want to steal or rob, my cultivation is still too low. Ahu looked at the bow in Yin Zhaoge's hands. In the lands of the Heaven Domain, the best bow that can be found is this Sky Speed. I also know this, Yin Zhaoge nodded. A mid-grade spirit artifact is actually already sufficient. It's just that the better the bow, the higher the chance. While he was temporarily unable to wield this high-speed bow, Yin Zhaoge was not in a rush as he placed it by the side, beginning to inspect other things. After inspecting all of the items one by one, Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It is only because of Broad Creed Mountain's great assets that they could prepare everything within such a short period of time. I'm afraid it won't be that fast. Yin Zhaoge took out his internal crystal furnace once more. From within, a low, stable sound could be heard, clearly still in the midst of circulating. Lightly tapping on the internal crystal furnace, Yin Zhaoge opened the lid of the furnace, brilliant light instantly gushing out. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, patting the body of the furnace. Instantly, a purple light flew out from within, landing before Yin Zhaoge. It was precisely a dark green bamboo branch. Originally placed within the internal crystal furnace along with this bamboo branch were the incinerating light sword, the vapor sealing sword and the purple gold thunder sword, the 3 low-grade spirit artifacts. Now they had long since disappeared. Meanwhile, that bamboo branch actually seemed to have grown quite a bit, the bamboo segment having now become 2 segments. Yin Zhaoge reached out and grasped the bamboo branch. He first kept it, then guided it with his aura qi, the many treasures that he had inspected earlier all falling into the internal crystal furnace together. Next, Yin Zhaoge closed the lid of the furnace, his hands simultaneously striking the two sides of the internal crystal furnace. The surface of the internal crystal furnace glowed with a myriad of colors. It began circulating mightily once more. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he silently gazed at the internal crystal furnace, his hands rhythmically striking the internal crystal furnace with a strange rhythm, causing the circulation of this furnace to always be under his control, moving according to his thoughts. Time slowly passed. Regardless of whether the outside world was turbulent or turbulent, Yin Zhaoge remained within his own world, quietly controlling the internal crystal furnace to concoct the things that he wanted. It had already been some time since Yen Di had temporarily assumed the position of chief. After Broad Creed Mountain had passed smoothly and everything had stabilized on the right track, the old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, had finally officially decided to enter secluded cultivation. With Yuan Zhengfeng in seclusion, the matters on Yin Zhaoge's hands finally came to an end for the time being. The internal crystal furnace temporarily halted its circulation, its lid opening. Yin Zhaoge guided it, and 3 black shadows flew out from within. The 3 black shadows simultaneously landed within Yin Zhaoge's hands. They were 3 jet black arrows, flickering with a faint golden light, each of them around a meter long. Carefully observing the arrowheads before his eyes, Yin Zhaoge saw that the sharpness of the arrowheads flickered unceasingly. They did not look sharp at all, instead appearing rather illusory as they flickered. The arrowheads of the 3 jet black arrows seemed to be unceasingly changing between being real and illusory. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Zhaoge appraised them for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The first step is a success, but it still needs some polishing. Sticking his head over from the side, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what is this?" "Devil-shattering arrow," Yin Zhaoge answered casually. Ahu scratched his big head. "Something specially used to deal with the devilish domain grand formation?" Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, not replying as he closed the internal crystal furnace, first placing it back into his shadow shrinking pouch along with the arrows before asking, "Grand Master is entering seclusion today?" Ahu's expression turned somewhat solemn. "Yes, young master." Yin Zhaoge nodded, striding out first. Ahu followed behind him, the two arriving at the back mountains together. The so-called back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain generally referred to the 3 mountains Water Ridge Peak, Converting Lake Peak and Gentle Wind Peak. The entire Broad Creed Mountain was formed of a total of 8 mountain peaks, all of them smooth as mirrors, their surface areas vast. They were all not naturally formed, instead having been carved out by experts of the clan that year after their original peaks had been shaved off. The 8 great mountains began from the earth and ended in the heavens. The highest heaven-rising peak was Broad Creed Mountain's main peak. Of the latter 3 mountains, Gentle Wind Peak was free to enter and leave, and many Broad Creed Mountain disciples were active there. Water Ridge Peak and Converting Lake Peak, however, were both forbidden grounds. Beneath the former was Broad Creed Mountain's #1 danger ground, the Heaven Sealing Gorge, while the latter was the secluded cultivation ground of Broad Creed Mountain's peak experts. In the past, the founder of Broad Creed Mountain, the heaven-establishing Old Man Qiu Yuan, had entered secluded cultivation here. The exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge, invincible amongst the 8 extremities world, had also entered secluded cultivation here. The heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, who had led Broad Creed Mountain through its darkest years, had also entered secluded cultivation here. Now it was Yuan Zhengfeng's turn. Looking at the people before him, the old man smiled. This old man's departure this time will be hard to predict, and it is also hard to predict how long it will take. Broad Creed Mountain will be in your hands. Yen Di and the others said, "We will do our best." Standing at the back of the crowd, Yin Zhaoge also bowed towards Yuan Zhengfeng from afar, watching as his grandmaster entered secluded cultivation. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly today. Chapter 265. After watching Yuan Zhengfeng enter seclusion, Yin Zhaoge left, exiting Converting Lake Peak and returning to his lodgings. Along the way he saw a figure standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Yin Zhaoge greeted him. Senior apprentice brother Su, you finally returned? Has Suzhou City completed the handover? That person was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was straightforward and upright. It was precisely Xue Fei. Brother Fei. Who greeted them as well. Xue Fei nodded. Zhaoge Hu Ting. Yin Zhaoge led Xue Fei to his lodgings. After they had taken their seats, Xue Fei went straight to the point and asked Zhaoge, although you are currently still a martial scholar, you have already broken through 2 great devilish formations, and have also interacted with many fallen practitioners. Currently, in our sect, I feel that you should be one of the few people who understand the 9 underworld's demons, the demon domain, the decimating abyss, and the fallen evils the most. The reason I came here today is because I have something to ask of you. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge fell silent for a moment before saying, does senior apprentice brother Su want to ask? Is it possible for fallen practitioners to regain their human form? Xue Fei nodded slowly. Perhaps it's an extravagant hope. But, if there's a glimmer of hope and that person is really senior brother Shi, then I want to give it a try. Yin Zhaoge also didn't play dumb with Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. To be honest, I also hope that senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao will be able to realize his error and mend his ways. However, it's a pity that from what I currently know, after a person comes into contact with devilish qi and completes their internal and external connection, their thoughts manifesting externally into reality, completely falling to the dark side, there is no way for them to regain their human form. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. I dare not say that there is no way, but based on what I know, I have no way. The two had a close relationship, and Xue Fei was a straightforward person who was also sufficiently resolute in his beliefs. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was not afraid of telling him everything in a straightforward manner. Sure enough, when Xue Fei heard it, he sighed softly. I'm just holding on to a sliver of hope. But if it's you, Zhaoge, there's nothing you can do. I'm afraid it's really hard to say. Yin Zhaoge said softly, for all those who have fallen to the dark side, the one who makes the final decision is always themselves. After falling to the dark side, humans are no longer humans. Instead, it's the netherworld evil demons, another kind of existence in this world, or you could say that they're another kind of life form. Although the fallen evils have memories of their previous lives, the 9 netherworld evil demons kill people just like how we slaughter cows, goats, chickens, and ducks. To them, the feeling is more or less the same. The memories of their past lives are more like the memories of their past lives after reincarnation. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. If possible, we all hope that senior apprentice brother Shi can turn back. But is he himself willing? Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the masked man who tried to assassinate us is really senior brother Shi. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Xue Fei silently removed the wineskin by his waist. Instead of drinking heartily like he used to, he sipped slowly. He said slowly, I understand what you're saying. Yin Zhaoge was silent for a moment before asking, we don't know whether senior apprentice brother Shi currently has any lives on his hands. Even if the people he killed weren't from our sect, you and I both know that as humans, killing is a very important thing. It's completely different from killing people as demons of the netherworld. Yin Zhaoge looked at Xue Fei. In these few exchanges, we can feel that assassin. Although he doesn't use the martial arts he's most proficient in, his killing intent and killing intent are all biting cold to the extreme. He really wants to put us to death. Although we currently don't have a way to let the fallen evils regain their human form, it's not that we can't first capture him alive, then slowly find a way. But you and I both know, the difficulty of killing an opponent is completely different from the difficulty of capturing one alive, especially when it's an opponent who may not be weaker than us. When 2 people of similar strength fight, victory or defeat, life or death, is often decided in an instant. Hearing this, Xue Fei didn't say anything, but also nodded. Yin Zhaoge continued, I have the stone pillar from the Great Western Desert to suppress my opponent, so I have confidence in one-on-one. But what about you, senior apprentice brother Xue? Being able to capture him alive would naturally be the best, but are you prepared to risk being killed by him and still preserve his life? Xue Fei's gaze didn't fluctuate in the slightest as he calmly said, that's right, if this person really is senior apprentice brother Shi, this is what I plan to do. If he really has already committed too many crimes, I won't be biased. But before that, I have to try hard. Xue Fei stood up saying, I have no parents, and was raised by master from young, growing up together with brother Tao. Even if I have to take the risk myself, I don't care. Yin Zhaoge sighed, similarly standing up. Right now, we still can't confirm that masked person's identity. If we meet again, it's best if you don't treat him as senior apprentice brother, sure. Or it will be very dangerous. If he doesn't use his original martial arts, only using the dark light killing art, he won't be your match. However, if you show mercy in all aspects, the one who will lose will very likely be you. The dark light killing art, this martial art, possesses great explosive power, and is also a martial art that purely kills people. Xue Fei nodded. Rest assured. I will pay attention to the bare minimum. If someone wants to impersonate senior apprentice brother Sure and scheme against me, I will take good care of him. Yin Zhaoge said, if you think this way, that's naturally for the best. After sending Xue Fei out, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the sunlight that penetrated through the leaves of the forest, saying, with Grand Master in secluded cultivation this time, hidden tides are surging in the outside world. If our clan passes through this, the situation will be even better. But this bottleneck will not be easy to pass. Xue Fei also halted, standing alongside Yin Zhaoge, similarly raising his head and appraising the mottled sunlight. While Grand Master's chances of success are uncertain, and if he fails, there is still the risk of him perishing, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not just wait for the results calmly. Especially if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion successfully, the Sacred Sun Clan will definitely directly step into the Heaven Domain, heading straight for our clan. The Decimating Abyss may also make a comeback. Others aside, at the very least, they still have the Scaly Dragon King Sima Chue, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert. Also, Xue Fei frowned. His status was similarly already not something that ordinary disciples of the same generation could compare to. Perhaps his authority in mobilizing resources and manpower could not compare to Yin Zhaoge's, but he could also come into contact with much information that ordinary martial practitioners of the same generation did not know. Yin Zhaoge directly continued his words. Also, there is still one person that we have to guard against. Exchanging glances, the two said simultaneously, the Devil Saint Yuan, one of the current 6 martial saints of the 8 extremities world, a peak existence amongst solitary practitioners, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, just so happened to be related to the Decimating Abyss and the 9 underworlds. After the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, having prevented the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler from reinforcing Clear Concealed Lake, Yuan Tian had disappeared without a trace, but no one dared to think that this was a coincidence. This person's destructive power was far from what the likes of Sima Chue could compare to. Or perhaps it should be said that up till now, all the known Decimating Abyss martial practitioners added together would still not be enough to be beaten by this person with a single hand. Chapter 266. Leader, member, ally, or perhaps he helped out of a favor? Su Fei asked. It could even be that Yuan Tian did it on his own accord. However, no matter what the reason is, we must be on guard against Yuan Tian. We must include him in our upcoming plans. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge nodded. The Devil Saint Yuan Tian is indeed a problem. We need to be wary of him. Su Fei said, Zhaoge, you have to be careful from now on. His gaze fell on the devilish mark on Yin Zhaoge's left hand. After all, Master's cultivation base is rather high. If the enemy wants to reopen the Great 9 Underworld's door in the Sand region, it is very likely that they will target you. Yin Zhaoge said straightforwardly, even if it isn't for the Great 9 Underworld's door, they might still target me. If I were to die, the pressure of the devilish mark would all fall onto eldest apprentice uncle. This way, eldest apprentice uncle's attention would be drawn further, making it easier for them to do other things. Xue Fei's expression was a little solemn. Yes, he was an open-minded and forthright person, but apart from being open and candid, he was also relatively steady. He didn't like to speculate, so there were some things that were difficult to say out loud. Yin Zhaoge, however, immediately understood the meaning behind Su Fei's words. If there were still people of Broad Creed Mountain who were spies of the Decimating Abyss, especially experts whose cultivation bases were rather high, if they intended to assassinate Yin Zhaoge, It would be extremely covert, hard to guard against. After all, he couldn't look at everyone with suspicion or completely isolate Yin Zhaoge. He could only rely on Yin Zhaoge's own vigilance for everything. Yin Zhaoge patted Su Fei's shoulder. Relax, senior apprentice brother Su. I will take care of myself. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge laughed. While I don't really like it, it seems like there are always such things that come looking for me. It looks like I was born to be a bait, with the clan just being able to create a circle around me, ambushing and killing spies of the decimating abyss. Shui Fei said sternly, that's true, but you'll be taking a huge risk. I know, Zhaoge, you have a strange treasure on you, and you are not afraid of a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. But what if an essence spirit martial grandmaster suddenly attacks after getting close? You might not be able to fend off the reinforcements of the experts lying in ambush. Shui Fei paused for a moment. If it was an essence talisman martial grandmaster, he wouldn't even have the time to react. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su, you are right. It is indeed like this. But now the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. There are some things that can't be helped. However, I won't joke around with my life. Although I don't plan to be quarantined in the near future. I want to reduce my personal contact with the higher-ups of the sect. Except for a limited number of people, the rest of the elders can only apologize first. I believe they will understand. Shui Fei nodded. It's good that you know what to do. After sending Su Fei off, Yin Zhaoge did not directly return to the secluded room, as he instead strolled leisurely outside. Traversing the forest, Yin Zhaoge came before a waterfall, quietly looking at the flowing water. After who knew how long, when Yin Zhaoge was about to turn and leave, suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He looked in a certain direction and saw a figure appear in the distance. It was a woman. The woman's appearance was beautiful, but her temperament was somewhat cold. It was Qing. Qing only discovered Yin Zhaoge after getting close. As she looked over, she could only feel that Yin Zhaoge seemed to have merged as one with his surroundings, making it hard for her to detect him. Senior apprentice brother Yen, Qing first bowed. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Junior apprentice sister Qing. It's been a long time. Congratulations on your rapid progress in cultivation. Compared to the time of the Qingzi Lake Alliance meet, Qing's current cultivation had already stepped from the inner aura stage to the outer aura stage. Yin Zhaoge heard the sound of her blood flowing. It was as heavy as lead mercury, but it didn't seem sluggish at all. Are you currently at the peak of the early outer aura stage, or have you already stepped into the mid-outer aura stage, the stage of condensing qi into weapons? Yin Zhaoge asked interestedly. Qing replied, at the middle stage of outer aura, one can already condense qi into weapons. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. His upstanding qi transformed into a blade and floated beside his body. Shockingly, he was already at the middle stage of the physical invulnerability stage. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his palms together, sighing, it hasn't even been a year since we returned from Clear Concealed Lake, and you've already advanced by leaps and bounds to this stage. You really are a heaven-blessed genius. Qing shook her head. Compared to senior apprentice brother Yan's speed of advancing from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage, and then to the mid-outer aura stage, it is much slower. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, but he did not speak. Qing's situation was very special, very abnormal. Before she had become a martial scholar, while she had also been extremely outstanding, it hadn't been especially exaggerated, basically being at the average standard of direct disciples of sacred grounds. That year, after becoming a martial scholar, her speed of improvement had been so swift that even Yin Zhaoge had been taken aback. Amongst those of the same generation, her speed of improvement had surpassed that of the original owner of Yin Zhaoge's body, Luwan Su Fei. Only Feng Yunxing had been slightly faster than her. However, Feng Yunxing's situation had originally been special. With the extreme yin scripture, the yin-yang coexisting technique, as well as the recent stimulation of the cold marrow needles, she had been working on multiple fronts. Ing Longtu's improvement had been even more exaggerated, but because of his Big Dipper body, it had been especially convenient for Han Lao to enter the body refinement realm. Having reached the martial scholar realm, while his improvement speed would also be very fast, he still might not be stronger than Qing. Everyone was curious, and Yin Zhaoge was the same. However, he was just curious, not having any thoughts of digging deeper. After all, Si Kongqing wasn't an enemy. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Si Kongqing's gaze was a little strange. Yin Zhaoge touched his face. What, are there flowers growing on my face? Si Kongqing shook her head. No, it's just that looking at you, senior apprentice brother Yin, I thought of some things. Yin Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Oh? What things? Earlier at Clear Concealed Lake, I personally experienced it. This time at Yunwu County in the Sand region, while I wasn't there, I also heard about it. Si Kongqing said, Senior apprentice brother Yen, you have done something that many martial grandmaster experts are unable to do? From ancient times till now, whether or not you are the strongest martial scholar, I don't dare to say for sure, but I'm afraid that you are the martial scholar with the greatest ability. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Si Kongqing said, so, I feel that I have to make some changes. You doubt yourself? Yin Zhaoge appraised her all over, doubting whether your heart having always been completely undistracted, not dabbling in formations, artifact forging and the like, instead wholeheartedly cultivating in the martial arts. Is this path correct? Si Kongqing said calmly, no, I have never wavered. I firmly believe that my path is not wrong. While at Clear Concealed Lake, as well as now when a storm is about to descend upon our clan, I feel my own insignificance and powerlessness. I have never doubted my own choice. My insignificance and powerlessness are only because I am currently too weak. Looking at Si Kongqing, Yin Zhaoge saw that her eyes were glowing slightly, a rare sight. The girl continued, I feel that the environment that I have been in all along has been too comfortable. Under the guidance and protection of the clan, while I have also cultivated diligently, while I believe that I have been diligent in my cultivation, it has still been too comfortable. Si Kongqing looked straight at Yin Zhaoge. I want to go out adventuring for a bit. Going a little further, seeing more things, tempering myself, life and death up to the heavens. Chapter 267. Looking at Si Kongqing, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Yin Zhaoge did not object to Si Kongqing's thoughts. After all, this was a world that belonged to martial artists. When a person had the ability to push forward unparalleled, everything else paled in comparison. The simplest example was Devil Saint Yuan Tian. He did not need to use any other means. Just by standing there, he was a deterrent. In the current Eight Extremities world, a martial saint had the ability and capital to ignore most of the rules. Most of the time, only existences of the same level could restrict him. As Si Kongqing had said, she felt powerless, mostly because her current cultivation was still low. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on her. Compared to her age and cultivation time, she had already surpassed countless people. It was just that she was involved in a situation that her current cultivation and strength couldn't handle. Most of the tragedies in this world originated from this. From a certain perspective, Yin Zhaoge was also in the same situation, just that he had other countermeasures. It was also precisely because he was always able to solve problems that, logically speaking, he was unable to solve with his current level of cultivation, that Yin Zhaoge had his current position and reputation. Looking at Si Kongqing, Yin Zhaoge said, before this, when you were out tempering yourselves, while there were people who brought you along, on the whole, as long as it was not a life or death situation, they would not care about you. The clan also considers the effects of tempering. Si Kongqing said, even so, we always have feelings of dependence in our hearts. She looked at the distant waterfall, listening to the rumbling sound of water. For senior martial sister Feng to have what she has today, those 2 years of wandering alone and being chased by others were very important. Although that's not a good thing. Yin Zhaoge knew that Si Kongqing's words were unrelated to Feng Yunqing's extreme physique, as well as the cold marrow needles and the extreme scripture. She was referring to Feng Yunqing's strength, which far surpassed her peers. On one hand it was talent and on the other hand it was experience. Feng Yunqing's combat ability far surpassed most martial artists of the same realm. As far as Yin Zhaoge knew, Feng Yunqing and Si Kongqing were both disciples of Fu Enshu. They would often spar with each other. This pair of apprentice sisters was also very interesting. Feng Yunqing addressed Si Kongqing as senior apprentice sister Si Kong, while Si Kongqing addressed Feng Yunqing as senior apprentice sister Feng. Of course, there was no conflict between the two. He didn't mean to oppose her at all. Because Feng Yunxing entered the sect late, she respectfully addressed Si Kongqing, who was younger than her, as senior apprentice sister. And the reason why Si Kongqing addressed Feng Yunxing as senior sister was very simple. There was no enmity between fellow disciples, so there was no need for them to fight to the death. After exchanging blows, Feng Yunxing had always been slightly superior. If it was a fight to the death, Feng Yunxing would have an even greater advantage. Not in the mood to interfere with Si Kongqing's decision, Yan Zhaoge smiled, having such thoughts. You are also wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao, striving to improve yourself. I naturally have no objections to this. While it might be hard to say for others, it might indeed be a feasible path for you. However, first, it's best if you ask for Uncle Master Fu's opinion before making a decision. Second, even if you want to leave, it's better to wait for Grandmaster to come out of seclusion. It's better to wait until the dust has settled. It's been a troubled time recently. Hearing this, Si Kongqing nodded, saying, Senior apprentice brother Yan's words are reasonable. I understand. She cupped her hands towards Yan Zhaoge, then took her leave. Yan Zhaoge looked at Si Kongqing's back. He sighed. 100 vying barges, who will emerge victorious? Shaking his head, Yan Zhaoge returned to his residence. Speaking of diligently cultivating and improving one's strength and realm, Yan Zhaoge's desire to improve had never been weaker than others. While he had been enjoying limitless glory recently, having accomplished great things that many martial scholars had been unable to accomplish, Yan Zhaoge's urgent desire to raise his strength was even stronger than most people's. Returning to his secluded room, Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, the aura qi within his body ceaselessly regulating his breathing. A spiritual light shot into the skies from the top of his head. Raising his left hand, Yan Zhaoge examined the devilish mark on the back of his hand, unceasingly analyzing the concept contained within. Within his dantian, the chaotic qi mass was still hazy. After regulating his breathing for a moment, the spiritual light above his head gradually retracted as he took out an item. It was a piece of stone that resembled a mirror, not being transparent as it looked completely gray. However, as Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on it, radiance seemed to vaguely flicker on its surface, reflecting Yan Zhaoge's face. It was precisely the life-illuminating immortal stone that Yan Zhaoge had previously obtained from the foreign dimension that loose practitioner he had resided in. This treasure's usual use, and one that most people of pre-Great Calamity times knew of, was to reflect the circulation paths of one's aura qi as one cultivated, displaying it for others to see. In other words, its main use was actually to guide disciples and teach. When the seniors of the clan cultivated, they would use the life-illuminating immortal stone to display the circulation paths of their aura qi, demonstrating it for the juniors, making it easier for them to observe and comprehend. However, Yan Zhaoge knew that this treasure still had other uses. He extended his finger, lightly swiping it on the surface of the life-illuminating immortal stone, drawing a series of patterns. Different scenes of light instantly appeared on the surface of the stone. The originally gray stone actually gradually turned clear and transparent at this moment, resembling a crystal, resembling the true surface of a mirror. The spiritual light above Yan Zhaoge's head rose once more. Just that an image also arose within the spiritual light, looking exceptionally unique. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge began his days of secluded cultivation once more. Every day, he would either cultivate unceasingly accumulating in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm, or analyze the devilish mark on the back of his left hand, or forge devil-shattering arrows with the internal crystal furnace. Time passed quickly, and some time had already passed since the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng had entered secluded cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain operated as per usual internally, Yan Di already fully immersed in his role. Meanwhile, in the outside world, whether it was the Sacred Sun clan or the Decimating Abyss, they also temporarily did not make any major movements. At this moment, it was as though they were all united, eagerly anticipating Yuan Zhengfeng's success in his cultivation, successfully stepping into the martial saint realm and emerging from seclusion. However, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Yan Di and the others, they all knew that all this was merely an illusion, just the final calm before the storm. One day, as Yan Zhaoge sat quietly within his room, The surface of the life-illuminating immortal stone that was clear as crystal before him already riddled with cracks, resembling dense spiderwebs. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he extended his finger, tapping on the life-illuminating immortal stone. The crystalline stone soundlessly shattered, turning into fine powder before turning into dust, dissipating within the air, as though it had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, the spiritual light above Yin Zhaoge's head erupted with light. Radiance seemed to be emitted from every single acupoint of his entire body. Bathed completely within the radiance, Yin Zhaoge's illusory aura qi seemed to have transformed into actual auspicious clouds, supporting his body. The bright spiritual light above his head now began slowly retracting from the top of Yin Zhaoge's head, while the light emitted from his entire body grew even denser. Today, Yin Zhaoge officially advanced towards the martial grandmaster realm. Chapter 268. Yin Zhaoge's entire body shone with radiance, his aura qi roiling as he looked like he was surrounded by auspicious clouds. As the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, a shocking force emanated from within his body. Gradually, there seemed to be true dragons moving up and down in the auspicious clouds. The true dragons could only see their heads but not their tails. They let out resounding and tyrannical dragon roars in unison. At this moment, the two auras of cold and heat were no longer distinct. One could only feel a vigorous power. Yin Zhaoge's closed eyes now opened. At this moment, the radiance of the auspicious clouds that flickered with radiance around him gradually receded. The dragon-like astral energy also calmed down. The dazzling auspicious clouds gradually became quiet, and in the end they seemed muddle-headed. Yin Zhaoge's current location was vaguely hard to describe. He was clearly there, yet it seemed impossible to ascertain his position, unable to distinguish between front and back, unable to distinguish between up and down. Time and space seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment, leaving only chaos. Currently, the mass of qi surrounding Yin Zhaoge's body was shockingly the same as the scene within his Dantian's qi ocean. At this moment, the spiritual light above Yin Zhaoge's head had completely vanished, and the light within his eyes had also been completely retracted, looking completely ordinary and unremarkable, restrained and warm. The chaotic qi mass formed of his aura qi also gradually returned to the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body. Standing up from the ground, Yin Zhaoge resembled a famed, peerless sword that had revealed its sharpness to the fullest, sheathed at this moment. Not only was the edge of the sword not blunt, but it was even sharper. It was just that it was temporarily restrained, and would only be revealed again when there was a need, erupting with even greater power than before. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, only feeling that his aura qi that was rich with spirituality was even more restrained, even more condensed, even more vigorous, even heavier. He vaguely felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of martial arts cultivation. His own understanding, his own learning. Combining it with the martial arts he cultivated, a path to sublimation was already faintly discernible before his eyes. Yin Zhaoge knew that it was his true martial soul. Now that he had the foundation to nurture it, all he had to do was continue to accumulate and analyze it before he could finally comprehend it and sublimate it. And at this moment, he had already successfully stepped into the great Grandmaster realm. It was as if a door had been opened in front of him, and he had stepped into a whole new world. Great Grandmaster realm. Spirit nurturing initial stage. The spirituality of the stellar energy returned to its original state, and the fist intent heaven and earth turned from illusory to real, beginning to form spirit soil. This was precisely where the foundation of a martial grandmaster lay. The spirit soil formed of Yin Zhaoge's fist intense aura qi resembled the chaos within his Dantian's qi ocean, profound and indiscernible. Yin Zhaoge adjusted his condition for a moment, then got up, pushed open the door and walked out. Waiting outside, Ahu immediately saw that spiritual light that connected to the heavens above Yin Zhaoge's head vanish. According to Yin Zhaoge's personality, other than a few special circumstances, he would never retract the spiritual light above his head. At this moment the light disappeared. Carefully appraising Yin Zhaoge, Ahu felt the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsating, resembling a true divinity, communicating with the two heavens and earth within and outside his body. Ahu was someone who had experienced it once. He was slightly startled at first, then overjoyed. Young master, you've successfully become a great grandmaster. Yin Zhaoge smiled. A new beginning, a new beginning. Ahu praised sincerely. Young master, you almost broke the record of the clan head as the youngest great master. If we start counting from the beginning of the physical invulnerability stage to the grandmaster stage, you used even less time than the clan head. Usually, when Ahu said such words, he would still more or less have the intention of bootlicking. But at this moment, he was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart, only feeling that it was inconceivable. Don't look at how the big guy was usually very carefree, following by Yin Zhaoge's side like a lackey. However, this was only when he was facing Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Only then would he be like this. When facing others, while he was all smiles on the surface. Most of the time he, Ahu Huang Hutting, actually also had his own pride within his heart, resembling a ferocious tiger of Mount Buddha. However, seeing Yin Zhaoge at such a young age, having already stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, Ahu also felt that it was too amazing. This had nothing to do with Yin Zhaoge's identity at all, but was purely an admiration of Yin Zhaoge's individual excellence. Yin Zhaoge smiled, father becoming a martial grandmaster at the age of 22. Wanting to break this record is not easy. Currently, of those that are known, we can only see if Han Long has any hope. He looked at Ahu. Right, from the looks of it, you were specially waiting for me here. Is there something important? Ahu nodded, grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that vaguely seemed a little savage. Young master, things seem to be a little unstable at home. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh. Home. The home that Ahu spoke of was naturally not the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yin family, but the Central Heaven region's Yin family that Yin Zhaoge had come from. After having split off from the Thunder Domain's Zhao region that year, in order to avoid the persecution of the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yin family, they had traveled a long and arduous journey to the Heaven Domain, finally settling down in the Heaven Domain once more. The Central Heaven region was where Broad Creed Mountain was. Here, by convention, other first-rate powers were not permitted to exist. Wanting to develop in the Central Heaven region, they were at most some second-rate powers. The only two exceptions were the Yin family of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, as well as the Zhang family of the Grand Elder Zhang. Because of Yin Di and Elder Zhang, these two families had settled down in the Central Heaven region. However, comparatively speaking, they were both very low-key. Following Yin Di's rise in cultivation and position, the Central Heaven region's Yin family had also become a famed family of the Eight Extremities world. Of course, the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yin family refused to acknowledge this. However, the Central Heaven region's Yin family also didn't care whether they acknowledged it or not. The current patriarch of the Yin family was Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di. However, Yin Di spent most of his time at Broad Creed Mountain. His status as an elder of Broad Creed Mountain was also far greater than that of the Yin family's patriarch. Yin Di was the head of the Yin family. However, most of the family's daily affairs were handled by the elders, who then reported them to Yin Di. How is the family unstable? Yin Zhaoge asked, looking like he was smiling whilst also not. Ahu's expression was savage as he answered, some people are gossiping, suspecting that family head is not the old master's biological son, also speaking rudely towards young master, even insulting madam in the process. Yin Zhaoge chuckled coldly, not getting angry. This is interesting. Seeing that father's position in the sacred ground, Broad Creed Mountain, with hopes of ascending to the position of clan chief, they don't want to hug his thigh tightly, instead causing trouble at this time? First, not mentioning how trustworthy those filthy rumors are. Even if they are true, the sensible choice at this time would be to stand on father's side, even helping to destroy the evidence and quell the dispute. The stronger father, the more stable his position, and the more stable the position of the Central Heaven region's Yin family. Rising with the tide, the more benefits there are. Jumping out at this time to cause trouble, don't you think that they are stupid? Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, they are not stupid in the slightest. That means that there is another reason. Father is temporarily acting as Broad Creed Mountain's clan chief, having to attend to numerous affairs every day, unable to find the time. However, this kind of internal fire, he can't just ignore it. His own family is not at peace. How can he manage Broad Creed Mountain? It is also not suitable for others to suppress it. As the patriarch's son, it would be most suitable for me to return home to handle it. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly, gazing into the distance. Indeed, the calm before the storm has ended. The other side is preparing to make a move. Chapter 269. Ahu asked. It was their trap, and their target from the start was you, young master, trying to kill young master? Yin Zhaoge said mildly. This is a matter of the Yin family, and it is not suitable for others to deal with it. Father cannot deal with it, so only I can return. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoge. Young master, then you return? Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Of course I have to return. After packing up the things on hand, Yin Zhaoge walked to a courtyard by the side, where Pan was currently resting. Seeing Yin Zhaoge arrive, Pan instantly became spirited, no longer as lazy as before. Yin Zhaoge patted his big head, saying to Ahu, Father already knows the whole story, right? Ahu answered, yes, family head already knows. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Good, then it is fine. Father will naturally make the arrangements. Let's go home. Descending Earth Peak, exiting the clan, Yin Zhaoge flipped and sat on Pan, Ahu doing the same. The chubby and clumsy Pan, who looked charmingly naive, ran as fast as lightning, moving far away in an instant. Yin Zhaoge's figure jolted along with Pan's running, gazing into the distance, seemingly pondering something. He lowered his head to look at the back of his left hand. The devilish mark on it was already extremely dim. Normally speaking, it would not be long before it completely dissipated. Ahu glanced at it. Young master, do you think the ones causing trouble this time are the Decimating Abyss or the Sacred Sun clan? Yin Zhaoge said. The possibility of it being the Decimating Abyss is a little higher. The Sacred Sun clan is firstly waiting for Huang Guanglia to leave seclusion, and secondly, their corrosive abilities are not that strong. However, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was a little deep and distant. Whether or not they are aware of it is another matter altogether. The Sacred Sun clan might just be waiting for the Decimating Abyss, and us to both suffer heavy losses. That way, even if Huang Guanglia does not leave seclusion, they would still have a chance to take advantage of it. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. The Sacred Sun clan and the Decimating Abyss shouldn't be joining hands, right? Yin Zhaoge said. They shouldn't be joining hands, since the Sacred Sun clan shouldn't be able to do such a thing where they have no bottom line at all. Still, they might be thinking of reaping the benefits of the third to get us all in one fell swoop. Through the matter of the Wind Domain, I figured out a few things. In the current world, not mentioning what their understanding of the 9 underworlds is, the one who has the deepest understanding of the Decimating Abyss might be the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Both sides are trying to divide and rope in the remnant descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain, but the remnant descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain have also unknowingly become a channel for both sides to understand each other. Ahu scratched the back of his head. Are they all trying to use each other to kill each other? Yin Zhaoge said, it is just my guess. There is no basis for it. The foundation of the Central Heaven Region's Yin family was established in the southwest of the Central Heaven Region's Yunjin County, also some distance away from Broad Creed Mountain. Riding on Pan, Yin Zhaoge had also experienced a long journey before finally arriving. After entering the boundaries of Yunjin County, there was already someone waiting there. It was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a spirit vessel intermediate martial grandmaster. His name was Yan He. Seeing Yan He, Yin Zhaoge did not bother with formalities. Uncle He, what's the matter? Not long ago, during a family banquet, fourth uncle suddenly took out a letter, saying that it was left behind by eldest uncle when he was still alive. Yan He also did not bother with formalities as he led Yin Zhaoge forward, saying as they walked, the contents of the letter. It says that Brother D is not eldest uncle's biological son, instead having been adopted when he was young, his origins unknown. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he listened calmly. The eldest uncle that Yan He spoke of was Yan Di's father, Yin Zhaoge's grandfather. On their way to the Heaven Domain, they had met with danger and perished. At that time Yan Di had still been young, and there had not been a person called Yan Zhaoga in this world. Afterwards, Yan Zhaoga's great-grandfather, Yan Di's grandfather, had brought their entire family to settle down in the Heaven Domain. Afterwards, Yan Di had entered Broad Creed Mountain, rising up step by step, also bringing the Central Heaven region's Yan family along with him to rise up. After the previous family head, Yan Di's grandfather, had passed away, the position of family head had not been passed to his descendants, instead being directly taken up by his grandson, Yan Di. Now Yan Di's third uncle, fourth uncle and seventh uncle were all still alive. Usually, when Yan Di was at Broad Creed Mountain, the daily affairs of the Central Heaven region's Yan family were discussed and settled by these few elders. Yan He sighed. I don't know what fourth uncle was thinking, causing such a huge commotion that everyone knew about it, even insisting on investigating this matter. Unable to suppress him, third uncle and seventh uncle could only inform brother Di. Of the few elders, Yan Zhaoga's third granduncle and fourth granduncle were both Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, while seventh granduncle was of the Spirit Vessel stage. Father is currently temporarily acting as chief, having many matters to attend to, unable to leave. Yan Zhaoga said simply, therefore, I have returned this time to see what exactly is going on. While Yan Zhaoga was young, he was Yan Di's son of the first wife. At the same time, he was currently renowned throughout the entire Eight Extremities world, his position in the sacred ground Broad Creed Mountain not being low. Even the elders of the family were unable to easily suppress him based on seniority. Yan He said, it's good that you were able to return. At the very least, let the situation calm down first, not continuing to escalate. As they arrived at the ancestral mansion, before they had even entered the courtyard, they could already feel the tense atmosphere. Raising his head and looking over, Yan Zhaoga saw the winds and clouds surging in the air above the ancestral mansion, terrifying power fluctuations emanating in all directions. This was clearly a scene that could only occur when two Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were in a standoff. Entering the mansion, passing through many courtyards, they indeed saw two old men currently facing each other, both having solemn expressions on their faces as they remained silent. Meanwhile, behind them, their respective supporters were currently in the midst of an argument. Could it be that you have all gone mad? Jumping out at this time to drag the family head down, what exactly are your intentions? Those on the side of Yan Di glared furiously at those on the other side. The other side did not back down in the slightest. Words cannot be justified without proper justification. Yan Di's position as family head was not obtained through proper means in the first place. When the entire family migrated to the Heaven Domain that year, his parents both perished, with only him surviving. No one knows what exactly happened at that time. Now, with the letter that his father left for the family head, it has already been proven to be true. Yan Di is not a descendant of our Yan family at all. When his parents perished that year, who knows if it was his own doing, concealing his identity and plotting against our family head. The side on Yan Di's side was angered to the point of laughing. The family head being able to reach where he is today is all due to his own heaven-defying talent. In choosing him to succeed, the family head also saw his ability. Back when he entered Broad Creed Mountain, the family head's meteoric rise was not due to having borrowed much of our family head's strength. On the contrary, as the family head's position rose day by day, our family head also benefited greatly from it. All of you bear resentment in your hearts, probably because you resent the family head's strict rules, not giving you the chance to use your connections to intimidate others. Hearing this, the other party snorted coldly. Whether or not Yan Di is in the wrong first aside, the truth behind the deaths of his parents back then must be investigated. His origins must be investigated as well. A person of unknown origins becoming the head of a family is truly laughable. His son Yan Zhaoga is the same. His mother's identity is unknown, who knows where she came from. Before he had finished, a figure flickered, appearing before him. It was precisely Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga smiled nonchalantly. I am also very interested in the background of the person who urged you on. That person forcibly composed himself. Yan Zhaoga, you've returned just in time. The family elders have something to ask you, bang. The next moment this person was sent flying backwards in a straight line. Yin Zhaoge dusted off his trousers. Other than answering my questions, you do not have the right to say anything else. Chapter 270. Please support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. As soon as Yin Zhaoge had appeared, the two old men had already discovered his presence. It was just that they were restraining each other, unable to divert their attention to other matters. When Yin Zhaoge had sent him flying with a single kick, that old man on the right finally could not hold it in any longer. Yin Zhaoge, what status you have in Broad Creed Mountain is another matter altogether. Now that you still dare to be so impudent in the ancestral mansion, do you really think that there are no family laws that can punish you? Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at this old man. Yin Wendao, at the most critical moment for Broad Creed Mountain and my father now, what attitude do you think I should have towards people like you who have rebelled against your superiors and plotted against us? Hearing Yin Zhaoge directly call him by his name, fourth granduncle Yin Wendao was greatly enraged. Good brat. He was after all an Essence Spirit Realm Martial Grandmaster. When he was enraged this time, it really had the might of a landslide. As his quintessential essence circulated, rays of light seemed to transform into horned dragons that coiled around him. With a single stride, he was already before Yin Zhaoge, a palm striking downwards towards him. Beside him, a power of the same lineage surged. His third granduncle Yin Wenjin, who had been in a standoff with him earlier, flashed to Yin Zhaoge's side, raising his palm upwards, also accompanied by a horned dragon. Two Yin family longtime elders, Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, clashed head-on with their palms. Both of them were worried that they were in the ancestral mansion and didn't dare to unleash their full power. Thus, their fight seemed ordinary and uneventful. However, everyone present felt as if there was a strong light shining in front of them, and everything was white. There was a deafening roar in his ears, and he couldn't hear anything else. Some of the Yin family warriors with lower cultivations could not help but feel weak. Yin Wendao glared furiously at Yin Wenjin, just based on the fact that he, a mere grandson, dares to speak to this old man in this manner. This old man will be executing the family's laws today. Yin Di has no reason to protect him. Yin Wenjin's expression was calm. Old Four, I'm also very interested in which side is standing behind you. Sacred Sun Clan? Broad Creed Mountain's Elder Fang? The Lightning Domain's Zhao Region Yin family and the Heavenly Thunder Hall? Or Decimating Abyss? The two elders exchanged another move, and a light pattern lit up on their foreheads. The light pattern floated into the air and instantly expanded. The entire Yin family's ancestral home also began to shake. The white formation patterns were like dragons, roaring as they rose up and down. An enormous spirit formation that covered the entire Yin family's ancestral home was instantly formed. However, the circulation of the spiritual formation was clearly sluggish and unstable, as if it could be torn in half at any time. Yin Wendao and Yin Wenjin both glared at each other. As the two longtime elders of the Yin family who were at the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the two of them usually jointly controlled the grand defensive formation of the Yin family ancestral mansion. At this moment, the battle just happened to be right between them, and the grand formation could not be put to use for the time being, instead becoming the focal point of the struggle between the two sides. Seeing that he was temporarily unable to do anything to Yin Wenjin, Yin Wendao's figure suddenly flashed once more, continuing to lunge towards Yin Zhaoge. His and Yin Wenjin's strengths were about the same. One wanted to kill, and the other wanted to protect, so the former undoubtedly had the upper hand. Brat, you have to pay the price for your arrogance. Yin Wendao roared coldly. Looking quietly at Yin Wendao, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Yin Wendao, you seem to have gotten something wrong. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge lightly tapped his forehead. There, a flickering rune appeared as well. Just speaking of this place and time, if we are talking about the family's laws, I am the one. Accompanied by the rune lighting up on Yin Zhaoge's forehead, the grand formation of the ancestral home instantly shook. The next moment, Yin Wendao and Yin Wenjin discovered that the flickering rune on their foreheads had shockingly faded. Yin Wenjin was fine with it, but Yin Wendao's heart suddenly sunk. The family head, Yin Di, was the true controller of the Yin family ancestral mansion's grand formation. Yin Zhaoge, with Yin Di's help, clearly also possessed the authority to control the Yin family ancestral mansion's grand formation. Meanwhile, this youth's attainments in formations far surpassed these old fellas, even surpassing them essence spirit martial grandmasters. Smiling lightly, Yin Zhaoge extended his hands, palms facing downwards, spreading his fingers before abruptly pressing downwards. The ancestral mansion instantly reacted. The courtyard they were in was instantly filled with white radiance, numerous dragons of light shooting out from within, all lunging towards Yin Wendao. Helpless, Yin Wendao could only resist. However, Yin Wenjin behind him had already let out a long roar, her palms flying as she swiftly attacked. Faced with Yin Wenjin's pincer attack as well as the ancestral home's grand formation, Yin Wendao was instantly unable to hold on. He shockingly discovered something. Under Yin Zhaoge's control, the grand formation of the Yin family ancestral mansion actually unleashed its peak power, not inferior in the slightest to the control of them essence spirit martial grandmasters. The power of the grand formation was even greater than that of him, Yin Wendao. Without Yin Wenjin's help, he would also be hard-pressed to resist, only being able to struggle for a period of time at most. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, laying down a trap to lure me over. The ambusher should have already appeared by now, right? Otherwise, the bait will be used up. Before his words had landed, a few black figures had already shot out from the crowd, lunging towards Yin Zhaoge together. So it's people of the decimating abyss. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he extended his hands, palms facing each other, abruptly bringing them together. Accompanied by this palm strike of Yin Zhaoge's, the power of the Yin family's grand formation surged madly, numerous dragons of light congregating, forming a massive dragon head that overlooked the surrounding area. The dragon head opened its mouth, suddenly letting out a long roar that shocked the heavens, shaking the attackers to the point that they were all unable to stand stably, their bodies floating as though they were about to collapse from drunkenness. With a wave of Yin Zhaoge's hand, a short stone rod flew out, transforming into a massive pillar of the divine palace that pressured downwards, suppressing the enemies. Beside him, Ahu laughed savagely as he rushed out, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering the enemies. As someone attacked from behind, the immortal crane wings on Yin Zhaoge's body expanded mightily, feathers shooting out in all directions like a torrential storm. Those suppressed by the grand formation of the Yin family ancestral mansion were all on Yin Wendao's side. Yin Zhaoge's seventh granduncle, Yin He and the others were not affected. Although seeing Yin Zhaoge quell the internal chaos like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, some of the Yin family martial practitioners still felt a little uncomfortable within their hearts. However, having also been moved by Yin Zhaoge's thunderous methods of distinguishing between friend and foe, they immediately launched attacks together. Other powers aside, everyone from the decimating abyss had the right to exterminate them. Towards those of the decimating abyss, they mainly focused on capturing those of their own clan, showing no mercy at all towards those decimating abyss martial practitioners who intended to attack Yin Zhaoge. The chaotic situation with Yin Zhaoge looked like it was about to be quelled very quickly. However, the moods of everyone present could not relax at all. After all, this was internal strife within the Yin family, not something that was all that glorious. After killing an opponent, Yin He retreated to Yin Zhaoge's side, asking in a low tone, "Those decimating abyss martial practitioners who snuck in are fine, but what about fourth uncle and the others? Let's first capture and lock them up before talking." Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look in the direction of Yin Wendao. Just having shifted his gaze, Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt a chill envelop him. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yin He currently smiling coldly at him, a strange box opening within his hands, from within emanating waves of cold qi. Swept by the cold qi, Yin Zhaoge felt a piercing pain in his right eye, the purple light of thunder flickering within. However, it seemed to have been temporarily paralyzed, coming to a momentary halt. "Yin Zhaoge, if we talk about the family's laws, you are also not fit to talk about them." Yin He smiled coldly, the sword within his hand stabbing viciously towards Yin Zhaoge. Ahu was rather far away, not being able to arrive in time. Swept by the cold qi, Yin Zhaoge was unable to even wield his golden talisman body, looking like he was about to die under Yan He's sword. Yan Zhaoge, however, smiled slightly. Here and now, of all the people here, I am the law. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge flipped his palm, mightily slamming it down towards the top of Yan He's head. Chapter 271. Yan Zhaoge raised his palm high above his head, before flipping it over and slamming it downwards. His movements were large, simple and heavy, not seeming fast at all, instead seeming a little slow. However, a strange, terrifying feeling arose within the heart of the Yan He before him, as though no matter how he dodged or resisted, he would still not be able to escape from this palm of Yan Zhaoge's, his head being smashed into smithereens. That feeling was as though the entire heavens and earth were within Yan Zhaoge's palm. Accompanied by the flip of Yan Zhaoge's palm, the entire heavens and earth reversed, the sky smashing downwards, leaving one nowhere to run, unable to resist, only able to close their eyes and wait for death. As this palm descended from Yan He's perspective, Yan Zhaoge's entire person seemed to have grown much taller, resembling a descending divinity. A majestic, vast power enveloped Yan He's entire body, the majestic, heavy aura qi directly locking down the surrounding space. With Yan He at its center, space itself seemingly collapsing. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. As this palm descended, it was as though the heavens were collapsing. Yan He forcibly raised his spirits, resisting the suppression and destruction of this palm intent of Yan Zhaoge's towards his mind, a hand unconsciously rising. He was confident that with his cultivation base as a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, he would not be defeated by Yan Zhaoge so easily. With the dim cold miasma temporarily sealing all of Yan Zhaoge's treasures, he had a chance. Before he had finished his thoughts, Yan Zhaoge's palm had already descended, landing on Yan He's palm. Without the slightest obstruction from his palm, the bones of Yan He's entire body began to shatter. He stared, only to discover that he was completely powerless to resist, as though he was nothing more than a speck of dust after the sky had collapsed. Looking calmly at Yan He, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, I have quite a few treasures on me, which seems to cause people to somewhat overlook my personal strength. My current cultivation base is still rather low, but in terms of cultivation base, if you want to assassinate me, at least you are still far from it. With Yan He's strength, while he was a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, as long as he was a core, direct disciple of a sacred ground, any early spirit vessel martial scholar would have the ability to surpass levels and defeat him. Yan Zhaoge had virtually swept through all the geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds. Martial Yan He was a martial grandmaster of a sacred ground. Even though he had just stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, he was a martial it would also be. Even if Yan He launched a sneak attack, it wouldn't change the outcome. Yan He's expression was ashen, and his gaze was slack. Yan Zhaoge was already no longer looking at him, instead looking at that box which contained the dim cold miasma. At this moment, the cold air had already dissipated. Originally, it was only to buy a sliver of time for the assassination, but now it had already become a fleeting cloud. On the other side, Yin Wendao was also being suppressed by Yin Wenjin. His defeat was imminent. With the Yin family ancestral mansion's grand protective formation, it was impossible for him to escape. Those who could fight for it were either killed on the spot or captured alive. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the crowd of Yin family martial practitioners all vaguely felt shocked. A martial grandmaster, ah! Ever since Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, there had never been a martial grandmaster below the age of 25 in this world, until this Yan Zhaoge before them. Over the past 2 years, Yan Zhaoge's meteoric rise had been even more exaggerated than that of his father, Yan Di. With his martial scholar cultivation in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, he held the authority of a first-seat elder, his authority and position vaguely above the leaders of all first-rate powers in this world. From ancient times till now, how many people could there be? Yan Zhaoge had not returned to the Yan family ancestral mansion in Yunjin County these past few years, to the point that the Yan family always felt that his achievements were a little illusory. There were many things that people had not seen with their own eyes, only having heard the rumors, and thus placing less importance on them. And seeing Yan Zhaoge for real today, it had a huge impact on everyone. causing even Yan Di's supporters like Yan Wanjin to be rendered somewhat speechless. Yan Zhaoge was already no longer concerned about Yan Wendao and the others. After nodding towards Yan Wanjin and the others, he raised his head to look at the sky. It's not as impressive as the plan of Yao Shan and the others in the Great Desert. It feels more like a personal plan of Yan Wendao and Yan He. Then, for the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, where is the true killing blow? While they were separated by many courtyards, Yan Zhaoge still swiveled his head to look towards the northeast, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. The old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng had already been in secluded cultivation for many days. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain was in an orderly state, everyone seemingly already used to the days when the old clan chief was in secluded cultivation, and Yan Di was managing things on his behalf. Everything seemed no different from how it had been in the past. But actually, Broad Creed Mountain was tight on the inside, the higher echelon experts on the alert at all times, and even the middle and lower echelon martial practitioners could feel that the atmosphere was different from before. Ending his cultivation, Xue Fei walked out of his residence, raising his head to look at the sky. Today was not as sunny as usual, being a cloudy day. However, it did not give one a cool feeling, instead feeling a little stuffy and hot. In the region of Broad Creed Mountain, the sky above was filled densely with dark clouds, causing one's mood to be a little stifling. Xue Fei knit his brows slightly, calming his heart as he strolled amidst the forest. Along the way, some of his fellow disciples saw him, bowing. Senior apprentice brother Su. Xue Fei nodded in return. As he walked, Xue Fei's footsteps suddenly slowed as he looked towards the side of the road. There stood a white-clothed young girl clothed in a blue robe, currently gazing into the depths of the forest with a worried expression on her face. Xue Fei recognized this young girl as well. She was an elite disciple of the same generation as him. While she was not a core, direct disciple, she was still highly regarded by the clan, having been heavily groomed. The girl was much younger than Xue Fei, roughly the same age as Yan Zhaoge. The reason why she had drawn Xue Fei's attention was that, as far as he knew, this junior apprentice sister Wang was rather close to Lu Wan. Lu Wan might still view her as a fellow disciple and junior apprentice sister, but junior apprentice sister Wang rather admired Lu Wan. And at this moment, the direction she was gazing in was precisely where Lu Wan was in secluded cultivation. Xue Fei knit his brows. If he was not wrong, Lu Wan had already been in secluded cultivation for a rather long time. Junior apprentice sister Wang is waiting for junior apprentice brother Lu? Xue Fei asked. Regaining her wits, junior apprentice sister Wang hurriedly answered, Senior apprentice brother Su. Senior apprentice brother Lu has already been in secluded cultivation for over a year. Almost 2. Hearing this, Xue Fei thought, ever since losing to junior apprentice brother Yan, he has always been in secluded cultivation, not having left at all. Xue Fei and Lu Wan were not very familiar with each other. The other could not bear to see him indulging in wine, and he also did not have much in common with Lu Wan. Therefore, they kept a respectful distance from each other. Xue Fei also knew that Lu Wan was proud and arrogant, but hearing that Lu Wan was currently in a state of distress, Xue Fei could not help but feel a little worried, especially with the matters of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss having arisen in recent years. While Xue Fei was a little worried, he did not show it on his face, instead consoling junior apprentice sister Wang. Relax, junior apprentice brother Lu might be able to shock the world with a single brilliant feat this time, even after 3 years of seclusion. After consoling junior apprentice sister Wang, Xue Fei did not leave, instead sucking in a deep breath, walking into the forest. A sealed stone room built against the mountain appeared before Xue Fei's eyes. Chapter 272. Xue Fei looked at the tightly shut door of the stone room and fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, when a martial artist was in seclusion, others were strictly forbidden to disturb them. Barging into someone's seclusion grounds depended on the situation, and it might even result in a death grudge. Within the same sect, when a martial artist entered seclusion, even if it was a senior of the sect, they would only be allowed to enter if there was a prior agreement. Otherwise, unless it was absolutely necessary, He wouldn't easily barge into someone else's seclusion grounds. This was not just a matter of etiquette. Sometimes, when a martial artist cultivated, a small disturbance could cause all their previous efforts to go to waste, or even cause serious injuries. When a person was at a critical juncture of seclusion and was suddenly disturbed by others, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was also the reason why most people would hire people to protect them or set up powerful formations to protect them when they went into closed-door cultivation for a long time. For a core disciple of Broad Creed Mountain like Lu Wan, while his secluded cultivation grounds weren't specially guarded, there were protective formations that had long since been set up by the clan. For example, the stone room in which Lu Wan was currently in secluded cultivation was not Lu Wan's original residence, but a secluded cultivation area specially prepared by Broad Creed Mountain for its peak disciples. Xue Fei had once entered a similar place when he was cultivating behind closed doors. However, at this moment, looking at Lu Wan's stone chamber, Xue Fei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. After he had relinquished his position as the acting elder of Suzhou City in the Land of the Sand region and returned to the clan, he had a new assignment. It was not the disciplinary hall that his master Shi Tai was in charge of, but the martial inheritance hall where Yan Di had originally been. Xue Fei was currently the youngest principal elder in the Hall of Inheritance. The Technique Inheritance Hall was in charge of managing the seclusion stone rooms allocated to the disciples. The main reason why Xue Fei had the ability to open Lu Wan's seclusion stone chamber was for safety reasons. There was once a martial artist who had gone into seclusion. Because of his own cultivation, he had suffered a cultivation deviation and died from serious injuries. Because he had died in a secret chamber, no one knew about it for a long time. Thus, in order to guard against similar situations, the Cultivation Inheritance Hall had specially made some arrangements. However, this was just a precaution. If there was no need, the elders of the Cultivation Inheritance Hall would not step into the place where others were in closed-door cultivation. After pondering for a moment, even though Xue Fei felt that it was inappropriate, he still placed his hand on the door of the stone chamber. After a short while, the stone room's door opened, and Xue Fei carefully entered. After passing through the corridor, Xue Fei arrived at the deepest part of the seclusion chamber. There he saw a man sitting cross-legged there. The man had an unkempt beard and his face was covered by long hair, making him look like a savage. No matter who saw him for the first time, they would find it hard to associate him with the elegant and graceful Lu Wan of the past. However, Xue Fei was still able to recognize Lu Wan with a single glance. However, what caused him to pay more attention to was the fact that Lu Wan's body was currently clearly trembling, akin to a sieve. Xue Fei couldn't sense that Lu Wan was currently circulating his qi. The trembling of the latter wasn't due to martial arts, but due to his agitated emotions. Something's wrong. Xue Fei's heart abruptly sunk as he hurriedly approached Lu Wan. Xue Fei didn't conceal his tracks, but Lu Wan completely ignored him, only minding his own business as he sat there, his body trembling uncontrollably. Looking carefully at his face, Su Fei was shocked to discover that Lu Wan's eyes were currently tightly shut, his face pale and covered in sweat, as though he had just suffered a great illness. Xue Fei shouted in a low voice, "Junior brother Lu." Lu Wan abruptly awoke, finally opening his eyes. His eyes stared straight ahead, yet there was no focus in his gaze. Looking carefully at his pupils, Xue Fei saw that a faint blood-red light was clearly flickering within them. As Lu Wan opened his eyes, an indistinct, yet unresigned feeling emanated from his body. Xue Fei could clearly feel it. They were clearly the inner emotions of a person, yet at this moment they gave off the feeling of something real. Xue Fei's expression turned grave. Through interrogating those who had been lured by the decimating abyss and were plagued by devilish intent, Broad Creed Mountain and Xue Fei now had a general understanding of the situation. Humans falling to the dark side were divided into stages. Evil intent, obsession, poison intent, desire, the vast majority of people or even everyone had them. It was just that humans could control them, rather than letting these negative thoughts control them. However, when a certain kind of intent was drawn over by the 9 underworlds, breaking through a certain boundary, it would transform into devilish intent. The devilish intent grew stronger and stronger, accumulating until it finally interacted with the devilish qi of the outside world. finally transforming the illusory within into the real on the outside, completely falling to the dark side. The characteristics of fallen practitioners were very obvious, their pupils turning completely orange-yellow, at the same time emitting an obvious blood-red light. However, before truly falling to the dark side, those who harbored devilish intent would appear no different from ordinary people on the outside. There was only one exception, and that was when the intent in their heart broke through a boundary, transforming into devilish intent. There would also be some characteristics. These characteristics were precisely Lu Wen's current appearance. At this moment, Lu Wen was shockingly at the critical point of his heart's obsession transforming into devilish intent. While he was facing this Xue Fei, Lu Wen's gaze was unfocused, as though he couldn't see Xue Fei at all. He muttered to himself in a low, indistinct manner, Yan, Zhao, Gu, Yan, Zhao, Gu, Yan, Zhao, Gu. Seeing this, Xue Fei sighed inwardly, but didn't dare to hesitate as he extended his hands, forcefully patting Lu Wen's shoulders. Junior apprentice brother Lu. Lu Wen didn't react, as though he had been possessed. Xue Fei said in a heavy tone, Junior apprentice brother Lu, did you train in martial arts just to suppress junior apprentice brother Yan by a bit? Hearing these words, Lu Wen's body shook intensely, ceasing his muttering, but his eyes were still lifeless. Xue Fei said, you entered the clan for so many years, painstakingly training in martial arts for what exactly? Why did you want to become his disciple in the first place? The expression on Lu Wen's face changed. One moment it was a painful struggle, the next moment it was a frenzied resolution, the two alternating. Xue Fei softened his voice, Junior apprentice brother Lu, think carefully. What exactly do you want? What was it that allowed you to walk to where you are today? The trembling of Lu Wen's body gradually ceased, the blood-red light within his eyes also gradually dissipating. Seeing this, Xue Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lu Wen's gaze regained its focus. Looking at Xue Fei, he said in a hoarse voice, Senior apprentice brother Su. Xue Fei said, stabilize your mind. Lu Wen nodded slowly, closing his eyes once more. His face was frail, sweat pouring down like rain, pale as paper. However, his body was already no longer trembling, his expression also becoming calm. Xue Fei looked at him, Junior apprentice brother Lu, I know that your emotions have only just stabilized now, and you might not be willing to recall some things. However, this concerns the foundation of our clan, and cannot be delayed. There are some things that I need to understand as soon as possible. Previously, was there someone who came into contact with you, arousing the obsession in your heart, causing it to grow stronger and stronger, even to the extent of communicating with the 9 underworlds? Opening his eyes, Lu Wen slowly nodded his head. There's indeed someone whispering by my ear. Following his voice, there seemed to be a voice reverberating unceasingly from the depths of my heart, growing louder and louder, until it completely filled up my mind. Chapter 273. Hearing Lu Wen's reply, Xue Fei inhaled deeply. Who is that person? He felt uneasy. Lu Wen shook his head. I don't know who that person is. His voice seems to have been disguised, and I'm unable to distinguish it. However, his cultivation is definitely very high. Hearing Lu Wen's reply, Xue Fei's heart did not relax. Although Lu Wen didn't mention any shocking names, the people who could freely enter and exit his seclusion grounds were definitely not light. His master Feng Zhuan could freely enter and leave this place. It was just that unless there were special circumstances, Feng Zhuan would generally not do so. Other than Feng Zhuan, the other Essence Talisman martial grandmasters also had the ability to enter this place without a trace or sound. Even in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, Essence Talisman martial grandmasters were also limited existences, all of them bigwigs of the clan. The final situation was comparatively better. That was someone like Su Fei, a principal elder of Broad Creed Mountain, who was in charge of matters in the Martial Inheritance Hall. But even if it was the last situation, it wasn't very optimistic news. Xue Fei calmly asked, how long has it been since that person came to find you? After silently calculating the time, Lu Wen replied, approximately 10 days ago. Xue Fei nodded calmly, but his heart felt heavy. 10 days ago was something that had happened recently. It had been a long time since Elder Lu and the others had been captured. Naturally, it could not have been these exposed spies of the Decimating Abyss. This meant that there really were still people of the Decimating Abyss within Broad Creed Mountain, and also that their cultivation bases and positions were likely not low. Su Fei waited for Lu Wen to recuperate, before saying, "Junior brother Lu, if there's nothing wrong with your body, let's go meet the seniors of the sect together." Although Lu Wen's mental state was somewhat dispirited, he still stood up, "All right." The two of them first met Shui Fei's master Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression was calm, without the slightest change. After carefully asking Su and Lu, he said, "Let's go see junior brother Fang first." They headed to the assignment hall, yet were informed that Fang Zhuan had left not long ago. He did not return from Fang Zhuan's residence. Shi Tai and the others were stunned to discover that they were actually unable to find any traces of Fang Zhuan for a time. Although with Fang Zhuan's cultivation, if he wanted to hide it from others, only a limited number of people in the entire Broad Creed Mountain would be able to discover it. If there was no special reason, Fang Zhuan clearly did not need to do so. At such a sensitive time, it was natural for one's imagination to run wild. Shui Fei and Lu Wen exchanged glances. Lu Wen's originally bloodless face had now turned even paler. Only Shi Tai remained as calm as ever. He calmly said, "This matter is unusual, but before we understand the situation, we shouldn't think too much about it. Let's look around first, but don't make it public. Just inform junior apprentice brother Yan, senior apprentice uncle He and the others, and it will be enough." Saying so, Shi Tai's gaze swept past Shui Fei and Lu Wen, finally stopping on Lu Wen. "I myself am willing to believe in junior brother Fang." Shui Fei and Lu Wen both nodded their heads in agreement, but could not suppress the worry in their eyes. If Fang Zhuan was not someone of the Decimating Abyss, then his current disappearance probably meant that the situation was far from good. It was possible that he had discovered something at the last moment, and had been tied up, unable to extricate himself. However, there was also the possibility that he had already been killed, even though Fang Zhuan possessed outstanding strength. If even Fang Zhuan was unable to deal with it, then the viciousness and ferocity of the other party's attack this time could be imagined. This was actually still thinking from the positive side. As for the negative side, if Fang Zhuan had joined the 9 underworlds and the Decimating Abyss, Shui Fei and Lu Wen were both silent, practically not daring to continue thinking about it. Shi Tai said, "What exactly is the situation with junior brother Fang is still unknown at the moment. However, considering the matter of junior brother Yan's family and what happened to you, Lu Wen, as well as junior brother Fang's abnormal disappearance, we can be sure that the other party is already getting restless, accumulating their strength and waiting to act. The matter of finding junior brother Fang cannot be made public. However, the entire clan must raise their vigilance against the attacks of external enemies, as well as possible spies within the clan. We must be on full alert. If the other party wants to act, it will be right before our eyes." On the way here to look for Shi Tai, Lu Wen had already heard Shui Fei narrate the various major events regarding the Decimating Abyss in the outside world, while he had been in secluded cultivation. At this moment, he and Shui Fei solemnly replied together, "Yes, this disciple understands. We will inform the others immediately." Raising his head to look at the sky filled with dark clouds, Shui Fei's gaze was heavy. The storm this time looks like it really won't be small. At this moment, in the Central Heaven region's Yunjin County, within the ancestral mansion of the Yan family, Yin Zhaoge stood within the courtyard, similarly raising his head to look at the sky. The sky here was clear for 10,000 li, the sunlight bright and beautiful. However, Yin Zhaoge did not relax as he pondered unceasingly within his heart. If I were the other party, what would I do? If the Grand Master in secluded cultivation successfully steps into the Martial Saint realm, he will be the hope and guarantee for our clan to advance a step further in the near future. However, from a certain perspective, Grand Master is currently in his weakest state. If there are enemies working together from within and without, he will simply be the best target and target. As the saying goes, pulling the firewood from under the cauldron, it is nothing more than this. With the clear chi robe and the clan's guardian grand formation in hand, Father is currently our clan's strongest point. However, on the other hand, if Father is defeated, our clan's heavens would immediately fall and the earth would collapse. Eldest apprentice uncle and I both have devilish marks on our bodies that have yet to be completely removed. If the two of us perish, the great 9 underworld's door of the sand region might open once more. To our clan, this is also something that we have to guard against. Eldest apprentice uncle's cultivation base was originally high, and with me continuously wrecking the plans of the devilish domain grand formation and the decimating abyss, I think this will also draw their attention, and they will focus on killing me. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples. The key is that we don't know if there are still people from the decimating abyss amongst our clan's higher echelons. Many of our plans cannot be executed, otherwise if the secret is leaked, we will be counterplotted against by the other party, losing even more terribly at that time. That's why it's said that guarding day and night is hard to guard against a thief in the family. As Yin Zhaoge pondered. Ahu hurriedly rushed over. Young master, an urgent report has come from the principal elder of Lianhu County. Someone has set up a formation there, wanting to guide the descent of the 9 underworlds. TSK, there's no need to guess whether there is a traitor this time. There definitely is. The only problem is who it is. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Like Yunjin County, Lianhu County was in the central heaven region, belonging to the core of Broad Creed Mountain. Someone had infiltrated this place and set up a formation with the intention of opening the Great 9 Underworld's door. If there wasn't a traitor, that would really be strange. Also, it had to be a traitor with a high status. After receiving the news, Yin Wenjin and the others all had heavy hearts. Yin Zhaoge said, "It's not that simple. Starting a fire at our clan's doorstep, any random basin of water would be enough to extinguish it. Wanting the fire to really burn, there would definitely be other methods to obstruct us who extinguish it." As he said this, an immense pressure that caused Yin Zhaoge's mind to feel numb and tremble suddenly arose from the distance, instantly enveloping the heavens and the earth for 5,000 kilometers. Fuck. Ahu regained his wits, directly cursing Martial Saint. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. He's indeed here. The Devil Saint Yuantian. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.